Chapter 1, The God of Money and Power System. Su Changkong, let's break up. It's been 3 months together, so let's part ways amicably.
Renu Jing, who looked quite delicate, looked at Su Changkong with a face full of disgust.
Break up? Why?
If there's anything I did wrong, just tell me and I'll definitely change. Su Changkong was full of pleading as he looked at the goddess in front of him. Renu Jing was the goddess of his dreams. In order to woo her, he had licked her ass for 2 whole years, and even accompanied her to get an abortion, before he finally succeeded in winning her over. Renu Jing had been provided for in all aspects of her life for the past 3 months, and even the wet toilet paper she used was the top of the line Hainbisho. She had drained him of everything in those 3 months, and even caused him to open dozens of black platform mouths, close to 1 million, all of which had been spent on her.
But I never expected that in return I would get a light-hearted breakup.
I admit that you are a good person and you are good looking, but my ex-boyfriend came to see me, and I still like him, not you. We are all adults, and there is no point in lingering on.
Be quiet, that guy is a scumbag. Apart from having a bit of money, what am I not like him? A trashy little dog, getting you pregnant and running away, and you still want to be obsessed?
The guy is 1.6 meters tall and weighs 100 kilograms.
His hairline is ridiculously high.
He is a total loser, not even comparable to Su Changkong, who is 1.85 meters tall. He is naturally heartbroken. I know what you want to say, which is that I am being realistic and that I value other people's money.
But people only have one life, so what's wrong with being realistic? I know all about your credit card overdrafts.
It's not your fault that you're poor, but it is your fault for acting like a demon even though you're poor. It's a big mistake to be poor, have no ability, and still try to stop others from pursuing a better life.
If someone can give me the life I want, what can you give me? A buttload of debt?
If you can't even support your girlfriend, don't blame others for being materialistic. Su Changkong's face was ashen, and he looked at Renu Jing blankly, wanting to say something but unable to.
After all, her words cut to the heart. Do you feel that you are very infatuated?
I tell you, infatuation is the most pale in the face of money. He is ugly and short, and 10 of him added together are not as good as you, making me more comfortable.
But at least he is rich, and that is enough.
In addition, I advise you not to go looking for trouble with him.
If he beats you, it is just a pile of paper. If you move against him, you will ruin your life. I still have feelings for you. In light of the fact that you made me feel so good, can you leave us with some dignity?
Su Changkong's face kept changing expressions, his teeth almost clenching together. He felt like he had a lot of pent-up emotions that had nowhere to go.
You are a very good person.
I hope you don't have to be a toady anymore in the future, and I hope you can understand some sense. With women, once you've had your taste, just let it go. If you take it seriously, you've already lost.
After Renu Jing finished speaking, she gave Su Changkong a deep stare and then turned around and left.
Su Changkong, who was still standing in the same place, took a long time to come back to his senses and could not help feeling a little lost. He suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion that came from the soul. These past 3 months had been like a dream. When the dream woke up, there was nothing left. Renu Jing was right, let's each be happy with each other and leave each other with some dignity.
Women are like this, ha. Ding.
The Chowning system has detected the host's deep resentment and despair, and the system has been activated. Chowning is omnipotent, there is nothing that Chowning cannot solve. If there is, please double it. Just then, a beautiful voice in my head interrupted Su Changkong's thoughts. At the same time, a faint purple light screen appeared in front of Su Changkong's eyes.
Chowning System Panel. Primary Unlock V1. Host, Su Changkong. Age, at the peak 2100 points. Height, 185-97 points. Looks, handsome 84. Stamina, strong 82. Intelligence, brain dead 25. Charisma, dignified 83. Strength, cowardice 66. Fortune, from bad to good 98. Life expectancy, 41. Vitality, 1893.
Su Changkong's mouth twitched when he saw the system's panel.
Nima. Had basically good values, but this intelligence was only 25? The system rated him as a brain-damaged dog licker?
It would have been more straightforward to just say he was an idiot.
Dog lickers really don't die a good death. If he were to lick a dog again, he would be the dog.
Su Changkong gnashed his teeth in hatred. He always felt that the system was humiliating him. And this strength value, which was only 66 points, was evaluated as the courage of a fool. Thinking about it, he probably understood the reason.
The peak of an ordinary person might be 100 points. The peak of strength value was probably at the level of Bruce Lee or Jack Ma. When he thought about it, 66 points was not low. But what was the deal with lifespan? Why only 41 points? Does it mean that I can only live to 41? TMD. Su Changkong suddenly felt unhappy again. Life expectancy is too short, isn't it? Gone at the age of 40? But it doesn't matter anymore.
Now that I have the system, I can still be carefree for at least 20 years, which is considered compensation. As for the vital essence, Su Changkong is very satisfied.
18. Full of yang energy. Rated 93. It's not a 100, but 93 is pretty good.
The wealthy system of money-making abilities sounds pretty good. As the system says, nothing is impossible with money-making abilities, and if it is, just double it.
Ding.
The wealthy system of money-making abilities reminds the host that the Novice mission has been issued. Spend 100 million in 3 days, and it will be credited to the host's account.
Reward for completing the mission, 10 attribute points. Penalty for failing the mission, 10 attribute points will be deducted at random.
If any attribute is deducted to 0, it means death.
Attribute points, the host can add as many as they like. Attribute point enhancements mean host enhancements. The system prompts that there is no upper limit on attributes.
Attribute points can also be exchanged for any items, skills, etc. in the system mall. The system mall is not yet unlocked.
Seeing the system's rewards, Su Changkong suddenly exclaimed in dismay. The novice task is to spend a small goal in 3 days? For subsequent tasks, won't it cost 10 billion in 3 days? 100 billion in 3 days? And you can increase attribute points as much as you like after you complete it? And there's no upper limit? Doesn't that mean you can increase your lifespan? I wonder if you can increase your lifespan indefinitely. If you can, you have to do it, old fool. The longer you live, the more bitches you can screw, green tea. Besides, you can also increase your looks, intelligence, and even your lifeline? It's just spending money, right? It's just squandering, right? It's just selling, right? It's like everyone can do it. The system of becoming a billionaire is simple. From today onwards, you just need to learn to become a rich person. The beginner's mission is worth 100 million. The subsequent missions are worth 10 billion, 100 billion, so it's just like playing, right? Hear the applause.
So, to become a rich person, start with a luxury car.
Only by enduring loneliness can you maintain prosperity.
You can be a dog licker, and you can also be the king of the sea.
From now on, he will go after women and never talk about being faithful.
From now on, he will live a life of luxury and never swear eternal love. From now on, he will drift through life and never talk about love until death do they part. From now on, he will fight alone and never shed tears all night. Chapter 2, A Rich Man Starts with a Luxury Car.
Lamborghini's fourth son shop.
Su Changkong walked directly out of the campus and hailed a taxi on the roadside. The destination was Lamborghini. After all, a supercar is a man's romance. Compared to the relatively elegant Ferrari, he prefers the sharp Lamborghini. The driver drove fast and they arrived at their destination in 20 minutes. Su Changkong paid and got out of the car. Looking at the building complex in the distance and the majestic bullfighting logo, he felt a surge of emotion. In the past, he could only look at it from afar and never dared to go near it. His own poverty made him feel inferior.
But now it was different. With the ability to become a wealthy man and the support of the system, what was there to be afraid of?
After all, beautiful cars and beautiful women have been the pursuit of countless men since ancient times. The streamlined body of the sports car and the roar of the engine like a beast can ignite the true passion of men.
The most famous sports cars are naturally Lamborghini and Ferrari. Comparing them carefully, he still prefers the bullfight. The Lamborghini Four Sons shop is a 4-story building with a large area and is full of modern elements.
Through the huge French windows, the first thing he sees is his own shadow. At 185 centimeters, he looked extremely tall and straight, like a crane among chickens. His slightly long hair was a bit messy, but it added to his melancholy air. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, but he still couldn't hide his handsome appearance. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Renu Jing reluctantly became his girlfriend for 3 months. He fixed his gaze on the car in the hall. What came into view was a hurricane. The flat and smooth body exudes a sense of fierceness. The blade-like butt is even more impactful. If a calf is this handsome, a bull would be even more beautiful, right? Su Changkong watched for a while and then walked in. Although there were quite a few people in the hall, they were all high-quality sales. There were almost no car viewing people. The moment Su Changkong walked in, a tall woman wearing a professional suit came over to greet him. "Hello, sir, I'm very happy to serve you. May I ask if you want to buy a car?" The woman was wearing a translucent white tight-fitting blouse, a black tight-fitting suit, a super short skirt that hugged her hips, black stockings, and black high heels with a red sole. This outfit could be described as extremely individualistic, and it outlined her perfect figure, which was extremely seductive. Her appearance was even more attractive, with bright eyes and white teeth. She had only applied a little makeup, which gave her an extremely stunning sense of perfection, as if she were an immortal. Even in the sales hall full of beautiful women, this woman stands out from the rest. Ding! The cache capability godly system is scanning the target's information. Name, Ruoyun. Age, 24. Height, 168. Weight, 49. Face value, 92. Body type, 94. Intelligence quotient, 82. Trait, SM tendency. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Su Changkong almost let out a surprised exclamation. This system is awesome. It can see through people's eyes and strip them naked. SM tendencies? This woman is amazing. Su Changkong was almost transfixed. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but curse under his breath. If you keep licking a dog, you'll become a dog. Yes, I'm here to look at cars. If there's a suitable one, I'll take it. Okay, what's your last name, sir? Su. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Ruoyun, Lamborghini sales consultant. You can call me Xiaoyun. Which model are you interested in? I can give you a brief introduction. What cars are currently in stock? Su Changkong looked around while he turned to the cars on display in the showroom. The Gallardo, Huracan and Aventador are all currently in stock. Of course, if you are not satisfied with the standard equipment, you can also choose optional extras, and they will be delivered in 2 weeks. Su Changkong nodded. Some of the cars have been discontinued, but they are still on sale, probably because they were previously in stock. Hurricanes, Gelatos, and the like are actually calves. The Aventado is the big bull. Let's take a look at the big bull. Upon hearing this, Ruoyun was suddenly stunned. She looked at Su Changkong with disbelief in her eyes. Although this Mr. Su was very handsome, he is dressed in ordinary clothes and does not look like a rich man. I didn't expect to see the big bull directly, and his tone is a bit arrogant. But after all, he has received professional training. Although she felt a little resentful, she did not show it in the slightest. Mr. Su, please follow me. In the blink of an eye, she led Su Changkong to the middle of the exhibition hall. Sure enough, there was a silver bull parked there quietly. Surrounded by a group of calves, it seemed as if it were the king of the car, as noble and luxurious as it could be. The silver body shined under the light. The streamlined, low-slung body had a sense of power. The rear is very large, looking like a sword triangle. Su Changkong unconsciously pulled open the scissor doors and got in, looking at the luxurious cockpit, a sense of superiority welling up. Ruoyun carefully crouched down next to Su Changkong and began a careful introduction. Mr. Su, the length of the Aventado is 4,780 mm, width 2,030 mm, height 1,136 mm, and wheelbase 2,700 mm. It is equipped with the brand new L539 6.5 LV12 engine, which can produce a maximum horsepower of more than 700 horsepower, accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.8 seconds, and has a peak torque of 720 Nm. The top speed is 352 km/h. Ruoyun, who was crouching, had a soft voice, and while explaining, he demonstrated various functions to him. Su Changkong, who was sitting in the car, really liked it. After all, this is a man's romance, and only a talented person can afford such a toy. How much is it? The official guide price of the Aventado is 8.8 million. But this car is on display in the showroom, and it can be said to have almost the highest optional features. The optional features alone cost more than 5 million, and with all the taxes, insurance, and license plate fees, it is estimated to start at 15 million. The value of this car is indeed a bit too high.
Lu Ruoyun's introduction was also a bit soft-spoken, and even a bit cautious. Su Changkong, however, shrugged his shoulders, a bit dissatisfied. Only 15 million?
It seems that it is still somewhat difficult to spend a small target in hand. After all the bluffing, it is only 15 million. He is very dissatisfied.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyun was momentarily stunned.
The smile on his face also froze.
Only 15 million? This is a wonderful use. This guy, is he not pretending to be cool?
The professional smile on his face also froze a little.
Swipe the card. This is the car.
Since this car is a commercially available version, not a special edition or limited edition, there is no need for such a troublesome capital verification.
Su Changkong's mouth hung open, expressing his dissatisfaction. You really want to buy it? Lu Ruoyun looked incredulous.
She had been working here for 3 months and had not sold a single car. Not only her, but basically all the other salespeople were in a similar situation. After all, working in the luxury car business is like waiting 3 years for business to pick up, and then having to work for 3 years when it does. Unexpectedly, this handsome guy she received today asked to buy the big bull as soon as he opened his mouth, and he even looked like he thought it was a bargain.
Why does it feel so dreamlike? Has the son of some family been released from his ban? Are you sure?
Su Changkong was about to nod, but his eyes were instantly drawn to a car in the corner.
What is that? Poison? Chapter 3, The Girl Getting Artifact, the Lamborghini Poison. Why is there a poison here? Su Changkong was incredulous, a little unbelievable.
The Lamborghini Poison is a supercar specially manufactured to commemorate Lamborghini's 50th anniversary of car manufacturing. It is equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine, meshed with a 7-speed LSR transmission, all-wheel drive, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds, with a top speed of 354 km/h, and can reach over 400 km/h with a little tuning. What people like most about it is its appearance, which perfectly combines aerodynamics and aesthetics. The appearance of the Poison is really too high, and the whole thing is also too high profile. When it was born, it directly charmed a large part of the world. It is Lamborghini's greatest work, without a doubt. The whole body is carefully crafted using carbon fiber, with a sharp overall outline. The incredibly sharp appearance looks like a super Blade Runner. The sharp headlights in particular make it look even more fierce, and it is countless times cooler than Audi, the so-called lamp factory. The interior is mainly made of black Alcantara, with luxurious white lines. The carbon black multi-spoke wheels, with burgundy red calipers inside, have improved safety countless times. The exterior design is even more handsome than other models, reaching a new height and literally crushing an era. Only 4 units of the hardtop version were produced worldwide.
The one with the code number 000 is not for sale and has been sealed by Lamborghini.
The red version with the code number 001 was bought directly by a Lamborghini executive in the Beacon country, who got it first. The green version with the code number 002 was also bought by Chris Singh, a wealthy man from the Beacon country. The white version with the code number 003 was bought by a mysterious wealthy man from the port city of Longhua.
Jay Cho even borrowed it once and installed a 13.
There are only 9 convertible versions in the world. The starting price is $450, equivalent to more than 30 million yuan, and they have all been snatched up by mysterious wealthy people long ago. There are only 13 of the 2 models of Poison in the world, and they are hard to come by, so the price has been driven up to 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million.
This one in front of you is one of the convertible versions with a global limited edition of 9. Why is there poison here? Su Changkong looked at Lu Ruoyun, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Mr. Su, you are correct, this is indeed a limited edition poison.
Lu Ruoyun, who was crouching next to Su Changkong, spoke up to explain, breathing in a cloud of orchid-like fragrance. She is a distinguished lady who only entrusted our shop yesterday to resell it for her.
The selling price is 80 million.
Together with the service fee, transfer fee, owner's insurance fee, luxury car tax, etc., the selling price is 100 million. The car has less than 100 kilometers on the clock, so it's definitely a new car. The price is already very reasonable, and our shop hasn't announced the news yet, so the rich people who are interested in Poison haven't heard the news yet.
You want us to resell it for you? For 100 million?
Su Changkong was momentarily taken aback, and a look of excitement immediately appeared in his eyes.
Big Bull doesn't want it anymore. I'll buy this car.
As if he was afraid that the store would change its mind, Su Changkong forced the card in his hand into Lu Ruoyun's hand.
Go ahead and swipe the card.
A small goal was spent in an instant, and the newbie mission ended directly.
It's just too suitable. You mean, you want to buy this poison? Lu Ruoyun's eyes flashed with disbelief.
This is a supercar worth 100 million.
You want to buy it without blinking an eye? What exactly is this young man's identity? Isn't that a bit excessive?
It seems that he is really the son of a certain super family that has been released from the ban. Mr. Su, I cannot make a decision on this matter yet.
I will go ask our store manager. Can you wait a moment? Hurry up, I am a bit pressed for time.
Okay, I will wait for you. With that, Lu Ruoyun hurriedly turned around to look for the manager.
In a moment, Lu Ruoyun led a plump young woman over. Hello Mr. Su, I'm Zhu Yan, the manager here, you can call me Xiao Zhu.
Since Su Changkong was still sitting in the cab of the ox, the woman squatted next to him, leaning her body forward. Since the high heels were a bit too high and inconvenient, the woman simply knelt in front of Su Changkong. Su Changkong turned his head slightly and saw the fullness of the woman's breasts and the bottomless abyss.
A phrase suddenly came to mind.
When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you.
Emma. It smells so good. Mr. Su, are you prepared to purchase this convertible version of poison? Yes, is there a problem? Do you need to conduct a very tedious capital verification?
If a capital verification is required, he may not really be qualified.
Because he only has one small goal right now.
No need, Mr. Su, since this car is a used car, a capital verification is not required.
But there is a problem that I need to explain to you, Mr. Su, so that there won't be any trouble later.
You say. This car was a birthday gift from a top second-generation rich man in Mo City to another top second-generation rich woman. It is the sixth car out of 9 convertible versions. The second-generation rich man can be said to have spent a lot of effort on it, but unfortunately the second-generation rich woman did not like him. Therefore, this poison, which was delivered to her home, was delivered here, saying that out of sight is out of mind. Mr. Su, if you buy this car, it may cause unnecessary trouble, so please think twice.
Is there any more to this story? No wonder such a top poison is placed in the corner.
It seems that this shop doesn't dare to make a big deal of it.
Su Changkong's eyes hardened.
I bought this car through proper channels, who dares to have an opinion? If you have an opinion, just keep it to yourself. Just swipe your card, I'll take the car. This time, not only was Lu Ruoyun shocked, but the crested ibis was also shocked. What a cocky young master. It seems that this demon city is about to become restless again.
Please wait a moment, I'll go process your order.
Su Changkong looked at Lu Ruoyun beside him, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't speak.
As someone who has been there, Zhu Yan naturally understood what Su Changkong meant.
Mr. Su, this order for you to purchase poison is the full responsibility of Lu Ruoyun, so all the commission and rewards for this car will go to Lu Ruoyun. Su Changkong was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Zhu Yan, only to see the woman smiling at him.
She really is a clever woman.
No wonder she's in a supervisory position.
Yes.
Having received an answer, Zhu Yan quickly went to swipe her card and go through the formalities. Lu Ruoyun gratefully knelt back down next to Su Changkong, her cheeks flushed with excitement.
Thank you, Mr. Su, for speaking up for me. Lu Ruoyun is eternally grateful.
Looking at the sweet, smitten woman squatting in front of him, Su Changkong suddenly felt a special emotion rise up.
This woman. Ding.
The cash capability godly system reminds the host that the host's novice mission of spending 100 million in 3 days has been completed, with a reward of 10 attribute points. The host can add points at will or redeem them for any item in the system mall.
Ding.
The cash capability godly system reminds the host that the host has triggered the next stage of the mission, spend 200 million in 3 days. The reward for a successful mission is 10 attribute points, and the penalty for a failed mission is a deduction of 10 attribute points.
Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Changkong nodded.
It was exactly what he had expected.
Novice mission, spend 100 million in 3 days.
The second mission doubles that to 200 million in 3 days.
The third mission will probably cost 400 million in 3 days. The next mission will cost 800 million in 3 days. And so on. As he thought about it, he became a little worried. Spending money seemed to have become a problem. Are you free this afternoon? Accompany me on an errand. I need your help with something. Chapter 4, Your wife is really something. Really? Ruoyun was a little overwhelmed by the sudden invitation. But I still have to go to work. The starling on the other side, who had returned with the card in her hand, smiled. As someone who had been there herself, she knew exactly what was going on. Smiling, she came over, leaning her body forward, and pointed the card reader at Su Changkong, returning the card to him. Mr. Su, the payment has been successful. Just as the payment was successful, the card prompt said that another 200 million has arrived in your account. Please pay attention. The person below is going through the formalities and you can pick up the car in 10 minutes. I'm sorry for the delay. She then turned her head and looked at Ruoyun. Ruoyun, I'll give you some time off these few days, so you can spend some time with Mr. Su. When you're done, come back to work, I won't cut your salary. Mr. Su has spent a whole 100 million yuan with you. The opportunity is right in front of you. You have to know how to seize it. Once you miss the boat, you won't get another chance. Upon hearing Zhu Yan's words, Ruoyun's ears flushed a light pink. Naturally, she understood what such an invitation meant. Mr. Su was handsome, tall, gentle and refined, generous, and exactly the man of her dreams. But when the opportunity was right in front of her, she hesitated again. Could she really handle a man like this? Or was it just a passing fancy? With her complex thoughts, she could only remain silent. Seeing Ruoyun's submissive appearance, Su Changkong smiled. Having come this far, he naturally would not let the girl go. Sitting in the big ox, Su Changkong looked at his data and fell into deep thought. He had already completed the novice quest, and now he had 10 attribute points. How should he add attributes? Should he go for lifespan? Or intelligence? Intelligence and lifespan were the lowest. The system had judged him to be a brainless dog licker with a short lifespan. Seeing the values, he felt the system was humiliating him. His anger was directed in all directions. However, as his eyes scanned the screen, they finally settled on the value of his yang root. Vitality, yang energy full 1893. So what if I'm a brainless idiot? Vitality is the most important thing. This concerns a man's dignity, which is the most important thing not to be ignored. The system boosted the vital energy to the full score. Ding! The God of Wealth system reminded the host that the host's vital energy had increased by 7 points, reaching the full score. Following the system's prompt, Su Changkong suddenly felt a tingling, feverish, itchy sensation in his body. Fortunately, the feeling came quickly and went just as quickly. Next, Su Changkong felt changes in certain areas. Vitality, Ziyang Dragon Root 25-100. Seeing the change in the data, Su Changkong smiled. The evaluation had also been changed from Yang Qi filling the body to the evaluation of Ziyang Dragon Root. The value had also been changed from 18 to 25. It seems that 25 is the optimal state. There were only 3 points left, and his gaze shifted, finally settling on his height. Height, 8 feet tall 185-97. Adding these 3 points to the height seems to be perfect. The system, add the height to the full score. Ding! The God of Wealth system reminds the host that the host's height has added 3 points, and the height has reached the full score. Height, 188-100. Once again, his body went numb, and his bones felt like they were being crushed. But fortunately, these feelings came quickly and went just as quickly. Then his body underwent a subtle change. It was as if his physical fitness had reached an excellent level, as if he had reached a state of perfection. He made a fist and had the illusion of being able to punch a tiger and kick a dragon. Host, Su Changkong. Age, at the peak 2100. Height, 188-100. Appearance, handsome 84. Stamina, strong 84. Intelligence, retarded 25. Military strength, the courage of the ordinary man 76. Fortune, from bad to good 98. Life expectancy, short life expectancy 41-41. Vitality, Ziyang Dragon Root 25-100. Looking at his own data, Su Changkong gave a small smile, indicating that he was very satisfied. At least 3 of the values have now remained at the peak. Other body-related values have all improved to a greater or lesser extent. His military strength has even increased by a full 10 points. He is very satisfied with this improvement. Mr. Su, the formalities have been completed, you can pick up the car, see?
Lu Ruoyun, who had been crouching next to Su Changkong, saw Su Changkong in a daze and reminded him softly.
You can pick up the car?
Lamborghini is still very efficient. In 10 minutes, all the formalities were completed. And a very grand car pickup ceremony was arranged. Salutes were also fired outside. After the tedious ceremony, the keys and contract were finally handed over to Su Changkong. In addition, there were also many other gifts, such as a free nationwide fuel card, a lifetime maintenance card, and a high-end car kit.
Su Changkong pressed the key in his hand.
The super cool headlights flashed. Pulling open the scissor doors, he sat in the sci-fi, battlefield cockpit for the first time. A sense of superiority came over him.
It's no wonder that it's a big toy with a limited global production of hundreds of millions.
The moment he pressed the start button, a roar and snarl of a ferocious beast resounded through the entire hall. It was as if a fierce steel beast was waiting for its chance to pounce. All the saleswomen in the hall and the sparse car-choosing customers all turned to Su Changkong.
This is poison.
A supercar with a limited global production of only 13 units.
And it was just bought.
It is estimated that it will not take long before it becomes a national sensation.
Get in.
Su Changkong tilted his head to look at Lu Ruoyun to his side and gave the order directly. Lu Ruoyun's cheeks turned slightly red, and finally unable to bear the stares of her many colleagues, she quickly got into the passenger seat.
She knew what getting into the car meant.
But she had no regrets. She willingly gave her first time to someone like this.
Even if it doesn't work out, it will probably be the best memory of her life?
The crested ibis next to him leaned forward slightly to say hello.
Mr. Su, if you have any problems with the car, you can come to me at any time, we are fully responsible.
At this time, a thin man also walked up behind the crested ibis and waved at Su Changkong.
Su Changkong's gaze flickered when he saw the two men standing.
This man was leaning a little too close to the crested ibis, so I'm afraid they have a close relationship.
You too?
Mr. Su, I am the husband of the crested ibis and also the administrative supervisor here.
The man smiled at Su Changkong, his gaze releasing kindness. The crested ibis's expression stiffened slightly, but he didn't say anything.
Seeing the difference in the expressions of the two men, Su Changkong laughed, his smile a bit sinister. The relationship between these two people is probably not very good. Otherwise, it is impossible for this man to stand up at this time to declare sovereignty. The ibis served very well, kneeling and squatting, and he was very satisfied.
The key is to look into someone's abyss.
You can't just look into someone's abyss for no reason.
He decided to add fuel to the fire for the two of them.
Sir, your wife is really outstanding. With the roar of the accelerator, the poison shot out like a fierce beast that chose someone to devour.
It left behind a scene of chaos with the envious crowd. Chapter 5, The Wolf is Beautiful. He watched the sports car speed away. The man's face turned extremely ugly. What happened to you? Or rather, what did you both do?
The man looked at the crested ibis with a face full of anger.
He never imagined that this woman would be so brazen as to be so blatant.
She completely disregarded herself, and she simply didn't consider herself a man. The green hat was already at risk of being worn on his head, so naturally he was extremely angry.
If that guy invites you into his car, would you get in? The more he talked, the angrier he became.
His face turned red and distorted, and it was clear that he was at the limit of his anger.
Cuckoo glanced at him.
His eyes were full of indifference.
What nonsense are you talking? What kind of person do you take me for? Cuckoo was extremely disappointed.
Compared to other people, this husband of hers was really a bit petty.
He's completely beneath the table. Why did I marry such a thing in the first place? What do you care about my business? You useless piece of trash.
You just know how to judge a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. After the words fell, the crested ibis turned gracefully and walked off in the distance. There were several beautiful saleswomen gathering there. The indifference on her face had already instantly turned into a smile. She didn't want her sisters to know that her marriage was unhappy. The man became even more furious at the starling's words, but he restrained himself in the end. His extremely distorted face instantly turned into a face of righteousness. He was afraid that others would see the slightest clue. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were a model couple in love. In fact, behind the scenes, they were already on the verge of collapse.
Whose life isn't full of problems?
Those salespeople in the distance didn't notice anything wrong with the two of them and were still talking about it with envy. I never thought that slut, Lu Ruoyun, would have such good luck. Not only did she sell the poison, she also won the favor of a second-generation rich man.
The future is promising. Yes, that handsome guy is so low-key and just so dressed.
I never thought he would offer 100 million. He is definitely a master at playing the part of a humble person while being a tiger in disguise. Even if that girl can't enter the family of a rich man, I'm afraid she will have a worry-free life.
I envy them.
We're all human, but why are they so good-looking?
Has my evolution stopped? A woman's lamentable expression drew laughter from the crowd.
Okay, work hard.
You'll all have a chance in the future.
Being able to enter this door means that you are all very good.
The crested ibis scolded his family with a smile. Instead of getting angry, the group of people became a mess.
The black, steel, ferocious poison caused a commotion as soon as it appeared on the street. The internet is extremely well developed nowadays, and young people like to research cars, so almost immediately, many people recognized poison's identity.
They exclaimed in surprise. Holy shit! It's the Lamborghini poison. Since when did poison appear in Devil City? Isn't there only one hardtop version in Longhua? Since when did a convertible version appear?
This is a supercar with diamonds in the headlights.
Rumor has it that even the Shanghai Emperor couldn't get his hands on the poison. Who on earth is so ruthless? Look at the beauty inside, top uniform temptation? This is what people call life. I'm just muddling along. The appearance of the poison instantly blew up the street. This is a supercar.
Countless young people took out their phones one after the other, started filming videos, taking photos, and posting them to Moments.
Just one video can increase your followers by tens of thousands. The road, which was slightly congested, became less cramped. There were no more mobs of people trying to squeeze in. Countless vehicles followed poison from a distance, clearing a large area.
The only one driving in the middle of the road with a burst of energy was poison, like a triumphant king. Lu Ruoyun, who was sitting in the car, felt a little uneasy. This was the first time she had encountered such a scene, and she really didn't feel comfortable.
She is just an ordinary ugly duckling.
In her daily life, she just eats other people's melons online. Watching videos of other people's luxury cars and beautiful people. She never imagined that she would one day become the object of envy and jealousy of others. She has become the protagonist of other people's photos. The huge psychological gap made her feel a little at a loss.
Mr. Su, where are we going? Are we almost there?
Facing the envious stares of the crowd, she felt a little overwhelmed.
My name is Su Changkong. You can call me by my first name, Mr. Su. Mr. Su is too formal. I'm a little hungry. Why don't you go to dinner with me? And then we'll go shopping for some outfits. Lu Ruoyun's lips moved slightly, but in the end she didn't dare to speak. What do you like to eat? I'll take you to eat. Anything is fine, I don't have any special requests. Su Changkong gave a wicked smile. Eat anything?
Hearing Su Changkong's words, Lu Ruoyun dared not speak again, but her face had already turned red with shame. She understood that there was a hidden meaning in the other person's words. Half an hour later, Su Changkong drove up in a poison car and arrived in front of a very stylish European-style building on the Bund. He parked the car and got out, very gentlemanly opening the door for Lu Ruoyun. The first thing to step out were Lu Ruoyun's black high heels with red soles. Then came her black silk legs. Finally, she got out of the car. Lu Ruoyun was still wearing her tailored uniform, black silk stockings, and high heels. At 168 centimeters tall, she was already well over 1.7 m with her sky-high heels. She was a complete supermodel, with an explosive aura. But in front of Su Changkong, she looked like a little bird. Standing together, the two of them looked like aristocrats standing out from the crowd, shining brightly, as if they were naturally self-illuminating. The doorman watching them could hardly keep his eyes open. Su Changkong naturally put his arm around her waist and walked over with her in his embrace. Lu Ruoyun was a little dazed by Su Changkong's embrace, and she couldn't muster any strength. Especially being enveloped in the scent of male hormones made her feel a little hot. She could only lean on Su Changkong's body. This place is located on the Bund, and it is frequented by celebrities, so the prices are naturally not cheap. More importantly, the environment here is really good. Usually when Su Changkong passes by, he just looks at it from a distance. Now he is here in a grand manner. Fate is fickle, and things are ever changing. When they walked in, a waitress dressed in a revealing manner came up to them.
Welcome to the Brook Michelin restaurant. Do you have a reservation? No reservation, but there should be an empty private room, right?
The meal will cost double.
Okay, please follow me. Su Chang embraced Lu Ruoyun and surveyed the surroundings.
He could see that this not very large hall had a strong European style.
The specially made crystal chandeliers gave off a dreamy light, with a slightly hazy glow that was very atmospheric.
The gentle soothing music gave a feeling of extreme relaxation. Around the hall were private booths of various sizes.
There are single, double, and even quadruple seats, and the layout is extremely reasonable.
In the middle of the hall is a luxurious, solemn, yet fully transparent private kitchen. An old white man is busily handling the ingredients in his hands.
I guess the old white man is Michelin Chef Brook.
For women are helping out around him, and everything looks peaceful and warm.
Su Changkong nodded. This kind of environment is still pretty good. I think it will be a good experience.
The coolly dressed waiter led the two of them to a double booth.
Dear sir and madam, would you like to order a set meal or choose individual dishes? Let's go for the most luxurious double set meal.
Very good, sir. This restaurant was founded by Michelin Chef Brook, and all the ingredients are airlifted from Iceland within no more than 8 hours. I hope you enjoy your meal, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me.
It is my honor to serve you. Sir, madam, may I ask if you two would like some drinks? No wine, please. I have to drive in the afternoon. Okay. The waiter withdrew, and Su Changkong refocused his attention on Lu Ruoyun. Chapter 6, Acting Like a Stickler for Propriety.
Under the light, Lu Ruoyun's eyes were mesmerizing, her cheeks slightly flushed, and an astonishing charm was revealed. She was worthy of being a woman with a 92-point appearance rating in the system. Even Renu Jing, who had just broken up with her, was nowhere near her match.
Why did you choose to work in luxury car sales? When asked, Lu Ruoyun's eyes dimmed.
Her expression was also a little sad.
Actually, my family is not well off. Since I can remember, I have never seen my mother, and my father drinks every day.
During the day, he worked hard on the construction site, and in the evenings, after cooking for my brother and me, he would drink alone, accompanied by cheap cigarettes. Later, my grandmother told me that my mother had left home because she didn't want to be poor, and had run off with a rich man from the town. From that moment on, I understood my father's sadness and hardship, and secretly vowed that when I grew up, I would earn a lot of money so that my father could live a good life. Later, my father, at my persuasion, found a divorced aunt and reformed a family, which was able to get by. However, because my father used to drink heavily for many years, his health collapsed after a few years, and he developed serious stomach problems and kidney failure, kidney stones, and a host of other problems.
I really need money, a lot of money.
Since I couldn't find a suitable job after graduating from university, I went to buy a car. I also heard that the commission for buying luxury cars is very high, so I went for it.
Hearing this reply, Su Changkong was slightly stunned, and his gaze at Lu Ruoyun also contained a little pity.
In theory, with your looks and figure, it shouldn't be too difficult to get money.
I understand what you're trying to say.
When I was in college, I had many suitors, including some wealthy people. But I always had an inner conviction and some pride in my bones. I could never get past that mental hurdle. Lu Ruoyun pulled her hair back, looked up at Su Changkong, and there was an inexplicable radiance in her eyes. One of my roommates in college hardly spent any money on food, drink, and entertainment for 3 years, and she even earned more than 1 million yuan when she graduated.
She just spent her free time chatting and keeping fish.
On the day of 520 alone, more than 100 men sent her all kinds of red envelopes and money transfers, earning her more than 100,000 yuan in a single day. I don't think it would be a problem for me to do the same, but I don't want to. I can never get past that mental hurdle. I still long for something beautiful, a pure land of the heart, a white moonlight.
Maybe it's because I haven't experienced enough social beatings?
As she said this, Lu Ruoyun lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. In fact, she had already considered it a compromise to go out with Su Changkong.
There was no point in saying anything more. It felt like she was being hypocritical. Perhaps it wasn't really a compromise. Su Changkong is better than everyone she knows. Even if it's just simply giving Su Changkong the melon, it's also something to cherish, right? However, Su Changkong's mouth twitched. What Lu Ruoyun said seemed to be about himself.
In the past, he was a senior lickspittle. He also served as a fish in someone else's pond, and he also saved and spent money to give other people red envelopes and transfers. He licked hard, and paid and helped Renu Jing get an abortion. Thinking about this, he felt like he had been screwed over by a dog. The damned dog deserved to die, and it was only right that it should be struck by lightning. Not only had it raised the price by 13 times, but it had licked someone else into a fairy and licked itself into a loser. Let's eat. Accompany me for a stroll and let's go shopping later. Dear sir or madam, this is the appetizer, classic crab meat with crab roe paste and cherry puree. The waiter, dressed in a smart suit, respectfully placed the appetizer in front of the two of them.
Ruoyun lowered her head and was silent for a moment.
She took a small taste. It was indeed very sweet, a fragrance that melted in the mouth and an extremely high-class deliciousness. A fragrance that she had never tasted before filled her taste buds, giving her an extreme sense of satisfaction. Looking at the environment of the Bund outside, listening to the soothing music inside, and looking at the figure across from her.
Perhaps this is the real life of the upper class?
Su Changkong has undoubtedly opened a door for her, giving her a chance to glimpse the real gap between people.
The gap between living and being alive.
Next, a variety of delicacies were served one after the other, not only Western food, but also exquisite Oriental food.
The Chinese-Western mix was surprisingly also extremely attractive.
Looking at the beautifully presented food in front of her, which also smelled delicious, Ruoyun was truly opened up. On the other side of the table, Mr. Su was enjoying his meal, not bothering to observe any so-called etiquette, which was a bit of a letdown. But this kind of behavior made Ruoyun feel a little warm, and her eyes were a little moist. This kind of Su Changkong was more full of life, and it made her feel less distant. Little did she know that Su Changkong was actually a country bumpkin who was here for the first time.
The time interval between each dish was very particular, ranging from 6 minutes to 8 minutes to 10 minutes.
The almost translucent waitresses were obviously professionally trained and served the two very well. It could be said that they took care of every detail, making Ruoyun feel more comfortable than ever before. For her, this was an unprecedented experience. The meal was finished in a dreamlike process. Pay the bill, just pay double. Su Changkong handed the card in his hand to the waiter. Soon the waiter came back with the card. Sir, you have spent a total of 24,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan by card.
Enjoy your meal.
The waiter did not actually charge double.
Su Changkong was a little dissatisfied.
He had only eaten 30,000 yuan, and it seemed that the people here were not very good either. It was all fancy and pretentious, like they were too good for other people. There was still 199.97 million yuan left on the card for the 200 million yuan target of this mission. There was still some pressure to solve it within 3 days. Let's go, accompany me to buy some things. Without permission, he directly put his arm around her waist. This touch made Ruoyun's cheeks blush slightly. This Mr. Su seems to be a bit overbearing. It seems that he can't walk without holding onto her.
But she felt like she was quite enjoying it too.
The poison once again appeared on the road, causing quite a stir once again. Many so-called celebrities have already shared the photos in the celebrity group. As expected, tomorrow there will be news in the country about a mysterious rich man driving a limited edition Venom. Half an hour later, Su Changkong drove to the IFC Mall in the Lujiazui area of Pudong, Shanghai. This is one of the top luxury shopping malls in the city, and almost all of the world's hundreds of well-known luxury brands can be found here. Armani, Ferragamo, Chanel, Prada, Hermes, Dior, Versace. In addition to these established luxury brands, there are also many emerging domestic brands. Unlike a typical shopping mall, there are few people here, and there is no sense of being cramped in a crowd. But those who can appear here are basically very powerful. At least they are all worth hundreds of millions or tens of millions of dollars. Even those worth hundreds of millions are not in the minority. After all, the positioning of luxury malls is to serve high-end people.
Su Changkong had been here a few times before.
But he was always buying luxury goods for Renu Jing.
This time, Su Changkong embraced Ruoyun as they entered, and it was a different scene. Soon, the two arrived at the Armani boutique. A girl with a ponytail came up to them enthusiastically. "Sir, miss, welcome to the Armani boutique. Do you need a guide?" Su Changkong nodded. He turned to Ruoyun. "I'm not very good at picking clothes, and I don't really understand it. Why don't you pick a few for me? I think your taste is still pretty good. Pick the expensive ones."
Su Changkong simply handed over the task of buying clothes to Ruoyun.
Chapter 7, Getting an Injection, Charging Up and Playing Poker. Lu Ruoyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded shyly. What style do you like? What price range should I choose for you? It doesn't matter what style, but buy the expensive ones. If there aren't any suitable ones in this store, then go to the next one. Lu Ruoyun nodded and went with the saleswoman to choose clothes. After all, it is a luxury goods store, and the service is still very good. When Su Changkong entered, the special monitoring equipment had already analyzed and scanned Su Changkong's height, weight, and body type. The salesperson already knew, so there was no need to trouble him with the size. It didn't take long before Lu Ruoyun and the salesperson had selected 5 outfits together. There were casual clothes, sportswear, and a more formal suit. Lu Ruoyun also thoughtfully selected 2 pairs of exquisite leather shoes. Mr. Su, your girlfriend has already picked out clothes for you, exactly according to your size. Would you like to go to the fitting room and try them on? The salesperson looked at Su Changkong with a face full of respect and restraint. He was so handsome and had a girlfriend with peerless beauty, so he was obviously no ordinary man. Such a person had a huge killing power over ordinary women. She was no exception. But she knew that she and the other person were simply not from the same world, and she could only look at him. Su Changkong nodded and went to the cloakroom with the clothes. Luxury brands all have large and luxurious cloakrooms. This lady, your boyfriend is really handsome and has such a great figure, it's really enviable. The salesperson complimented from outside. Lu Ruoyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't say anything. Su Changkong was indeed extremely outstanding, but was she considered the other person's girlfriend? She had only known him for half a day, and he had practically dragged her along. Apart from his name, she knew nothing about him. When Su Changkong emerged from the cloakroom, Lu Ruoyun was completely taken aback. As the saying goes, a good horse needs a good saddle. Su Changkong, dressed in luxury brand clothes, looked radiant. His already slender figure looked even more slender and upright in the top casual wear. A strong sense of testosterone emerged, and the feeling of his boyfriend power exploding. Sir, your girlfriend has really good taste. This outfit is tailor-made for you. There is no one more suitable than you. Lu Ruoyun also blushed and marveled. This man really has a damn charm. After a few glances, her brows furrowed slightly. She always felt like something was missing. After turning around, she finally had an epiphany. She hurriedly looked around the store again. She finally found a pair of gold-framed glasses with no prescription, and personally put them on Su Changkong, before nodding with satisfaction. Mr. Su is good-looking and has a great figure, but the only thing is that he stands out too much. Especially those deep eyes, the gaze he gives to others can make them melt. Wearing a pair of gold-framed glasses like these, slightly obscuring the gaze, the explosive hormonal aura has been subdued a lot, and he looks much gentler. It has a scholarly and lazy artistic conception. Su Changkong looked at the mirror and was also somewhat satisfied. Lu Ruoyun's eyesight was excellent, and the clothes she chose were close-fitting and comfortable, and they didn't look so showy, which she liked very much. 5 outfits, 2 pairs of leather shoes, and a pair of glasses, which ultimately cost more than 600,000. Su Changkong shrugged. Didn't I tell you to pick the good ones and the expensive ones? How did it only cost so little? Upon hearing Su Changkong's words, Lu Ruoyun slightly lowered her head, as if she was a little aggrieved. The shopping guide on the side, however, was stunned. This is too much, isn't it? A few clothes, more than 600,000 yuan, and you still think it's not enough? I've already taken care of my clothes, so let's go look at your clothes next. I have some violent tendencies, so maybe you won't be able to wear those clothes tomorrow. Su Changkong couldn't take his eyes off her. On the other hand, Lu Ruoyun's pretty face turned slightly red. This remark was a bit ambiguous. No, really, I don't need it. I have a lot of clothes. I've already cost you a lot today, so I'm really sorry to take your gift. Su Changkong bought the poison from her hands. She got at least several 100,000 renminbi as a commission, which was considered a stroke of luck, so she dared not expect anything else. Seeing the woman's submissive appearance, Su Changkong shrugged. He directly put his arm around her waist and went to the women's clothing store next door. The Armani salesperson, however, followed him from afar with large bags in her hands, her eyes full of envy. In this store, Su Changkong quickly set his eyes on a suit of clothes. The bottom was a silk-like miniskirt that looked simple and generous, quite clean and nice. It could perfectly show off the advantages of long legs. The upper body was a tight-fitting white blouse for women.
The collar and cuffs have 3 rings of gold trim, which give it a very luxurious look and show that it is not an ordinary piece of clothing. The cuffs have a little bit of a puff sleeve feel, with a special elastic design. If you roll up the cuffs, they are not restrictive at all and still look very smart.
She tried on the whole outfit.
Mr. Su, no, really, I don't need it. I have a lot of clothes already, and I really feel bad about costing you more. After seeing the price, she was a little hesitant to take the clothes. The entire set cost a full 380,000. I'm afraid that many celebrities wouldn't dare be so extravagant, right? Hurry up and change, it's not early anymore, and we still have a busy night ahead of us.
Su Changkong was displeased and appeared somewhat overbearing. Lu Ruoyun suddenly didn't dare to speak.
When she changed into the clothes and walked out of the dressing room, Su Changkong was very satisfied. Not only were the clothes extremely fashionable, they also had a sense of extravagance.
This made her look even more feminine.
Beautiful lady, you have an absolutely fabulous figure, and very few people can make clothes look as good on you as they do on you.
It looks like they were tailor-made just for you. The female sales assistant on one side looked at Lu Ruoyun with sparkling eyes. This customer is really outstanding.
We are both women, but why is there such a big difference? She has a tiny waist, a perky butt and pencil-thin legs, while I have a broad back and hulking legs. It really is very good.
Su Changkong was very satisfied with what he saw. This is a bit too expensive. Lu Ruoyun looked like a little woman.
Mr. Su had given her too much, and she was very flustered. Clothes for 380,000 yuan, she would never have dared to dream of it before.
380,000 yuan is enough to buy a decent A-class car. Basically, you can get a BBA or something with that. Now it's just on her body, and if she accidentally tears it a little, wouldn't that be a pity?
When she thinks about this, her heart bleeds.
It's better to just give me the money.
If it looks good, buy it, no matter how expensive it is, don't tell me it's expensive. He's now afraid that things aren't expensive.
A task of 200 million, and this is only a meal. He must complete the task as soon as possible. He has a perverted pursuit of attribute points. You have to know that his IQ is still stuck at 25.
He's at the point of being brain dead and licking dogs. After another round, he didn't find any more nice-looking clothes, so he paid the bill and left. The shopping guide followed behind him again, and 2 shopping guides were already following behind the 2 of them. After a round of shopping, Lu Ruoyun bought a few more nice outfits, and the total cost had already exceeded 2 million. Behind them, there were already 7 or 8 salespeople from luxury brands.
However, Su Changkong was still a little reluctant.
2 million is nowhere near 200 million. At this time, Lu Ruoyun looked scared. She understood what Mr. Su meant.
Didn't he just want to get a shot to recharge his batteries and play poker?
She had already followed him out, which was considered a disguised form of consent. In fact, there was no need to buy so many things for herself. He had given her too much, and she felt a little ashamed to accept it.
Up to now, Mr. Su had only put his arm around her waist. She had only known Mr. Su for half a day?
However, Su Changkong had no intention of giving up, and instead took the lead and continued shopping. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at another store without a brand. Without thinking, Su Changkong was attracted to a special piece of clothing.
Chapter 8. Chapter 9. You have a great figure. Su Changkong glanced at it and a look of deep admiration flashed in his eyes. Lu Ruoyun was truly a peerless beauty.
Now wearing such a cheongsam, a strong classical charm spread out from her body. The collar, which stood tall, made her neck appear extremely slender and elegant. The hollowed-out phoenix on her chest looks even more three-dimensional at this moment, as if it is about to take flight. Although the hollowed-out area is a bit large, all the key parts are covered, and it is not as revealing as expected.
It can be considered half-covered, half-revealing, resisting but inviting. The flower buckles formed by intertwined knots fit together in pairs, reluctant to say anything.
The gaps on the sides are wide open, and the pair of long, slender legs are faintly visible, making people feel itchy and unable to resist. Lu Ruoyun, wearing this dress, is swaying with endless feminine charm. It seems that all the charm is rising from Lu Ruoyun's body, and the rich womanly fragrance and charm are undoubtedly bursting out. The shop sales assistants and manager are also in a state of awe. It is worthy of being Master Zhang Lily's most proud work. Now, when this beautiful lady wears it, it instantly feels elevated. This lady, you look so beautiful in this cheongsam, even I can't take my eyes off it.
This dress is completely tailored for you. it really is very good. Su Changkong also nodded repeatedly.
It's no wonder that this woman has a body type of 94 according to the system. Such a figure is already a very high standard. One more point would make her fat, one less point would make her thin. In terms of height and body proportions, it has reached the golden standard.
Ordinary people really can't wear a cheongsam like this.
But when worn by Lu Ruoyun, it has a unique charm. At this moment, not only were the few sales assistants in the store amazed, but also the customers who were selecting clothes not far away were also amazed. They took out their mobile phones one after the other to start taking photos and videos.
After all, this dazzling beauty is rare.
At this moment, Lu Ruoyun was in a daze, as if she had become a queen high above everyone else.
Very good, we'll take this dress.
She then took out her bank card directly. Soon, all the formalities were completed. This handsome gentleman and this beautiful lady have successfully made the payment, and Master Zhang Lily's most classic work will now belong to you both.
This is the certificate of award for the cheongsam, a proof of the preciousness of the item.
This is the source of inspiration for the cheongsam and Master Zhang Lily's message for the garment.
Please check it over. This is the warranty card for the garment.
This set of hairpins is a gift with the garment, personally selected and modified by Master Zhang Li to match the cheongsam. The manager and salesperson brought a bunch of messy things over, introducing them to the two while tidying them up.
We provide a lifetime warranty for this dress. We will be responsible for any quality issues, and if you are dissatisfied with it, we will do our best to resolve the problem.
The manager and salesperson were respectful at this moment.
This pair of people in front of them were extraordinary, and they were definitely not ordinary people. Su Changkong nodded, then turned his head in another direction.
There was something in the corner that Su Changkong liked.
Take off those stockings and have a look. In that place stood a crystal box.
The box was purple and translucent. Just one look and you know that there is a pair of special stockings inside.
Hearing the instructions, the supervisor did not dare to be negligent and immediately took the stockings over.
Dear sir, these are a pair of specially made stockings, and a single item that Ms. Zhang Lily particularly likes.
The material of these stockings is extraordinary. They are crocheted with special silk, which in ancient times was the legendary Tiansuan silk. The production process is extremely complex.
Each strand of silk is thinner than spider silk, and it took Ms. Zhang Li 3 years to produce them.
They can be said to be flawless.
The delicate touch when worn on the legs can definitely produce the best effect. Not only does it greatly enhance the touch, it also effectively protects the long legs.
They are truly one-of-a-kind treasures. More importantly, there are many diamonds embedded in it.
Although these diamonds are all small broken diamonds, they have been carefully selected by Ms. Zhang Li, and each diamond has a special origin. This pair of stockings is fully embedded with 660 small but expensive diamonds. In this way, the cost of just this pair of stockings is as much as 8 million. According to Ms. Zhang Li's instructions, this pair of stockings is priced at 9.99 million.
It has also won international awards.
These stockings demonstrate the beauty of the East and the pinnacle of ancient craftsmanship. It is almost the same price as the cheongsam, so please think carefully. The manager of the store took the crystal box and handed it to the two of them. Seeing that a pair of stockings is also worth tens of millions, Su Changkong was a little dumbfounded.
Is this how the rich live? Do they start with tens of millions when buying things? It's really a bit inhumane. A pair of stockings worth 10 million, could it be the legendary ceiling in stockings?
At this moment, Su Changkong felt that his own standards were a bit small.
He could only see these light black stockings, translucent in the dark, which indeed looked extremely extraordinary. In addition, the stockings were evenly inlaid with all kinds of small diamonds.
These diamonds were also colored: green diamonds, pink diamonds, red diamonds, purple diamonds.
With these small diamond embellishments, the entire stockings instantly become high-end. If this is worn on the leg, it will definitely be radiant from any angle, right?
Looking at the stockings in his hands, he then turned his head to look at Lu Ruoyun's beautiful legs.
Grandma's perfect match. Buy it. Swipe the card.
Su Changkong decided to take the stockings with a wave of his hand.
Lu Ruoyun, who was standing close to Su Changkong, felt her body sway. She felt like she was going to faint.
It was fine to spend 10 million yuan on a cheongsam, but now he was spending another 10 million yuan on a pair of stockings.
It really wasn't worth it.
10 million yuan was enough to buy a top-of-the-line cow.
But seeing Mr. Su's carefree expression, she didn't know what to say.
Amidst the envious stares of the sales assistants and customers, another deal of 10 million was struck.
The female sales assistants and some female customers looked at Su Changkong with burning eyes. This is definitely a super rich playboy. He doesn't bat an eyelid when spending 20 million. Let's go to other shops and see if we can find anything good.
Su Changkong discovered at this moment that actually going shopping with a woman is also a very interesting thing.
It's not as boring as I thought.
Buying things for the graceful woman by my side and dressing her up is also a pleasing thing to do.
Wait a moment, I'll go change out of this cheongsam.
Ruoyun was a little frightened. She wouldn't dare flaunt around in a cheongsam like this.
Just getting a little dust on it would make her heart ache. Just wear it, it looks quite good.
I'll go change it. Without Su Changkong's permission, Ruoyun hurriedly ran to the cloakroom to change.
Ruoyun, who was in the cloakroom, had red cheeks and still felt a sense of panic as if she were in a dream.
She had never imagined that she would have such good luck.
Yesterday, she was just an ordinary worker worrying about the rent.
Today, she sold poison worth 100 million. This time, her commission alone will be close to 1 million.
It can be said to be a huge windfall.
However, this incident has not yet come to an end. Mr. Su not only bought himself a suit worth 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, but now he has also bought a cheongsam worth tens of millions of yuan. He also bought stockings worth tens of millions of yuan. Just thinking about it makes her feel like she's dreaming, and there's a sense of unreality. The fear in her heart makes her feel a heavy sense of powerlessness.
Chapter 10 Valentino with the attribute of rage. Is she worth more than 20 million?
Mr. Su has given her far too much.
What can she do for Mr. Su?
It seems that apart from playing poker and games with Mr. Su, she can't do anything else.
With mixed emotions, Ruoyun finally took off the cheongsam.
Ruoyun, dressed in her uniform, walked out of the cloakroom and still felt a sense of awe. Although it was work clothes, it was also tailored by Lamborghini's Fourth Son's shop. It looks very elegant on her, and it doesn't hide her charm at all. Let's go and take a look at the other things. Su Changkong didn't say anything either, and directly put his arm around the woman's waist, walking out of this small shop. The woman carefully nestled in Su Changkong's arms, and since it was a vacuum, she became even more cautious. This super large shopping mall covers a very wide area.
It had everything from all kinds of ultra-high-end luxury brands. In the blink of an eye, Su Changkong bought a lot of things for the two of them again. There were already as many as 7 or 8 shopping guides following behind him. However, Su Changkong's desire to shop had already been aroused. Naturally, he would not let go so easily. In the blink of an eye, he had wandered into another shop. This shop was the famous Chanel. Hardly any young woman could resist the temptation of Chanel. Let's see if there's anything you like in here.
Mr. Su, really, you don't need to, you've already spent enough on me, it's really a waste of money, there's no need to buy me anything else, I don't lack clothes. Ruoyun was still a bit reserved in front of Su Changkong. Looking at the woman, who was like a little lamb, Su Changkong shook his head, and then he pulled the woman around. His goal was not to buy things for the woman, but to spend the 200 million in his hands. To him, although Ruoyun is quite stunning, she is just a tool.
A tool for charging, a tool for spending money. That's all. He has already awakened to the truth. An outstanding man obviously cannot give up the whole forest for a single tree. He will not be dragged down by any woman.
What he wants is not a towering tree. What he wants is the whole forest. After a short while, he set his eyes on a pink dress. The pink dress is a little short, but it shows off her femininity even more. My dear sir, you really have a good eye. This pink dress is a new product from Chanel that just came out this year. It is a short-sleeved, 3/4 length dress made of a blended material that is comfortable and breathable, and it fits perfectly. Although it is casual wear, the overall style is also very capable, and someone like your girlfriend will probably look amazing in it.
It is also very convenient when doing things. If you like it, you can let your girlfriend try it on. Su Changkong's mouth twitched slightly. God is very convenient when doing things. But he really likes this dress. How much is it?
Dear sir, this dress is a new product this year, and the discount is very small.
The original price is 88,000 yuan. If you want it, the price is 85,000 yuan.
Ruoyun was taken aback again. Although the dress was very pretty and she liked it very much, she had never expected it to cost over 80,000 yuan. Although it was not comparable to the stockings in Cheongsam that were worth tens of millions of yuan, it was obviously not an ordinary dress, and she was a little hesitant to buy it.
Mr. Su, why don't we forget about it?
You've already bought me such an expensive dress, there's no need to buy it again.
She was telling the truth.
After all, she was not the kind of person who was insatiable.
Su Changkong didn't even look at her. Go try it on. You came out shopping, you came out spending, what's the point of saving money? Save it for your hair to grow?
Hearing Su Changkong's rebuke, the woman could only grit her teeth and try on the clothes. It didn't take long for the clothes to be changed. Su Changkong's gaze flickered slightly, and excitement flashed in his eyes. He had to say that the clothes were really good. The blended material looks a bit high-end, and the pale pink color gives it a girlish feel. Besides, the dress is neither too long nor too short, just exposing half of her long, white legs. It's a sturdy, noble, and sexy dress. It's noble, but also reveals a hint of flirtatiousness, which Su Changkong likes very much.
No wonder the salesperson said it would be convenient for doing things, it really is.
Miss, your boyfriend's taste is really good.
The clothes he picked out for you really suit you. Not many customers can wear them as well as you. Okay, I'll take this one. Let's pay with the card.
Su Changkong looked around, but didn't find anything suitable, so he just bought this one. After Su Changkong came out of Chanel, a salesperson carrying a package followed him. The sales assistants gathered together, their faces full of surprise. It was really surprising to buy so many luxury goods at once.
Next, Su Changkong hugged Lu Ruoyun and made another big circle.
In the end, they bought 7 or 8 more clothes, which were basically picked by Su Changkong.
Lu Ruoyun couldn't even say a word.
However, Su Changkong's male chauvinism did not make her feel uncomfortable at all, but rather moved her. Such a man is simply a rare treasure. She never imagined that she would be able to find such a rare treasure for nothing.
She even wondered if smoke was rising from the ancestral grave in her hometown. Otherwise, why would she be so lucky?
In fact, she was not a gold-digging woman in the pure sense of the word. She had never wanted to find a disgusting rich and greasy uncle. However, the appearance of Su Changkong directly shattered her psychological defenses. Not only was he young and handsome, but also gentle and refined, rich and wealthy, and overflowing with boyfriend energy. Without blinking an eye, he bought poison worth hundreds of millions of dollars from her. And now he has spent more than 20 million yuan with her.
How could such a man not touch her? How could she not be taken advantage of?
She has never been as happy and content as she is today. Although she knew she couldn't hold on to a man like this, her heart was like a moth to a flame, and she simply couldn't help herself.
Su Changkong embraced the beauty's small waist as they walked around the huge square.
Behind them followed 7 or 8 shopping guides carrying big and small bags, and this scene had become an extremely special sight in the shopping mall. Lu Ruoyun always refused, but she could not resist Su Changkong, and finally accepted. But deep down, she felt heavy. When they arrived at another corner, Su Changkong became excited.
This was because there were actually Valentino and Balenciaga in this corner.
These were treasures with great temptation for men. These were treasures with attribute enhancements. Balenciaga has the attribute of speed, and wearing it will increase your speed by at least 30%. Valentino has the attribute of rage, and wearing it will easily arouse the rage deep within your heart, resulting in a critical strike.
Now that I've come here, I naturally want to experience it.
Chapter 11, Black Stockings on Mondays, White Stockings on Tuesdays.
When Su Chang walked into Balenciaga with Lu Ruoyun in his arms, he was instantly shocked by the variety of stockings.
White, red, yellow, black, purple. All kinds of colors, everything was there. Apart from the different colors, there were also various styles. There were those worn for formal occasions, those worn for casual occasions, and even those worn in the boudoir, all in a variety of styles.
When Su Changkong went to pick them with great enthusiasm, Lu Ruoyun's face turned red with embarrassment.
I never thought that Mr. Su would actually pick them out for himself.
Where is there a man who is enthusiastic about picking out this kind of thing?
As for what they are bought for, naturally there is no need to think about it. It seems that Mr. Su was no different from an ordinary man in this regard. Things like stockings really have a lethal effect on men. The saying that a man is a teenager until he dies is naturally not a joke. Now Mr. Su has openly bought stockings for himself. It seems that tonight is still the end of the road for the lamb. The key is that this lamb is still personally delivering itself to the door. When she thought about this, Ruoyun blushed a little, and she even felt her legs go weak. Seeing that Su Changkong was selecting more and more stockings, Ruoyun hurriedly stepped forward to stop him.
Mr. Su, there's no need to buy anymore, you've already bought enough.
I really can't wear that much. Ruoyun was a little at a loss for words. Su Changkong had selected at least 70 to 80 pairs of stockings.
How could she wear them all until the end of time? While the woman was blushing, Su Changkong just laughed.
After all, these were consumables, and most of them were sheer, so they didn't look like there were many, but there actually were.
Su Changkong then took 10 more pairs of different styles before finally giving up. There really are a lot of them.
I already have a lot, and you bought 70 to 80 pairs, so you really won't be able to wear them all.
No problem, we can wear them in turns.
No matter what day it is, I'll be ready for you. Black stockings on Monday, white stockings on Tuesday, red stockings on Wednesday, fishnets on Thursday, a miniskirt on Friday, and tights on Saturday.
And what about Sunday? Sunday is the Emperor's new clothes.
Su Changkong ran his fingers along his chin with interest. Ruoyun, however, had a cold sweat on his face.
Goddamn Emperor's new clothes.
It would have been better to just say that she wasn't wearing anything. In the end, when it came to paying the bill, 70 or 80 pairs of stockings actually cost more than 300,000 yuan. It almost emptied 1/3 of the stock of Balenciaga. The shopping guides outside, who were carrying big bags and small bags, saw that there was a new member of Balenciaga and greeted each other with smiles.
After leaving Balenciaga, he turned his head and went to the neighboring Valentino. Valentino is also a high-end luxury brand.
But it is most famous for women's high heels and the like.
This is also the reason why it is loved by men all over the world. No one dislikes high heels.
Not only do women love them, but men also can't get enough of them.
Valentino is a brand with a fierce and powerful aura.
Su Changkong is also a man, so naturally he doesn't fall for the usual stuff. After selecting a total of 8 pairs here, he finally gave up. This crazy shopping spree ended up costing more than 24 million. The most expensive items were the stockings with the diamonds and the cheongsam. The other items were of average value, and together they only cost 4 million. Su Changkong secretly calculated his balance and found that he still had 170 million. He couldn't help but purse his lips. He never expected spending money to be such a tiring thing.
This was only the second goal, and he had to think of a way. Ruoyun, on the other hand, was already too shocked to say anything. Didn't they say that men hate shopping with women? But what was going on with this Mr. Su? He actually liked to accompany her on shopping trips. And he spent nearly 30 million in just one afternoon. Where was the shopping?
It was like cleaning up trash. From clothes, to high heels, to stockings, to watches, you name it, he had it all. Even the happy beans from the game Fight the Landlord wouldn't be so reckless as to spend tens of millions. However, the mysterious Mr. Su in front of her casually spent tens of millions.
And basically all of it was spent on her.
Naturally, she felt a sense of trepidation. She understood what she had to do tonight.
But even so, she was still trembling with fear. If you use price as a classification, this night of hers was probably the most expensive, right? Su Changkong did not care about the woman's strange emotions.
Instead, he set his sights on another direction. Because in the other direction, there was a shop with English letters on it that captivated him.
Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe. This is the top of the world's top 10 watches. The much talked about Rolex is not even close in front of Patek Philippe.
Patek Philippe was founded in 1839 and is one of Switzerland's most famous watch brands. It has now been rated as the top of the world's top 10 watches. It is said that it was founded by a Mr. Pate and another Mr. Philai.
Therefore, the name of the brand is called Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe has always implemented the noble art and precious craftsmanship spirit. It is precisely this spirit that has shaped Patek Philippe.
A century-old brand effect that has endured.
Patek Philippe's famous watches are all extremely expensive.
Only a few are under $1 million, and excluding these entry-level models, all the others are over $1 million. There are countless watches that cost tens of millions. There are always some watch brands that claim to rival Patek Philippe or surpass it. But in the watch industry, Patek Philippe is the real god. Those brands that have recently emerged, represented by Richard Miller, have no such noble pedigree, heritage, or spiritual beliefs.
Patek Philippe is a cultural heritage and a spiritual belief.
Richard Miller, who strongly labels itself as a technological name for the sake of luxury, and for the sake of sales being linked to luxury cars, is not very popular in the Dragon Kingdom. On the contrary, Patek Philippe, which has a century-old heritage, is more popular in the Dragon Kingdom. In terms of watchmaking materials, Patek Philippe uses high-end materials such as graphene, and some models even use Mars rocks. It is impeccable in terms of stability and luxuriousness. Su Changkong stood in front of the shop, took a look, and then walked in. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches.
If you want to squander, you have to buy a watch.
As soon as he entered the shop, a special fragrance hit him. Various famous watches were on display in the showcase, exuding an air of luxury and sophistication.
Welcome to Patek Philippe, sir and madam. I am Han Shimo, Patek Philippe's salesperson. You can call me Xiao Han. Are you here to look at men's watches or women's watches? Let's have a look at both. If we find anything we like, we'll get one for each of us. Very well. Please follow me.
Han Shimo stood in front of the two and made an inviting gesture. His hands were gloved, his hair was meticulously tied back, and he looked extremely capable. He also had a standard professional smile on his face.
Su Changkong walked towards the counter with Lu Ruoyun in his arms.
Lu Ruoyun, however, felt a little constrained.
In fact, her job nature was the same as Han Shimo's.
The only difference was that Han Shimo sold watches, while she sold cars. However, she had met Su Changkong first, so she can only say that she was much luckier than Han Shimo.
Do you two have any knowledge of our brand?
Not really, we just know that it is a relatively expensive brand.
We just happened to pass by here today, and we are just browsing. If we like something, we will buy it.
Okay, we are Patek Philippe, a century-old watch brand, also known as one of the top 10 famous watches.
Patek Philippe is a symbol of status and status.
If you can own a Patek Philippe, I believe that with the company of a Patek Philippe, it will definitely make you even more impressive.
Chapter 12, you'll be up until midnight.
You two are passing by today, so I don't think you want custom-made watches that take a long time to make. Then take a look at these models in our showcase, I'm sure you'll find one you like.
Su Changkong nodded and then looked towards the shopkeeper.
Various famous watches were quietly lying in the showcase. There were black ones, silver ones, and famous watches of all colors. Each watch looks dignified and luxurious. However, the prices of these watches are generally not high. They range from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. Although they are already quite good watches,
Su Changkong, who is used to spending money, is already unimpressed.
In the blink of an eye, he has already looked at two showcases. However, Su Changkong still has not set his eyes on any famous watch.
Sir, is there no style you like?
These watches are all so ordinary.
Do you have anything a little more expensive that's a bit better?
Please don't make me look at this kind of run-of-the-mill stuff. Su Changkong's voice was a little loud, and his tone was a little dissatisfied.
Instantly, it alerted everyone else in the store. My, that's quite a tone. A few $1 million watches have become run-of-the-mill stuff? That's a little arrogant, to be honest. If this were on the street, I'm afraid someone would beat him senseless right there.
Suddenly, several people looked at Su Changkong with some ill intent in their eyes. For them, this might be a good opportunity to show off. Seeing that those people were about to speak up and start a conflict,
Han Shimo hurriedly spoke up.
Sir, if you don't like these famous watches, Patek Philippe still has several luxury collector's editions, but to buy these watches, you need to pass a capital verification. If you don't want to do the capital verification, you can buy them, but the price will be much higher.
Can you afford it? Show us now. Okay, you two, please follow me.
He said this and bent down, leading Su Changkong and Lu Ruoyun to another place. They saw a special display case. The shopkeeper only had a dozen or so famous watches inside.
Each one was stored separately. It was even sealed in a special transparent box.
The price of these dozen watches was basically all in the tens of millions. But one of them instantly caught Su Changkong's eye. It was a famous watch with a blue dial inlaid with diamonds, which looked extremely precious. Seeing Su Changkong's gaze fixated on this famous watch,
Han Shimo's mouth curled up into a smile.
Sir, this is the Patek Philippe 6002G number 001. It can be said to be the veritable king of watches.
There are only 3 in the world.
Since many people in our country are loyal fans of Patek Philippe, in order to give back to the fans in our country, this limited edition of 3 timepieces was almost created for our country.
6002 G001?
He has naturally heard of it. This is truly the king of watches. There are only 3 in the world, so the gold content is quite high. Sir, the 6002G model uses precious handicrafts and makes extensive use of Dragon Kingdom technology. It can be said to be a famous watch developed with Dragon Kingdom elements as its inspiration. This watch uses many ancient Dragon Kingdom techniques such as open flame champlevé enamel, filigree enamel, gold engraving, and wood inlay. It has a blue enameled gold dial, solid gold 3-dimensional characters, and sapphire crystal glass. In addition, this watch is equipped with the star and moon tourbillon technology. It is precisely because of this technology that this famous watch can achieve a technical error of less than 1 second in 100 years. In addition, this watch also carries Patek Philippe's most complex 12 functions, redefining the concept of super complicated functions. Only the industry's top watchmaking craftsmanship and super artistic innovation can create such a case and dial.
The case is a rare double-sided dial. The front is what I just said about filigree enamel and many other high-end techniques, while the back depicts the movement of the stars and moon in the night sky of the northern hemisphere.
This watch can be said to be the culmination of Patek Philippe's work. Looking at this famous watch and listening to the salesperson's explanation, Su Changkong also felt that he was lucky. He had come across one of the 13 limited edition Lamborghini Poison watches in the world. Now there are only 3 Patek Philippe watches in the world, and he has also come across one. Such luck is really unheard of. No wonder the system rated his luck as 98. When he thinks about it, it is a bit unbelievable.
Take it out and have a look. Okay, no problem. Han Shimo quickly took out the exquisite key and opened the glass display case. He took out the transparent box inside and then used another key to open the transparent box. Finally, he carefully took out 6002. Sir, please allow me to take the liberty of putting it on for you. Han Shimo held the watch in both hands, being very careful. Please also don't mind, this watch is indeed quite valuable, and I can't afford any damage to it, so I will have to do the work myself.
Su Changkong did not say anything, but just held out his hand. Han Shimo unfastened the strap and gently placed it on Su Changkong's wrist. Su Changkong raised his hand and looked at it carefully. He really liked it. Although it felt slightly heavy, he didn't dislike the feeling. Without hesitation, he immediately decided to buy the watch. Just swipe the card. Han Shimo was taken aback when she heard this. Although the young people in front of him both looked quite respectable, he had never expected the other person to take the watch directly.
Without even asking the price?
Sir, although the official price of this watch is over 30 million, there are only 3 in the world. It is a limited edition, and the exact price depends on many objective factors such as the local market, taxes, and insurance in each country. This watch is priced at 88 million in the Dragon Kingdom, so the price of 30 million is not relevant. Add in some transit taxes, luxury taxes, and subsequent insurance, and the total value is over 100 million.
Are you sure you really want to buy this watch? 100 million?
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong revealed a smile. Now he was worried that his money was going too slowly. A watch like this is worth 100 million, so of course it has to be bought. Spending money this quickly is just too good. 100 million is 100 million, just swipe the card. Su Changkong handed over the bank card in front of him with a calm expression. Han Shimo suddenly felt a little difficulty breathing. Looking at Su Changkong, she couldn't believe her eyes.
Could this guy be some super playboy from a big family who had just been released from his ban? Isn't this too generous? Even if it is a joy bean, it is not spent like this, is it? 100 million for a famous watch? You will get $1 million commission? Can you hurry up?
It's not early, and we have important things to do tonight. Su Changkong spoke seriously. Han Shimo didn't catch it, but Lu Ruoyun's face on the side had already turned completely red.
Can you say something like this? What do you mean by midnight?
This serious look is indeed a bit unseemly. I'm really sorry, sir, I'll go through the formalities for you right away, please wait a moment. With that, she hurriedly beckoned the service staff next to her to bring the 2 of them 2 cups of coffee. As for herself, she hurriedly went to swipe the card. However, everyone else in the store had already been too shocked to say anything. They had thought that this guy was just bragging, but they never expected him to buy a 100 million watch without blinking an eye. Thinking about this, many people broke out in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that they didn't go up and pretend to be cool, or they would have died without knowing how.
Chapter 13, Don't Want to Be a Green Tea Bitch. The credit card payment and paperwork went quickly. It was all done in 10 minutes.
Sir, thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe.
You are now Patek Philippe's most important diamond customer.
In the future, you will receive a 7% discount on all purchases at Patek Philippe. In the future, if there is a new product release, the Patek Philippe official website will also notify you first.
If you have any questions about the watch in the future, you can come to the store for consultation at any time, or we can provide home service. These are the watch box, invoice, please keep them.
Su Chang Kongchuan waved his hand.
Don't give me this rubbish. Where are the women's models? Show me the women's models again. My girlfriend has been shopping with me all day and is very tired. I want to reward her with a watch too.
Upon hearing this, Ruoyun, whose face had already turned red with shame, was taken aback. She felt flattered.
Not only had Mr. Su openly admitted his identity, but he was also buying himself a watch? No, you don't have to. You really don't have to. Actually, I don't really like being represented. She didn't want to be a green tea bitch.
Su Changkong didn't say a word, and he took the woman and went to make a selection. After a short while, he selected a lady's watch. It was a lady's watch with diamonds. Although it wasn't as complicated as the 6002G, it had a different kind of elegance and luxury. In the end, Su Changkong decided to buy this watch for Lu Ruoyun. It was worth more than 4.8 million. Han Shimo's eyes were red with envy. Although she sold watches here, she was just an ordinary person, and she also wanted to own a famous watch of her own. Although she knew that this was just a luxury for her. And the woman opposite her had easily obtained a famous watch worth more than 4 million in front of her very eyes.
How could this not make people envious and jealous? They were both women, but why was there such a big difference in their lives?
Han Shimo finally came back to her senses after a long time. An excited blush appeared on her face. She had sold a watch worth hundreds of millions of dollars. She would be able to get a commission of over 1 million yuan.
1 million yuan was enough to buy a house in a small county town. Even in a place like the Demon City, it was enough for the down payment on a small house.
Thinking about this, she was full of excitement.
Perhaps in the near future she would become a little rich woman. It's just
that guy looks so much like Su Changkong from school. Han Shimo was lost in thought for a moment. In fact, she was a student at the University of Magic City, and like Su Changkong, she was a sophomore. Due to her ordinary family circumstances, she often used her free time to work part-time to earn her own living expenses.
Su Changkong was still very famous at the University of Magic City.
At a height of 1.8 meters, he looked extremely slender and upright. He is good-looking, plays basketball well, and is kind to others.
He is almost a school celebrity.
Many girls on campus have a crush on Su Changkong.
How could anyone not like such a senior? Unfortunately, Su Changkong comes from an ordinary family and is a dog licker.
His good reputation has been ruined by himself. For nearly 2 years, from his freshman year to the present, he has wasted all his time on Renu Jing. He even accompanied that bitch Renu Jing to have an abortion. It can be said that he almost lost himself for that bitch, Su Changkong. Just this morning, there was a rumor that Renu Jing dumped the dog licker Su Changkong.
Now this matter has spread throughout the university and is fermenting within it.
In an era when love and morality are collapsing, it is still rare for Su Changkong to be able to be so pure and give so much. It's a pity that it was wasted on that bitch.
Han Shimo looked at the distant figure in disbelief.
In fact, she had never seen Su Changkong up close, so she didn't recognize him at first. But she had heard of this kind of pure man, Su Changkong. It was just that she had never had the opportunity to really get to know him. The person she saw today was indeed very similar to the Su Changkong she had heard about. Whether it was height, build, or appearance, they were almost exactly the same. The only difference was in temperament. Just now, she was too busy trying to sell the watch, so she didn't react.
Now that she has reacted, the man has already walked away. This man. Han Shimo's face was gloomy and uncertain. Perhaps this man is Su Changkong. There is no way that two identical people can appear at the same time in the city. In other words, Su Changkong is not from an ordinary family. He is a real super rich second generation.
He deceived everyone at school. He even deceived that bitch Renu Jing. Because he is not a so-called penniless man at all, but a super rich man. A super rich second generation who likes to pretend to be poor. Otherwise, he can buy a famous watch worth hundreds of millions of yuan just by saying he wants to buy it. And he is accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Han Shimo's heart flared up at the thought. This is shocking news. A super rich second generation hides his identity and pursues a green tea girl in school. And was finally dumped by the green tea without knowing. Such a plot is simply shocking. At the same time, Han Shimo's heart also came alive. In fact, she also has very good looks, at least much better than that bitch Renu Jing. If Renu Jing can get Su Chankong's favor, she believes she also has a chance. As long as she can get this super rich second generation with a bad head. Then will she have to worry about the future? At this moment, Han Shimo had already fallen into her own fantasy. Su Chankong, however, was embracing Lu Ruoyun and finally walked out of the super-sized shopping mall. Behind them, there were 7 or 8 attractive shopping assistants following at a distance. You guys can take these things to the Four Seasons Hotel first, we'll be there in a while after dinner. Okay. The 7 or 8 shopping assistants nodded and bowed, not daring to be the least bit negligent. Su Chankong took out the key and directly opened the unlocking key. Not far away, the Lamborghini poisoned the scissor-like doors that instantly lifted. The aura instantly exploded. The Lamborghini poison has a strong aura in front of any car. Lu Ruoyun, who was sitting next to him, also blushed and sat in the passenger seat. It seems that the battlefield tonight will be the Four Seasons Hotel. The Four Seasons Hotel is one of the most famous ultra 5-star hotels in the Demon City. Although it has been a bit low-key in recent years, no one doubts the Four Seasons Hotel's size and strength. In the entertainment industry, those celebrities are particularly partial to the Four Seasons Hotel. In particular, the actress named Baby also favors the Four Seasons Hotel. Not only because the Four Seasons Hotel has an excellent view, but also because of its excellent concealment. Many wealthy people have chosen the Four Seasons Hotel as their first stop when they come to the Demon City. A few years ago, the celebrity called Baby got married from the Four Seasons Hotel. She has never been to the Four Seasons Hotel before. Thinking about what is about to happen tonight, she can't help but feel a little nervous. Is it her honor that such a handsome and charming young second-generation rich man has fallen for her and spent tens of millions on her? She is just an ordinary worker, and compared to Mr. Su Chankong, there is a world of difference. If it weren't for the car purchase incident that brought her into contact with Mr. Su Chankong, she would never have had the opportunity to meet someone like him. Apart from her looks, she has no other merits. She should consider it an honor that someone like him would give her the opportunity to get close to him. But tonight, she feels a little shy just thinking about it. She has never done anything like this before. Not to mention that she has only known Mr. Su for less than a day. Is this going too fast? Would it make Mr. Su feel that she is a very casual person? What if she cannot satisfy Mr. Su? When she thought about this, her heart was pounding like a little deer. She turned her head to look at the profile of Su Chankong, but she found that Mr. Su was actually exceptionally handsome at this time. She was a little bit addicted to the whole person. Chapter 14: The Power of the Ziyang Dragon Root. The Lamborghini poison roared onto the road. After all, it was the top luxury car, and almost all the vehicles on the road avoided it. If they didn't avoid it in time and crashed into the Lamborghini poison, the owner would be in trouble. After half an hour, the two quickly arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel in the Demon City. After getting out of the car, they directly threw the keys to the valet. They took a few hundred yuan from Lu Ruoyun and stuffed it in their hands. Instead of going directly to the housekeeping department, they went to the restaurant department of the Four Seasons Hotel. The restaurant department of the Four Seasons Hotel is quite famous. It is especially known for its high-end environment and dishes. Lu Ruoyun had never been to a place like this before, but now that she was by Su Chankong's side, she was considered to have benefited from his fame. The elegant environment, soothing music, and the beautiful women in uniforms interspersed in the restaurant. The whole hall did not look like a restaurant, but more like a party club of some kind. Su Chankong casually ordered a bunch of messy things he had never seen before. In fact, he was not much better than Lu Ruoyun. Yesterday, he was still a brain-dead dog who racked his brains over how to lick the goddess. He was just lucky to obtain the system. Lu Ruoyun opposite him looked a little envious.
Su Changkong's performance looked to Lu Ruoyun like a completely carefree and uninhibited appearance.
Mr. Su, today you have shown me what it means to live the life of a rich person. It's a little ridiculous to say, but I used to think that the lives of the rich were boring and dull. But today has opened my eyes. The lives of the rich are beyond my wildest imagination. A sense of gratitude welled up in her eyes. If it weren't for the suddenly emerged Mr. Su, she would never have been able to experience what life in high society is really like.
Do you also want to join high society? Su Changkong looked at the woman in front of him with interest.
This morning, he had begged his goddess not to break up with him. Now he was sitting with the even more outstanding Lu Ruoyun. Even he himself felt like this was a dream that couldn't be real. After the pattern was opened, when he thought back to what he had done before, he really felt like crying or laughing. Lu Ruoyun stared at Su Changkong with burning eyes, and there was some emotion brewing in her eyes.
Who wouldn't want to live the life of a rich person?
This is especially true in a big city like the Devil's Metropolis, which is known for its decadence. Only the truly wealthy can feel that the city belongs to them and can perfectly blend in with such a city. If you don't have money, you will struggle all day long for your next place to live and for your 3 meals a day.
Is this considered living? This can only be considered surviving, struggling for survival.
If a person has no money, they will be in dire straits for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, and even if they are full of wisdom, it will be difficult for them to make a name for themselves.
Lu Ruoyun spoke in a flat tone, as if he was not talking about himself.
Su Changkong nodded, and a trace of empathy rose in his heart.
Lu Ruoyun was right. Only the rich can do what they want.
As the system says, nothing is impossible with money.
Let's talk about it later. The next two people did not speak. All kinds of exquisite food were served one after the other. After an afternoon of shopping, the two of them were already a little hungry. They started to eat frantically without saying a word. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. If you don't eat, you will get hungry. Only when you are full will you have the strength to do what you want to do and make love. Waiter! Bring a bottle of wine.
Su Changkong, who was eating, suddenly felt a little bland and tasteless.
It was really a waste of good food without a good wine to go with it. Dear sir and madam, what kind of wine would you like?
Just a bottle of ordinary wine costing 200,000 to 300,000 yuan will do.
I want to have a drink with my girlfriend. Lu Ruoyun across the table twitched at the corner of her mouth.
An ordinary bottle of wine costing 200,000 to 300,000 yuan.
What kind of remark is that? It makes people want to hit someone.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment.
The waiter was also taken aback.
He asked for a famous wine costing 200,000 to 300,000 yuan.
And he wanted it to be served as the meal wine.
The handsome man in front of him was obviously no ordinary person.
He hurriedly went downstairs to arrange for the wine. Not long after, a professional sommelier came up with a high-end famous wine.
Sir, this is the wine you wanted, 2002 Chateau Latour from Bordeaux, France, limited edition, priced at 380,000, what do you think? No need to go to so much trouble, just open it.
Su Changkong just wanted to have a drink with Lu Ruoyun, after all, the mood was right.
Okay. The professional sommelier had a high emotional quotient and knew that the handsome man in front of him didn't want to be disturbed. He opened the wine quickly, decanted it in a decanter, poured a glass for each of them, and then left carefully.
Lu Ruoyun, however, exclaimed, "This is ridiculous. An ordinary bottle of wine costs 380,000 yuan. Mr. Su is too heartless, isn't he? He spent 380,000 yuan just to drink a glass with himself?" Internet memes came back to her mind.
I only used 3 sentences to make a man spend 380,000 yuan on me.
380,000 yuan is enough to buy a BMW 5 Series.
And now it's just been drunk away by the other person as if it were just ordinary wine. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyun felt a pang of pain.
The luxury of the rich is really so boring and tedious.
She paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant under the envious stares of the restaurant's patrons.
Lu Ruoyun is indeed an extremely outstanding woman.
Everywhere she goes, she always attracts the amazed stares of the crowd. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the law that men pursue. Such a beauty actually happened to Su Changkong, and Su Changkong did not want to let this woman go. His body had been extremely perfectly transformed by the system.
He had to experiment no matter what.
Especially since the score of his vital energy had reached 100. The system evaluated it as a purple sun dragon root. Since there was such a good treasure, wouldn't it be a waste not to make use of it? Ruoyun, who was being held in Su Changkong's arms, gradually became nervous. She could feel the other person's body temperature rising and knew exactly what she would face tonight. But there was also more anticipation. And in anticipation there was also some nervousness. If she couldn't satisfy Mr. Su, what would she do? The two of them swayed over to the guest room department of the Four Seasons Hotel. Inside the front desk were three pretty young women. Book a top-of-the-line suite. Dear sir, our top-of-the-line suite has a minimum daily rate of 88,000 yuan. How many days would you like to book? Let's book for 3 days. In the next few days, Su Changkong wanted to enjoy himself and not go to school for a while. After licking dogs for a lifetime, he couldn't enjoy himself now? Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Ruoyun saw it in her eyes and felt another pang of pain. Nearly 300,000 yuan has been spent, and it's gone in an instant. In fact, there's no need to come to such a nice hotel for charging, injections, and playing poker. Nearly 300,000 yuan has been spent without even blinking. Wouldn't it be better to spend this 300,000 yuan on yourself than to waste it? The three beautiful women working at the front desk also looked at Su Changkong with respect. This is the Ultra 5-star Four Seasons. Very few people would choose the top suite here. The average room rate here is over 3,000 yuan, and the people who can afford to stay here for a night are already very impressive. And this handsome guy in front of them has directly booked the top suite for 3 days. With a cost of nearly 300,000 yuan. The three beautiful receptionists looked at Su Changkong with watery eyes. He is handsome, has a good figure, and more importantly, spends money like water. He is simply the perfect male god that women dream of. Hardly any woman could refuse such a god. Unfortunately, the god already had female companions by his side, and they could only look at him in admiration. Chapter 15, All's Well That Ends Well. Dear sir, your room has been prepared. Someone will show you to your room. We hope you will be happy, warm and healthy during your stay at Four Seasons. The top suites are equipped with a 24-hour personal butler. If you have any questions, you can ask the personal butler to take care of them for you. Four Seasons also provides full body massage, hot spring, and other services. Some special services are also available. We hope you have a perfect experience. The receptionist is, after all, a professional, and soon respectfully introduced Su Changkong to the situation inside. By the way, the luxury goods you two bought have also been delivered. What's next? Wait a moment, I'll send it to the room. Guided by the beautiful waitress, the two walked towards the elevator. The elevator was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the 38th floor in just over 20 seconds. After the elevator doors opened, they saw a delicate woman standing in the corridor, about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a professional suit with her hair pulled up. Not only was this woman extremely capable, she was also wearing a pair of white gloves and gold-rimmed glasses, giving her the appearance of a secretary. Hello, distinguished sir and lady. Welcome to the Four Seasons Hotel. I am your personal butler for the next 3 days. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I will do my best to serve you. If there are any special requests, I will do my best to meet them and strive to give you a perfect experience. Su Changkong nodded. He was quite satisfied with this exquisite-looking housekeeper. Please follow me, your room is on the left. The housekeeper bent down to guide the two of them to the room, which was already open. A pair of men's slippers and a pair of women's slippers had also been placed in front of the door. The butler squatted down directly to help Su Changkong and the other person change into the slippers, providing extremely attentive service. Stepping into the room, the first thing that came into view was the exceptionally magnificent and splendid night view of the demon capital. The demon capital is the second largest metropolis in the Dragon Kingdom, and is itself known for its decadent luxury. The layout of the entire city can be said to be a unique in the Dragon Kingdom, and there are very few comparable existences in the entire world. Looking out at the night view through the huge French windows was exceptionally gorgeous. The neon lights at night are especially stunning. Not to mention Ruoyun, even Su Changkong was a little awestruck. No wonder so many people have a soft spot for the Four Seasons. With views like these, it's hard to imagine anyone being able to say no. After taking in the view, Su Changkong started to look around the room. The layout of the room was a little different from what he had imagined. There wasn't the kind of extremely complicated and luxurious palace decor. Instead, it was themed around a contemporary light luxury art style. It looks extremely bright and comfortable, giving a feeling of warmth.
It is a typical style of light decoration with heavy decoration. Although the decoration is a bit simple, the layout of the furniture inside is extremely precious. The layout of every place seems extremely reasonable and comfortable. Just the living room alone gives a feeling of enjoyment.
In addition to the oversized living room, there is also a dining room that can be used by more than a dozen people, as well as a private study, gym, private theater, cloakroom, and several other large multi-purpose rooms.
There is also a very large balcony. From the balcony, you can appreciate the beautiful view of the city.
The entire top-level suite covers an area of more than 600 square meters, and it truly deserves to be called the top-level suite.
Su Changkong looked at it for a while and then brought his gaze back. Although these things feel a bit strange, they are not that unattainable.
As long as he wants, he can buy a luxury home in the Demon City at any time.
There are even more luxurious mansions than this in the Demon City.
Lu Ruoyun, on the other hand, was in awe upon arriving here, as if she were a country bumpkin entering the Grand View Garden. After the housekeeper had served the two a cup of tea, she immediately fixed her gaze on Su Changkong.
"Sir, I won't disturb you too while you rest. If you have any questions, just call out to me at any time, and I will fulfill all your requests. I will be waiting outside for 24 hours.
Then she quietly exited the room and closed the door behind her.
In the blink of an eye, the room became quiet.
Lu Ruoyun also suddenly felt a little nervous, her heart beating like a deer.
She looked up at Mr. Su.
But she saw that Mr. Su had also fixed his gaze on her.
The two of their gazes instantly intertwined in the air. Feeling the other person's scorching gaze, Lu Ruoyun's eyes were about to melt.
After all, it was the first time, and she had a feeling that she couldn't hold back this pounding heart, and she had the urge to faint.
Su Changkong took a slight step forward and embraced the woman in his arms.
Lu Ruoyun only tried to struggle a little, but found that she could not exert any strength at all.
She could only lie limp in Su Changkong's arms.
That strong masculine energy completely surrounded her, making her feel weak and limp. She simply stopped struggling.
Since she had followed him out, she naturally knew what to do. If she struggled at this point, would she not be like a fork that stands up after being bent? That. "Mr. Su, why don't I go take a shower first? I've been running around a lot today, and I'm a little tired, and I'm probably a little dirty too."
As he listened to the woman's submissive voice, he looked at her petite figure.
Su Changkong smiled. This little girl is even blushing. "Don't bother, I don't mind if you're dirty.
Besides, the clothes you're wearing are also very nice, but they won't feel the same if you take them off." With one hand, he picked up the shy woman. Lu Ruoyun was wearing Lamborghini overalls. But they were custom-made and looked great on her. They accentuated the right places and concealed the wrong ones, making her look perfect and really attractive. With a heavy toss, he threw the woman directly onto the bed. The room lights gradually dimmed, leaving only some auxiliary mood lighting. Under the glow of the mood lighting, the whole room was suddenly enveloped in a hazy, romantic atmosphere. It had to be said, Lu Ruoyun really did have excellent assets.
Su Changkong couldn't take his eyes off her.
The crystal clear, concave and convex body was like the most beautiful thing in the world. With a natural charm, it was a sight to behold. The passion was overwhelming, and it was often the case that it was now or never. Green clouds gather low, reddish flushes rise slightly, the painted curtain of plum blossoms is just beginning to show through. It is generally more annoying to be deeper, and sometimes it makes the eyebrows lightly frown.
The waist is first seen after a tight grip.
It is just like a graceful girl, with 15 red doors.
The annoying spring color is as strong as wine.
In front of the wind, it is like a beckoning hand. The eyebrows dyed in dark green are transparent. Her posture is graceful and refined, a true beauty in her chamber.
It is a pity that time is turning and we must part.
Spring remains on the girl's terrace. The next morning, Su Changkong woke up on time. Feeling a heavy object pressing on his body, he turned his head and saw Lu Ruoyun lying on top of him. Lu Ruoyun was still asleep, looking like she was sleeping very soundly, and obviously had not been able to relieve her fatigue until now.
Su Changkong gave a faint smile.
The two of them played poker until late last night, so it's normal for the woman to not be awake yet.
After yesterday's experiment, Su Changkong is very satisfied with the system's transformation. He was originally very knowledgeable and good at this.
After the systematic transformation, he is confident that in this regard, he has definitely reached the level of being invincible in the world. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ruoyun again.
Chapter 16 You're a toxic man. Lu Ruoyun really gave him a perfect feeling.
With a height of 1.68 meters, she had an excellent temperament. A narrow waist, a perky butt, and legs that could last a lifetime. In addition, she was extremely beautiful. Her long hair was tied up at the back of her head, and after a busy night, it was now half loose and half messy. She looked like a lazy and beautiful woman, her beauty on full display.
After a few more looks, I gently pushed the woman away and then got up and moved around a bit.
I still felt full of energy, not the slightest bit tired. It seems that the system's enhancements have really made my body much stronger. I played until so late last night, but there's no sign of fatigue.
In the past, I would have been exhausted.
I called the housekeeper to order breakfast.
Mr. Su, there are many standards for breakfast here.
Since you are staying in the top suite, it comes with a decent breakfast. Of course you can order the deluxe set separately, but it will cost an extra 8,000.
Is that okay? Then order the 8,000 set for 2. And send up a box of cigarettes. I'm out. Okay, Mr. Su, please hold a moment, I'll have someone prepare it for you. It will be delivered to your room in about 10 minutes.
After hanging up the phone, Su Changkong casually took a bottle of Fiji water and gulped down 2 sips. However, he didn't feel any difference. It was rumored that Fiji water was the aristocrat among waters, but it tasted no different from ordinary water. Perhaps it was just a tool for the rich to harvest people like chives. He was about to wash up when he was suddenly embraced from behind.
When I opened my eyes, you were gone. I thought you had already left. That's what they say on TV. After playing poker, he ran away.
The woman behind him looked a little sad, and her tone of voice was also a little sad.
It seemed like a sad little resentful woman. Su Changkong laughed, turned around, and embraced the woman in his arms.
He was a little younger than the woman, but the pattern of their relationship was reversed. Lu Ruoyun, who was slightly older, became a little girl in front of him.
Why don't you sleep a little longer? I can't sleep well without you. Lu Ruoyun buried herself in Su Changkong's arms, a little resentful. Her hands also tightly encircled Su Changkong's waist. I'm a little hungry, so I got up and ordered some breakfast. I played games until late last night, I believe you're hungry too, right?
Lu Ruoyun leaned in Su Changkong's arms, grumbling and unwilling to speak.
Rubbing against Lu Ruoyun's smooth skin, he looked at the bruises and grimaced. Yesterday was intense. Women get excited.
He reached out and picked her up, then returned to the bed.
Rest for a while, you didn't sleep well last night.
My throat hurts.
Lu Ruoyun frowned and grunted.
Her voice was also a little hoarse, which actually revealed a hint of sexiness.
You must have been tired yesterday.
Rest for a while longer, breakfast will be ready in a while. It's all your fault, you insisted on charging my phone, getting an injection and playing poker with me. Which made me unable to sleep well, feel weak, feel swollen, and my throat hurts a bit.
Hearing the woman complain, Su Changkong laughed and didn't say anything.
He naturally knew why the woman was complaining about a sore throat.
That. Can I ask you a question? What kind of relationship are we in now?
The woman was lying in Su Changkong's arms, her eyes wide open, staring at Su Changkong intently, and there was some moisture in her gaze.
It looked as if a clear spring was brewing. A feminine charm poured out, quite charming. Lu Ruoyun's evaluation was very high in itself.
After all the trouble yesterday, she looked even better.
It is estimated that her appearance and figure have improved by several points.
We played poker all night, and you even told everyone in public that I was your girlfriend.
You won't abandon me so easily, will you?
The woman's voice was a little soft, a little gentle, and even a little weak. Her tone was filled with a humble plea.
Upon hearing the woman's words, Su Changkong laughed. This little girl, she's got some nerve, doesn't she? Afraid of being abandoned by me? Or is she addicted to poker?
But Lu Ruoyun's worries were indeed a problem.
He had no intention of turning Lu Ruoyun into his woman. The reason he got Lu Ruoyun out was mainly because he regarded Lu Ruoyun as a tool. A tool to spend money, nothing more. By the way, you can also play poker, so why not? He obviously didn't want to be bound by a girl. However, Su Changkong did not refute Lu Ruoyun's words.
Since the two of them have already played poker, Lu Ruoyun is not a bad choice for a woman.
Looking at the woman's expectant gaze, Su Changkong nodded with a smile.
I said you are my girlfriend, then you are my girlfriend, and I keep my word. Having received Su Changkong's reply, a flash of secret joy flashed in Lu Ruoyun's eyes. The moisture in her eyes was also becoming more and more intense.
It looked shiny and quite beautiful. In fact, I know the gap between you and me. It is unimaginable and irreparable.
But I am still very happy that you can admit that I am your girlfriend.
Thank you for appearing in my life and thank you for choosing me. Men like you are really rare. Not only are you handsome, you are also capable and rich. You are even so good at playing poker at night. I'm afraid that in the future, more women will follow you. Hearing the slightly rambling words of a woman, Su Changkong did not say a word. Lu Ruoyun might be the first woman to truly be conquered by him. As for Renu Jing, it was he who was conquered. In just 3 months, she had already kicked him out. Even though he was good at poker, he still couldn't win her heart. He came back to his senses and looked at the woman in his arms again. Since you've become my woman, you have to listen to me. I have a somewhat overbearing style of doing things, and if you don't listen to me, you will be punished. In addition, I will give you a chance to reconsider. I may not be able to be faithful to you, but it's not too late to regret it. Su Changkong directly confronted the woman. He was no longer the same person as before.
You can understand a woman after getting to know her deeply, after just 1 day.
If you take it seriously, you will lose. He had already lost once and didn't want to lose a second time. Hearing Su Changkong's words, the woman sighed. Maybe I really can't live without you. Men like you are poisonous and addictive. After having tasted you, I'm afraid that no other man will ever be able to break into my heart. Having been owned by an eagle, how could I possibly look at other crows? Chapter 17, Leave the bed sheets. I feel like I can't live without you anymore. I don't have any special requests, I just hope that when you're busy, you can remember me and come visit me more often. I know I won't have a title, but I can't live without you, I just hope you won't leave me. You just played poker with me last night, you can't just be so heartless and not honor your word, can you?
As she said this, the woman's eyes began to redden.
She really wants a perfect love.
She really hopes that the man will treasure her like a gem in the palm of his hand. She has already obtained all that she has ever desired, but unfortunately she is not destined to be the only one he treasures. Thinking of this, the woman's eyes welled up with tears, as if she had been wronged.
Su Changkong sighed and embraced the woman in his arms.
He really just wanted a tool to spend money on, and to have a quickie on the side, that's all.
But this fast food seems to be a bit too delicious.
Not only is she sensible, but she is also well-read and well-mannered, knows when to advance and retreat, and understands gains and losses.
In that case, just keep her. Don't even think about it. Since we already have a relationship, you are my woman. Even if we don't have a title, I can still make you happy and give you everything you want.
Whether it's a car, a house, money, or anything else, I'll give you whatever you want.
Of course, if you want to leave at any time, it's fine, I won't blame you. You really are heartless, I already told you that I can't live without you, and you still say things like that. Yesterday you bullied someone so badly, and now you're still talking about leaving, you know how to bully people. Somehow unhappy, Lu Ruoyun lay in Su Changkong's arms like a little dog, whining and even opening her mouth to bite.
Seeing the woman in this state, Su Changkong laughed heartily.
This fast food is good, it's worth eating. If others knew that Su Changkong only regarded a beauty like Lu Ruoyun as fast food, they would probably lose their teeth. I have already said that no man can ever enter my eyes again, unless you don't want me anymore, otherwise I will be stuck with you for the rest of my life. After a while, Su Changkong got tired of cuddling with Lu Ruoyun on the bed, and let her go.
It didn't take long before the doorbell rang.
Come in.
The door opened, and it was the extremely delicate-looking housekeeper.
Behind the housekeeper were 2 waitresses.
Dear sir, your breakfast is here.
Great.
The 2 of them snuggled for a while before dragging Lu Ruoyun out of bed to eat.
Perhaps due to some fatigue, Lu Ruoyun looked a bit lazy. He simply put Su Changkong's white shirt on.
The bare, delicate body was wearing a men's shirt, and the hem of the shirt just covered the root of the thigh, which was quite attractive.
The housekeeper introduced the 2 while she was busy.
Honorable sir and madam, this is a breakfast specially prepared by the chef of 4 Seasons Private Kitchen. This dish is the fat-removed steak, which is made with authentic Japanese Wagyu beef and was airlifted last night. This dish is the cherry foie gras, the cherries are imported from Ukraine, and the foie gras is imported from France, also airlifted last night in the early morning. This dish is a nourishing chicken soup made with a 4-year-old free-range hen, simmered with abalone and sea cucumber, which is quite good for women. This dish. The housekeeper kept rambling on about the dishes while serving them to Su Changkong. It turned out to be an ordinary breakfast, but there were actually more than 20 dishes. They were neatly arranged all over the table, looking dazzling. Looking at the food, which was full of color, fragrance, and taste, Lu Ruoyun couldn't help but swallow. She rarely got to eat such exquisite food, and now that she saw it, her stomach started to protest. Since we don't know the preferences of the gentleman and lady, I took the liberty of selecting these dishes.
If you don't like them, I will remove them and replace them with another set of dishes for free.
There's no need to go to all that trouble. These dishes are already very good.
Su Changkong was very satisfied with the arrangements made by the butler. This butler is clearly a person with both hands and a heart.
Not only did he prepare exquisite meals, he also specially prepared chicken soup.
It was obviously for Lu Ruoyun. It can really be said to have thought of everything. After getting an answer, the butler quickly leaned over to prepare to leave. Let's change the sheets. Carefully collect the sheets, I'll take them with me. It was Lu Ruoyun who spoke.
Her face had turned red with embarrassment, though.
Yes.
The butler immediately went to make the arrangements himself. When he saw the bright colors on the sheets, he suddenly understood.
No wonder that beautiful lady had asked to keep the sheets.
There was actually this reason. In this era of moral collapse, it is really not easy to find such a bright splash of color. After tidying up, the housekeeper quickly led the waitress out.
Let's eat, I heard your stomach growl just now. There happens to be chicken soup, so you can replenish your energy, you might have to work again later. Lu Ruoyun's pretty face flushed, but she didn't move her chopsticks. Why aren't you eating?
I've never had such an upscale breakfast before, everything is so exquisite and beautiful, I really don't want to ruin it.
Hearing the woman's praise, Su Changkong couldn't help but smirk. But it's just some ordinary breakfast? Where is it as strange as you say? Hurry up and eat, it's just a breakfast, where is there any delicacy? Your job is Lamborghini sales, I think you know some rich people, right? Haven't you seen scenes like this before? Hearing this, Lu Ruoyun smirked. This is an era of pomp and hypocrisy, where are there so many rich people?
They're all just guys who are putting on a show, and there are very few people like you who are really rich.
Only a very small number of people can really afford a sports car.
Most of these people buy low-end entry-level sports cars, and they have to take out 90% loans, so there's really nothing to brag about.
Even if there are really some rich people, they have nothing to do with me.
Most of these people won't budge until they see the rabbit, and they won't say a word until they see a bargain.
I've never cared about those guys. Su Changkong was a little surprised to hear this.
Lu Ruoyun's words were a wake-up call.
The society nowadays is indeed a bit exaggerated. Men like to put on a brave face.
They work hard to put down a down payment and then get a luxury car that they don't know how to drive. They clean it up and drive it out to blow the street, acting like a big shot. Such cars make a lot of noise and smoke, but they don't go fast. What's more, some people get a Porsche Boxster and modify it to look like a Porsche. Some get a Great Wall and modify it to look like a Mercedes.
Just thinking about it makes you feel a little sad. Men are like this, and women are just the same. Chapter 18, The Yellow-Haired Warrior, Charging for Love.
Some women get together and buy a Balenciaga to wear in turns, taking photos and videos to post on their moments. They don't care if other people have skin diseases.
Some other women get together and buy a bag to carry in turns every week.
There are even more shameless ones who get together to order afternoon tea for 100 or so yuan, taking photos like crazy and posting on their moments like crazy. It seems that they are the most fashionable socialites in Shanghai judging from their social media feeds, but in reality they are probably just waitresses earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. If you meet them in person, you will see that they have put on makeup like a layer of putty, with a dozen layers. They are clearly just low-class women earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, but they often look down on men who earn over 10,000 yuan a month. They even claim that other men are losers and that they want to marry them for a bride price of at least several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 yuan.
Why bother?
In this day and age, it is clearly already a sick state.
It is really rare to find someone like Lu Ruoyun who is so transparent and lucid. Let's eat. Wait a minute, let me show off a bit. Women, after all, are a bit vain.
And as she said, she took out her phone and started to busy herself with it. She took a dozen photos in a row, almost capturing the entire environment. Not only did she take photos of the breakfast on the table, but also the layout of the room and the scenery outside the window. Even the Patek Philippe 6002G on Su Changkong's wrist and the key to the poison on the table were photographed, intentionally or unintentionally.
Then he casually posted it on WeChat Moments.
And he also casually revealed the location of the Four Seasons Hotel.
Only then did he contentedly put down his phone. Seeing this scene, Su Changkong felt numb. Good guy.
I had just finished complaining in my heart. As a result, Lu Ruoyun came up with this. It seems that women are just like men, they are forever young.
They are all hypocrites. No one is nobler than the other. Not to mention the woman in front of him being vain, but is Su Changkong himself any different?
Otherwise, Su Changkong himself would not have gone to such lengths to buy the Lamborghini poison.
Half an hour later, the two of them finally finished eating and drinking.
As the saying goes, when you're full and warm, you think about certain desires. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Changkong looked at Lu Ruoyun and felt the urge to play cards again.
He took a few steps forward and picked Lu Ruoyun up like a kitten.
He bought so much Balenciaga and Vanucci yesterday, and they haven't even been put to use yet.
Go put them on. Hearing Su Changkong's words, Lu Ruoyun felt numb all over. Is he going to prepare to play poker with her again?
Even now, she still feels a deep sense of exhaustion. However, seeing Su Changkong's eager gaze, she could not bear to refuse after all.
Under Su Changkong's urging, she finally grudgingly put on a black set of fishnets from Balenciaga.
She also chose a pair of extremely beautiful black and red soled Manu Tianluan. As soon as she was ready, Su Changkong pounced on her.
After 3 or 4 hours, Lu Ruoyun finally lost.
She was exhausted, with aching back, legs, and feet. Her mouth, in particular, hurt from top to bottom.
Lazy Ri tied her messy hair into a bun.
Then she rested in Su Changkong's arms. It's all your fault, with aching back, legs, and feet, I'm so tired.
I don't think I'll recover in a few days, how am I supposed to go to work? Su Changkong laughed heartily. If the worst comes to the worst, you won't go to work, right? Why do you still need to go to work when you have me? I can support you, I can afford to support you. As soon as he said this, Lu Ruoyun's eyes instantly turned red.
There was also something shiny in her eyes, as if she wanted to stay. Women are emotional creatures, and Su Changkong's words really touched her.
Now she no longer wants to leave Su Changkong. She would hate to be in Su Changkong's arms 24 hours a day. Forget it. You have your own things to do, and I have my own things to do. I don't want to just be a vase with nothing to do. You will look down on me in the future. I'd better go to work normally.
Only in this way can I gain some self-confidence in front of you.
You woman, why are you so stubborn? I don't like your job, and it's not a very good job.
Lu Ruoyun felt a little aggrieved.
Since you don't like it, the worst that can happen is that I change a job. I just don't want to just be a worthless person.
Okay, then, change jobs as soon as possible.
You're so nice, honey, give me a kiss. With that, she leaned directly into Su Changkong's arms and gave him a big kiss.
The two of them nuzzled for a while longer, and Lu Ruoyun went to take a shower.
Su Changkong lay on the bed and started brushing his phone.
It was exactly as he had expected yesterday. The appearance of the new Lamborghini poison in the demon capital had caused a sensation. It had even made the headlines of the domestic news. The Lamborghini poison is a god car worth nearly 100 million.
There are only 13 in the world.
Longguo originally only had one, but now it turns out that there is another one. The value of the car is secondary, the main thing is a manifestation of wealth, strength, and even national power. In a sense, the more god cars there are in the country, the better. The appearance of a new god car in the demon city naturally caused a huge stir. Many people are speculating about who the owner of the poison is. Some people with an interest in such things began to study the videos and photos on the internet. Unfortunately, the photos and videos were not very clear, and all they could see was a young handsome man and a beautiful woman sitting in the car. As for the specific identities of these two people, no one knew. Su Changkong looked at the speculations and anti-rich comments on the internet and shrugged.
The car was a good car, but it was a bit too high profile.
However, after his experience of betrayal, he no longer cared about these things.
With a system, he was destined to become the world's top godly hero. His current reputation was just a drop in the bucket.
In the blink of an eye, Su Changkong was captivated by another news story. This news story was about the story of a warlord with yellow hair from Dongshan province charging for love. Judging from the video and text introduction, it was another story of betrayal. A young man with yellow hair and slippers scaled a wall and entered a school. Once inside the school grounds, the man with the blonde hair began to run wildly, shouting something in his rage. The reason was that his wife, who had only been married for 3 months, had betrayed him. He had paid for her to come to the school to upgrade her education, but she had instead got involved with someone else at the school. It was said that they had even had a child together. Furious, the man rode his bike for 3 days to the school to confront his wife and demand an explanation.
Unfortunately, however, he was soon surrounded by the students, most of whom were just watching and laughing.
Later, 5 men even got into a fight with the man with the yellow hair. In the end, the man with the yellow hair was taken away by the police. Su Changkong felt a little sad when he saw this. This is a world where morality has broken down. True love is no longer valuable. Perhaps it resonated with people, because most of the comments on the internet were in support of the man.
A force has been formed online. It is evident that men in Longwa have really been suppressed for a long time.
In recent years, there have been countless betrayals. First, there was the wife who betrayed her husband and cheated with her manager, seeking to profit from his death. Then there was the 65-page app on time management. There was also the bride who fooled around with her lover in a wedding dress the day before the wedding. Then there was this woman who fought for love.
One shocking incident after another. When I think about myself, Su Changkong's face does look a little bad. In this world, it's literally people eating people. But fortunately, I have already obtained the ability to print money. From now on, these things have nothing to do with me. Honey, what are you looking at? After taking a shower, Ruoyun put on Su Changkong's white shirt again. She directly threw herself into Su Changkong's arms. Take a look. Ruoyun also sighed after watching the video of the charging war god. Chapter 19, Draining a Man of His Backbone and Blood. I never thought that something like this could still happen nowadays.
If you don't love each other anymore, you can simply tell the other person, and at worst, get a divorce and part ways amicably.
Why do you have to do something so dishonorable? Ruoyun looked at the video and felt a little sad. There have been far too many things like this recently. It's like there's just too much to take in. There's probably some capital operation behind this.
A great man once said that it is very difficult to defeat a great and powerful nation from the outside, and it must be destroyed from within. If you take away the backbone and blood of men, and the modesty and kindness of women, as long as this is done, the nation is not far from extinction. Nowadays, the domestic atmosphere has become more and more deviant, and it will take at least a few generations to repair it if you want to correct it. As he said, he revealed a trace of mockery. This woman studied hard at school, to the detriment of her parents, herself, her husband, and her mistress, but not her 13-year-old.
Hearing the dirty joke, Ruoyun's face turned red.
Her husband looked serious and seemed like a decent person, but he was actually a flight risk behind the wheel. I'm just a little woman, I don't care about these things, anyway, I'll be by your side from now on.
You can't get rid of me if you want to.
Su Changkong took the woman in his arms and was still quite satisfied, smelling the fragrance of the woman.
Ruoyun also rested in Su Changkong's arms like a little bird. Su Changkong pondered for a moment and then wrote a message online.
With a passionate heart and 2 meaty feet, he attacked like crazy for 3 days and nights. Looking around, he was being pursued by 5 people and trapped in a 6-foot alley. Everything is in pieces, my heart is broken, not as painful as my heartache. After 1,000 twists and turns, I am at my wit's end, the past is unbearable. 1,000 swords carving out my heart, 1,000 people pointing at me, adding to the fire in my heart. A green hat in October, a disaster waiting to happen, how can I bear the 8-foot body of a tiger? 7 mouths and 6 dogs, all 5 internal organs are burning, and I realize that there is no help in the 4-sided Chugu. In a few words, a pair of Mandarin ducks, a loving couple both dead. Su Changkong was, after all, someone who had passed the entrance exam to Shanghai University. His writing was quite good. Such a review was posted online and instantly gained many likes. The two of them nagged at each other for a while before Ruoyun finally spoke.
Honey, it's getting late, why don't you take me home? There's also a little cat at home, and I'm a little worried if I don't go back for a long time. I've had a room for 3 days, and this is only the 2nd day, what's the rush? Su Changkong was a little dissatisfied. But I've been out for a while, I'm a little worried about the little cat. Okay, I'll send you off in a while.
After getting an answer, Lu Ruoyun snuggled into Su Changkong's arms and nibbled some more.
It made Su Changkong so angry that he finally dared not move around anymore.
After a long time, Lu Ruoyun put on the white ice-sleeved shirt worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and the short white ice-sleeved skirt.
She instantly looked capable and sexy. Her slightly messy hair was pinned back with a barrette.
There was no longer a trace of disheveled hair. The whole person instantly had the feeling of a professional career woman.
She also put on Balenciaga and Valentino on her legs.
The multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe lady's watch on her hand was also worn.
It looked like a dignified and luxurious aura was coming at you.
It was completely a successful upper-class person.
Su Changkong was also amazed. Su Changkong also threw away the cheap clothes.
He changed into men's clothing worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
After the two were fully dressed, they looked in the mirror and instantly had a sense of awe at being outstanding.
It is true that people rely on clothing and Buddha relies on gold.
Hubby, you are really getting more and more handsome, and I can't live without you anymore. What should I do?
Lu Ruoyun wrapped her arm around Su Changkong's and looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, her eyes flashing with surprise. Then she picked up her phone and started taking all kinds of photos.
Women in love are all show-offs.
They can't help but show off their boyfriends to the whole world, and Lu Ruoyun was no exception. Among the many photos, she carefully selected a dozen and posted them to her circle of friends.
The photos all boasted clothes, bodies, environments, watches, and car keys. However, in the end, she avoided Su Changkong's face. She understood that she was not really Su Changkong's woman, and if she posted Su Changkong's face indiscriminately, it was likely to cause unnecessary trouble. After tidying up, Lu Ruoyun put on some light makeup.
She looked even more delicate. Lu Ruoyun's appearance was originally very high, and after being nourished by Su Changkong, she was even more bright and delicate, with spring in her eyes and brows. Now with light makeup, she was even more delicate. Then she arranged for the housekeeper to deliver these things to the Lamborghini 4S store.
Lu Ruoyun's residence was in a residential building next to the Lamborghini 4S store. It was a room rented by the Lamborghini 4S store for its employees.
The environment is not exactly great, but it is considered pretty good in the expensive city of Shanghai.
Su Changkong and Lu Ruoyun came down from the room and drove out onto the street in the poison.
The cars on the street kept their distance from Su Changkong's poison. Even if some people didn't recognize the poison, they could tell from its explosive appearance that it was definitely a very nice car.
If you accidentally scrape someone, you probably won't be able to pay enough to make it up to them.
Of course, the appearance of the poison caused another sensation.
Now the entire network is looking for the owner of the poison.
Naturally, the appearance of the poison, which now symbolizes wealth and status, on the streets has naturally triggered another photo frenzy.
Su Changkong was already mentally prepared and naturally took it in stride.
On the other side, Lu Ruoyun's cheeks were flushed, and she was still a little uncomfortable with the feeling of being in the spotlight. She had often seen certain news online before, where some rich second generation brought fashionable and pretty women with them, driving sports cars and blowing up the streets. In the past, she had looked down on such behavior. She thought those women were materialistic and had lost the original appearance of love.
She had even criticized others online.
But now she had unexpectedly become such a woman herself. The maiden who slayed the dragon has finally become a dragon herself.
With the roar of the vehicle, Lu Ruoyun realized that something was wrong. Honey, this isn't the way to Lamborghini. Where are we going?
Su Changkong gave a slight smile.
When I packed today, I realized that I didn't buy you a bag. They say that a bag can cure all ills.
Now that we've confirmed our relationship, no matter what, I have to buy you a few bags.
Don't women like bags? Otherwise, if you go out with a cheap bag, won't you be embarrassing me? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyun was suddenly speechless.
Whether or not to buy a bag, she actually didn't care at all. A cheongsam could cost as much as 10 million yuan, a pair of stockings as much as 10 million yuan, and a famous watch as much as 3 million yuan. Add in other clothes, dozens of Balenciaga, 3 or 4 pairs of Valentino, and other miscellaneous clothes and jewelry, and her husband had already spent 30 to 40 million yuan on her.
Do you still care about the bag? Only shallow women care about bags.
Husband, you don't actually have to buy me a bag, I have one.
Since we're here, let's go take a look. Yesterday, I was so busy buying clothes that I forgot about bags.
Without giving her a chance to object, he took Lu Ruoyun's waist and walked into the mall. It was hard to find such a target to spend money on, so how could he let this little girl get away so easily? He had to spend the 200 million today no matter what. Chapter 20, Goodbye Renu Jing. Soon the two appeared in the mall. This is also one of the large shopping malls in the demon capital, the Qian Plaza, which is owned by the royal family of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only is there a shopping area for ordinary items, but also an area for luxury brands.
There were countless people coming and going.
When Su Changkong appeared in the mall with Lu Ruoyun in his arms, it caused a small sensation. Both Su Changkong and Lu Ruoyun were as noble and elegant as cranes in a flock of chickens. In particular, the clothes they were wearing were clearly very expensive. Naturally, people's attention was drawn to such people in the shopping mall.
Of course, most people were secretly watching. Feeling the stares of the crowd, Su Changkong gave a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Strength determines status.
Now that he has the strength, his status is simply incomparable to the past. Amidst the stares of the crowd, Su Changkong embraced Lu Ruoyun and walked towards the luxury brand area. Now that Lu Ruoyun was by his side, he absolutely could not miss such a good opportunity to spend money.
Honey, I don't really like other brands, but I like the Gucci brand quite a bit. The bags are nice looking and not expensive. If you really want me to buy a bag, why don't we go to Gucci? Lu Ruoyun actually didn't want to spend Su Changkong's money anymore. She has already spent enough.
She is not worth all that money. If she lets her husband spend any more, she will feel guilty. Besides, she is already her husband's. No matter what, she should save money for her husband. Prepare for the future. She also wants to give her husband a monkey.
A woman should learn to be sensible and obedient.
She is not greedy, and she doesn't want to give her husband a bad impression. If her husband is determined to buy himself a bag, she can't stop him, so she'll choose a relatively inexpensive Gucci bag. She'll spend as little as possible. She needs to learn to be a woman who knows how to make ends meet.
Su Changkong was also taken aback by the woman's words. Do you like Gucci?
Gucci is an Italian fashion luxury brand and one of the world's big brands. It was founded in Florence, Italy, in 1921 by Gucci. The brand is indeed very good, with products including fashion, leather shoes, watches, ties, silk scarves, perfumes, household goods, etc. It is world famous for being high-end, luxurious, and sexy, and has stores in the capital cities of Longwood and Gucci. Of course, the brand is most famous for its perfumes and bags. Compared to bags from other brands, Gucci bags can be considered relatively low-key.
Okay, since you like Gucci, I'll take you over there to have a look.
The two quickly found the Gucci store.
Before they even entered, Su Changkong ran into an acquaintance. In an instant, Su Changkong's face turned dark.
I never thought I would run into these two damned guys here.
One of the two people standing in the store was Renu Jing, Su Changkong's former goddess.
Looking at the woman's sweet face, Su Changkong still felt a little pain in his heart. After all, she was the woman who made him grow up, and now that he saw her again, naturally he had a grudge in his heart. The other guy, who was as thin as a dog and stood 1 meter 6 tall, was Chen Yuan, the rich second generation that Renu Jing liked. At the beginning, this guy got Renu Jing pregnant and ran away. It was Su Changkong who accompanied Renu Jing to get an abortion.
During these 3 months, Su Changkong tried his best to be nice to this woman.
For this woman, he even got into a lot of trouble with his school loans.
Perhaps he felt Su Changkong's sincerity, and Su Changkong was quite popular for his good looks.
Finally, the spare tire turned positive, and the relationship between the two also heated up rapidly during that period of time, and in the end, they broke the taboo.
He also made Renu Jing go through hell and back.
In the end, he was unable to compete with the rich second generation, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan slightly showed kindness to Renu Jing, and this woman once again dumped Su Changkong and returned to Chen Yuan's side. In fact, Su Changkong spent a lot of money on her, but she was never satisfied. This happened just yesterday morning, and at that time, this woman taught Su Changkong a hard lesson.
Unexpectedly, I ran into her here today. It's not like we're enemies that we wouldn't meet. Unexpectedly, I ran into these two bitches here. Ding.
The god of wealth system senses the host's will and probes for target information.
Name, Renu Jing. Age, 20. Height, 163. Weight, 47. Face value, 80. Body type, 79. IQ, 61.
Traits, money grubbing, vain. Seeing Ren Shujing's values, Su Changkong revealed a wry smile. In fact, apart from her good looks and figure, Ren Shujing's other data were really average. In particular, the system judged that this woman was money-minded and vain. Unfortunately, at the time, he was obsessed and infatuated with this woman. Now that he has reacted, he really feels a bit ridiculous. Given my own qualifications, even without the system, I would be able to find a girl who was much better than Ren Shujing.
Husband, do you know each other?
Seeing Su Changkong staring at Ren Shujing in a daze, Ruoyun suddenly felt a hint of threat. Although the woman in front of her was not very tall, she had a good appearance and figure.
Husband, you wouldn't fancy this woman, would you? I know her, an old acquaintance. Su Changkong's words were a bit unclear, and Ruoyun didn't dare to ask anymore. Yuan, I really like this bag, what do you think?
Ren Shujing held up a bag and repeatedly compared it to her reflection in the mirror. She kept looking back and forth, her love for it obvious. Chen Yuan, a small dog with a thin body, frowned.
It doesn't feel very good? I don't feel like it's very good looking. But Yuan, I really like this bag. If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time.
I just bought a car recently, so I don't have much money to spare. I'm also a bit short on cash at the moment, so I'm afraid I won't be able to buy you this bag.
Why don't we go somewhere else and have a look? Let's forget about this bag.
Despite what he said, Chen Yuan secretly resented her. They had only reconciled the day before, and now she was already dragging him around shopping for bags.
It seems that this bitch really thinks of herself as a loser, doesn't she? He himself has to scrimp and save, spending tens of thousands of dollars on women's bags, fruit and mobile phones? It's completely delusional. Chen Yuan sneered as he thought. In fact, he didn't have any money at all.
The money he had was given to him by others for some special reason.
Can't he spend that money himself? Can't he buy himself clothes and a watch?
Using these things, he can completely turn himself into a successful second-generation rich man.
What kind of woman can't he get? Spending money on women? Don't even think about it. Chapter 21, A Contemporary Little Fairy. After hearing Chen Yuan's refusal,
Ren Shujing's face did not look good either. She never expected Chen Yuan to still be such a miser.
He was obviously a rich second generation, so why was he unwilling to spend money on himself? She had to have an abortion for Chen Yuan, so why couldn't she reward herself a little?
She just wanted a bag that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Even that guy Su Changkong spent so much money on her. The bag she is carrying now and the clothes she is wearing were also bought for her by Su Changkong. She dumped Su Changkong for this Chen Yuan.
Now she just wants a bag, and Chen Yuan won't even buy her one? Is this guy not as good as Su Changkong?
When she thought about this, Ren Shujing's heart bled.
In fact, Su Changkong is really good.
Not only is he tall and handsome, he is also good at playing poker at night and can clean up after himself. He is also very good to her and treats her like a treasure.
The only drawback is that he has no money. If it weren't for Chen Yuan's money, why would she have kicked Su Changkong out for Chen Yuan? As Su Changkong said, Chen Yuan is just a petty person. And now, this Chen Yuan is still so stingy.
I just want a bag that costs tens of thousands of dollars, and he won't even buy it for me.
But Yuan, I really like this bag. Why don't you just buy it for me? I promise I'll listen to you. Jing, why are you so materialistic? It's just a crappy bag. It's not even pretty, I don't know what you like about it.
I don't want my girlfriend to be someone who values material things. I don't want people to say that you value my money more than you value me as a person.
Do you understand what I mean?
Chen Yuan's face fell, and he glared at Ren Shujing and scolded her. His tone was quite unpleasant, and his words were also somewhat harsh. Upon hearing this, Ren Shujing's face changed. She never expected Chen Yuan to change his face so quickly. Yesterday, when they made up, he still said that he was very good to her. Now he has changed so much, it really makes her feel a bit cold. Compared to Su Changkong, this guy really seems to be incomparable. But since things have come to this, she can only maintain the relationship. She doesn't want to kick Su Changkong and not even get Chen Yuan, and end up with nothing.
Okay, why make it so serious? It's just a bag, just don't buy it.
I'm not the kind of woman who values material things, I like you as a person. Ren Shujing's words had a slightly flattering tone, and she casually put down the bag in her hand.
You see, my bag is from LV, and it's pretty good too.
Perhaps it was to save face, or perhaps it was to give Chen Yuan a reminder. Ren Shujing put her LV bag back on her shoulders and mentioned it in passing. Chen Yuan's face changed slightly, and he looked at the bag in Ren Shujing's hand without saying a word.
He could tell that the bag Ren Shujing was carrying was a genuine LV.
He couldn't afford a bag like that. Su Changkong, who was not far away, couldn't help but shake his head at this scene. He had actually bought the bag for Ren Shujing himself. Su Changkong had gone through a lot of trouble to get the bag. He had managed to get 60,000 yuan and finally bought the bag. Now the bag was still hanging on Ren Shujing's shoulders, but he no longer had anything to do with her.
Things are different, everything is over. Su Changkong shook his head and then took the lead and walked into the Gucci store.
Lu Ruoyun didn't say a word and followed behind him. She naturally sensed that there was some kind of story between her husband and this woman. She was a sensible woman and knew when to speak up and when to keep quiet. It wasn't the time to speak up herself, so she was a step behind and stood behind Su Changkong. When Su Changkong walked in, Ren Shujing saw him at the first glance. Their eyes met, and after a moment of shock, her face turned a little ugly. She understood that the embarrassing scene just now might have been seen by Su Changkong. Thinking of this, Ren Shujing became even more furious.
Su Changkong, we have already broken up, why do you still have to follow me around shamelessly? I already said I don't like you, can't you leave us some dignity?
At this time, the woman was exasperated. At this embarrassing moment, she was seen by the person she least wanted to see, and she felt like she was being stripped naked and placed on the fire to be tortured and roasted.
The most unbearable scene was seen by the person she least wanted to see.
Su Changkong saw it in his eyes, sad and a little angry.
Is this the kind of person Ren Shujing kicked herself for? Was it worth it? I think you may have misunderstood. I've already come here, so I have nothing to do with you.
I'm here with my girlfriend to buy a bag. With that, he pulled Lu Ruoyun from behind and put his arms around her. Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Lu Ruoyun. Lu Ruoyun was slightly stunned, and joy appeared on her face. Her husband had actually admitted his identity in front of others.
Doesn't this mean that she can go to the front desk in broad daylight? Hello, I'm Su Changkong's girlfriend, my name is Lu Ruoyun, it's a pleasure to meet you both.
She didn't know what had happened between the few people. So she still spoke very politely.
Lu Ruoyun's appearance instantly made Ren Shujing's face look extremely unpleasant.
She never expected that she had only dumped Su Changkong for a day. Su Changkong had found such a beautiful girlfriend. Both her figure and face were far superior to her own. More importantly, the clothes she was wearing were definitely from the top luxury brands.
She could tell that Balenciaga and Valentino were both very expensive.
The watch she was wearing on her wrist was definitely a top luxury brand just by looking at it. Compared to the other person, she seemed to have completely lost out and been second best.
What was it about this guy, Su Changkong, that made him find such a girlfriend?
At that moment, Ren Shujing's heart became extremely complicated. Her teeth were about to bite through. She didn't want it, but now she was being treated like a treasure by others, and she felt very uncomfortable. It made her feel a sense of lost anger and betrayal. She felt like someone had taken something that belonged to her. It was a feeling of intense pain that ripped her apart. Seeing Su Changkong doing well made her feel worse than killing herself.
I really didn't expect you to be such a person. We only broke up yesterday, and today you already have a girlfriend. You really disappoint me. It's a waste that I used to like you so much.
Ren Shujing glared at him with gritted teeth. She was still deeply hurt in front of Lu Ruoyun. Su Changkong's face also revealed a strange look when he heard this. It was obviously she who broke up with him, and it was obviously she who said she wanted to leave a trace of decency between the two of them.
In the end, she blamed herself? It's as if she had become a heartless person? It's as if she had wronged her?
Indeed, she is worthy of being the model of the modern little fairy.
After staring deeply at Ren Shujing, Su Changkong withdrew his gaze. The emotional fluctuation in his eyes finally gradually faded away.
The two no longer had any ties.
He didn't want to have any more disputes with this woman. Just as the woman had said. Leave some dignity. Chapter 22 Ren Shujing's Remorse. Don't you like Gucci? Go ahead and choose whichever one you like, I'll buy it for you. Su Changkong simply ignored Ren Shujing, who was gritting her teeth.
Her eyes were full of Lu Ruoyun.
Thank you, honey. Lu Ruoyun is a smart woman.
Knowing that the two of them were not getting along, she didn't want to get involved in these matters.
Honey, this one is nice, let's buy it? Soon, Ruoyun selected a black handbag for the lady. The bag was not big, and could only hold things like a mobile phone, wallet, and cosmetics. However, it was much better than the bag that Renu Jing had previously liked. The price was even more exaggerated, over 200,000 yuan. It's okay, it matches you quite well.
The limited editions hanging on the wall are also quite good, let's buy them together.
Maybe not?
There are too many, I can't carry them all, it's unnecessary. Su Changkong shook his head and asked the salesperson to wrap up a few more bags. After all, he came here to spend money.
There is plenty of money in the card, so should he wait for long hair? Just swipe the card.
Sir, you have really good taste. The bags you chose are all our latest models this season, most of which are limited editions.
Sir, you have chosen a lot.
These bags together cost 2.08 million.
I'll give you a discount. How about 2.05 million? No discount. 2.1 million, and the rest is your tip.
As soon as these words came out, the salesperson's face instantly lit up. Selling more than 10 bags at once, worth more than 2 million, he would be able to receive a handsome commission.
Okay, sir, please wait a moment.
He took the card and quickly ran to the front desk.
With a sizzling sound, the transaction of over 2 million yuan was completed.
Chen Yuan and Renu Jing naturally paid attention to every move.
Their faces suddenly turned extremely ugly. A transaction of over 2 million yuan was a huge humiliation for the two of them. It was an absolute crushing blow, or a blow from a lower dimension.
Renu Jing had fallen for a bag that cost tens of thousands of yuan, but she was unable to buy it.
However, Su Changkong's transaction was more than 2 million yuan, and he didn't even bat an eye.
The difference was clear.
Chen Yuan's gaze fell on Su Changkong, and he was even more murderous. He knew Su Changkong quite well.
Renu Jing was just a brain-damaged dog licker. Although she was good-looking, she was a genuine poor girl. She licked Renu Jing for 2 whole years, but never gained her favor.
He showed a little bit of his strength and got Renu Jing right away.
It was precisely because of this dog Su Changkong that Renu Jing was so attracted to him, because it gave him a great sense of satisfaction. Later, when Renu Jing the bitch got pregnant, Chen Yuan just distanced himself from her. He could not give this bitch a future, let alone let this bitch depend on him. If he really got stuck with this bitch, then his true colors would be revealed. Later, it was said that this bitch from the licking dog gang, Renu Jing, had an abortion.
He let out a sigh of relief.
The other day, he used a little trick on Renu Jing again. Sure enough, this woman kicked Su Changkong out and returned to his side like a puppy. As a result, the two sides met here in the blink of an eye.
The offer was over 2 million. What does this mean? Could it be that this guy is not a poor man at all? Is this all an act? Could it be that this guy is really a rich young master playing the part of a poor man?
Chen Yuan's face turned green at the thought. If this was really the case, he feared that this guy named Su would not let him off lightly.
Renu Jing felt the same way.
In her opinion, Su Changkong was just a poor man.
He was good looking, but that was about it.
Even if he spent several 100,000 on her, he did so with a credit card.
But what's going on now? Over 2 million, and he didn't even bat an eye? Could it be that this guy isn't a poor man at all? But a real rich young master? Using a credit card is just basic operation for him?
When she thought about this, Renu Jing's face changed wildly.
If that's really the case, then she suffered a huge loss. Abandoning Su Changkong, a treasure, for Chen Yuan, a nobody?
Renu Jing's face was full of question marks, full of shock, and her eyes looking at Su Changkong were full of complexity.
Honey, you didn't have to buy so many bags, I can't carry them all. It's okay, carry whichever ones you like. They were bought to be carried, let's go look at other brands, if we like any we'll buy them again.
Su Changkong's words immediately caused quite a stir in the area. He spent more than 2 million yuan without even blinking.
And he wants to buy other brands. He's absolutely heartless.
You're so good, honey, I love you so much.
Ruoyun's face flushed slightly.
At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. She naturally knew that Su Changkong had had an unusual relationship with Renu Jing. But the two had broken up, and she was standing by Su Changkong's side.
That was enough. Su Changkong put his arm around Lu Ruoyun and turned to leave Gucci and go to a shop next door. Two Gucci sales assistants followed behind them.
Seeing the two of them walking away, and Lu Ruoyun's blushing face, Renu Jing felt very uncomfortable.
This position should have been hers, enjoying the limelight, and it should have been hers.
The bag worth more than 2 million yuan should have been hers.
Unfortunately, she was blinded by Qin Yuan, a petty dog, and ultimately gave up on Su Changkong.
She knew very well how much Su Changkong loved her. She had been his lapdog for 2 whole years. He could summon her at will and dismiss her at will. No matter how much she overstepped the mark, Su Changkong would always stay by her side. It was a pity that she had given up such a good lapdog. At the moment, she was in extreme pain. She felt a sense of betrayal as if someone had stolen her personal belongings. This thing belongs to her, whether she likes it or not. But now it has been stolen by a woman whose figure, appearance, and temperament overwhelm her.
This naturally makes her extremely psychologically imbalanced. It's getting late, let's go back.
Chen Yuan, who had been standing on the sidelines like a marginal clown, spoke up.
But we just got here.
Listen, I still have things to take care of, I should go back.
Chen Yuan didn't dare to stay here any longer.
On the surface, he was a rich second generation, but in reality, he was also a poor man. The luxury car he drove belonged to the sister of a rich woman, and his daily pocket money was also given by the sister of a rich woman. To put it bluntly, he was just a small loser who was being supported by a rich woman. The reason why he had the identity of a rich second generation was also the result of his own packaging. Usually, he posts pictures of luxury cars, mansions, and nightclubs on his social media to create an image for himself. Because of this, he is hooked up with many high-quality college girls.
Renu Jing is one of them.
He knows his situation. Facing Su Changkong, who can spend more than 2 million yuan at a time, he obviously can't compete with him. It was only after the two of them had just walked out of the Gucci store that the slightly humiliating comments from the salesperson spread.
Chapter 23, Tearing Off the Little Third Party's Clothes. Nowadays, I really can't understand this world. She doesn't want a young, handsome, rich boyfriend, and instead she finds such a skinny dog. The guy just spent more than 2 million renminbi on his new girlfriend, buying her more than 10 types of bags, while the skinny dog that woman found doesn't even buy bags that cost 40,000 renminbi.
You're right.
You can only say that woman is blind.
The new girlfriend is 10,000 times better than him.
Have you seen the watch on her wrist? It's so beautiful, too. Although I don't know, it must start at least 1 million, right?
Such remarks came to the ears of the two people intermittently. Both of them felt their faces heating up, but they tacitly ignored them and quickly fled the place.
They really couldn't stay here anymore. What had happened today was really embarrassing.
However, they had not gone far before suddenly encountering a roadblock that stopped them.
Chen Yuan? Why are you here?
Standing in front of the two was an extremely obese woman. She looked very old, at least 40. Her heavy makeup could not hide the wrinkles on her face. What's more, she was wearing a cheongsam. The folds of fat on her body were clearly visible through the cheongsam, like swimming rings. She looked extremely ugly.
Chen Yuan's face instantly turned pale when he saw this woman.
It was because this woman had given him everything. This woman was the sister who had been supporting her.
I never thought that I would be caught by a woman here today. Sister Zhang, why are you here too? I asked you a question, why are you here? I told you to come see me tonight, and you told me that you were tired from school, but you went shopping with this vixen? What do you mean? Say, what exactly is your relationship with this vixen?
Chen Yuan's face grew paler and paler, and he was unable to speak, whimpering.
You good for nothing, I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me? I let you drive my car, live in my house, and sleep with my woman, and this is how you repay me? I bought you shoes, clothes, and a watch, I gave you whatever you wanted, and in the end you went behind my back with that vixen? You're worse than a pig or a dog.
The obese woman became more and more angry as she spoke. In the blink of an eye, she began screaming.
This loud, shrill sound instantly attracted the attention of the people in the vicinity.
Su Changkong and Lu Ruoyun, who had not gone far, naturally heard the sound as well.
In the blink of an eye, many people had gathered around, and many others took out their phones to record the video. Su Changkong and Lu Ruoyun were among them.
However, the obese woman continued to rant and rave. She became more and more angry with each passing moment, and kicked Chen Yuan with her foot. Chen Yuan was just over 1.6 meters tall, and this kick sent him flying 2 meters.
The obese woman was still not out of breath.
Instead, she turned around and slapped Renu Jing.
You damned vixen, don't you know he's mine?
With a slap, Renu Jing was stunned.
She never imagined that she would be humiliated like this in public by a shrew.
There were also tears of humiliation in her eyes.
What are you doing? Who do you think you are to hit someone? Do I know you?
Never before had she been so humiliated, and Renu Jing screamed. With tears in her eyes, she stared at the fat woman's angry face.
I'm going to beat you, you vixen. Don't you know that Chen Yuan is my man? How dare you mess with my man? Who else should I beat but you? The fat woman was unrelenting in her righteousness.
With one hand on her waist and one finger pointing at Renu Jing's nose, she started to yell at her. You're young, but you don't behave yourself.
You've even become a vixen and a mistress for someone else. I'm calling you shameless. Is that not the right thing to say? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will go awry.
You're young, but you've already come out and become someone else's mistress.
I guess your mother was also someone else's mistress, right? You bitch. With everyone stunned, all kinds of comments came out of the fat woman's mouth. She cursed as harshly as she could.
Renu Jing was, after all, a young college student, and for a moment she was actually unable to respond to the abuse.
She could only stand there shivering, looking like she wanted to eat someone.
Chen Yuan, who was standing next to her, also came to his senses. Sister Zhang, it's my fault, it's all my fault, please forgive me. I also couldn't resist the temptation, it's all the bitch's fault, it was the bitch who seduced me, she was always hanging around my butt, and I also accidentally got on the bitch's bandwagon.
In fact, you are the only one in my heart, and you are the only one I love. You must believe me.
She is a damned mistress, a damned vixen. In full view of everyone, Chen Yuan pushed Renu Jing away and ran over to the fat woman, embracing her waist, which was too big to be embraced. The two stood together, creating a strong visual impact. The fat woman is at most 1.5 meters tall, but weighs well over 160 pounds. Zhang Yuan is 1.6 meters tall and weighs about 100 pounds. Hugging each other like this, they are absolutely ugly.
Holy cow! This guy is leading a little beauty, and I originally thought he was a rich second generation, but I didn't expect him to be a little white face who kneels and licks the rich woman's feet.
I have to say that this guy really has some strange tastes.
How can he even go down on someone like that?
Exactly, look at the fat woman's big yellow teeth, it's disgusting just looking at them.
You're right, this guy is really big, can he even spread the fat woman's legs? For a moment, the onlookers pointed and commented.
It's not often that you see such a big melon.
At this moment, Renu Jing was completely dumbfounded.
It could be said that her head was buzzing. She could never have imagined that Chen Yuan was actually a little white face who kneels and licks the rich woman's pussy. For Chen Yuan, she even aborted a child and even kicked Su Changkong out. She just wanted to marry into a wealthy family, she just wanted to live a better life.
But why did the heavens play such a big joke on her? Instead of a rich second generation, she got a cheap man who doesn't pick and chooses what he eats. This joke is too big, isn't it? Chen Yuan, you actually called me a mistress? I even got an abortion for you, and this is how you repay me? Renu Jing was full of disbelief.
She never expected Chen Yuan to stoop so low.
How could someone be so shameless?
At this moment, Renu Jing could be said to be utterly disheartened.
I told you that you were a flirtatious vixen.
How dare you seduce my man, you practically want to die. Chen Yuan, since this vixen seduced you, then I'll give you a chance. Slap her twice in front of me, so she knows what happens when she offends me.
Doesn't she want to be a third party?
Pull her clothes off so everyone can see this damned bitch.
Otherwise, I'll break up with you. Chapter 24, Slap Renu Jing again?
The fat woman surnamed Zhang shook off Chen Yuan with disgust. Chen Yuan's face was ugly, his eyelids twitching, and his gaze at Renu Jing was a bit complicated. In fact, he still quite liked the bitch Renu Jing. Not only was she in good shape and good looking, but the most important thing was that she was obedient to him. Such women are rare these days. But it so happened that their relationship was discovered by the fat woman. It is precisely because of the support of the fat woman that he has maintained the illusion of being a second-generation rich man.
He doesn't want to lose this kind of life.
At the moment, he can only grit his teeth and take 2 steps forward.
He raised his hand and slapped Renu Jing's face.
With 2 slaps, Renu Jing was directly beaten and fell to the ground. You can tell from the sound that Chen Yuan's hand was extremely heavy.
Renu Jing's pretty face was swollen.
Even the crowd didn't expect this damn soft food man to really turn ruthless.
How could you do this to such a charming little beauty? Chen Yuan, you actually hit me? How dare you hit me?
Renu Jing looked at the man across from her, her eyes full of disbelief. Chen Yuan also felt a little uncomfortable, and turned his head away, afraid to make eye contact with Renu Jing.
What's wrong with hitting you? I wanted to kick you instead.
It's all your fault, you bitch, constantly seducing me, tricking me, and ruining my relationship with Sister Zhang.
If I hadn't woken up in time, I would have fallen for you. Get the hell out of here, or I won't be polite.
Chen Yuan's words were very overbearing. However, Renu Jing, who had fallen to the ground, felt extremely aggrieved, and the anger in her heart was almost enough to make her go crazy. When had she ever been so aggrieved? Although it was true that she loved money, the reason she and Chen Yuan got together was also Chen Yuan's initiative. What did it have to do with her? She was the biggest victim in this matter. What's more, she didn't know that Chen Yuan was actually a gigolo. Now, in full view of everyone, she had been slapped in the face repeatedly. Not even one person had come forward to speak up for her. This was definitely the greatest humiliation and disgrace of her life.
You Chen Yuan. If you hadn't pursued me, would I have looked at you, this little dog? Now you're actually slandering me as a mistress? I'll fight you to the death.
Renu Jing, who had suffered an unprecedented humiliation, felt like she was going crazy at this moment. She got up and charged at Chen Yuan. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were wrestling with each other. Although Renu Jing was just a woman, Chen Yuan on the other side was also a small and thin man. In a fit of madness, she actually fought with Chen Yuan on equal terms. It just looked incredibly miserable. Her face was swollen and red, blood was spilling from the corners of her mouth, her hair was a mess, and her clothes were in tatters. She was wildly punching and kicking like crazy. Chen Yuan on the other side was not doing much better, and for a moment, he actually found it difficult to defend himself. Seeing this, the crowd sighed with emotion. This guy actually had the nerve to beat up a woman, and she was still a beautiful woman with 1,000 charms.
Su Changkong's face in the crowd was not looking good either. After all, it was a woman he had loved, and now she had ended up like this, so he was really feeling sorry for her.
Ruoyun, are you willing to hit someone?
What does my husband mean? Are you going to let me help that poor woman?
Su Changkong shook his head. I know this woman, she's my ex-girlfriend, a green tea bitch.
Let's just watch the show for now. It's not often that you see dogs fighting with each other.
After they're done fighting, I'll go up there and give that man a good beating to get back at him. You go up there and slap that bitch a few times to get back at him for me.
I don't hit women.
You do it for me, or I won't be able to get my revenge. Today he's just rubbing salt in the wound.
A man is not a gentleman if he doesn't repay a debt. We're all members of society.
No one should use the rhetoric of repaying kindness with hatred.
If you repay kindness with hatred, how can you repay kindness?
He was never a good person, nor was he a saint. Renu Jing got into this mess because she brought it on herself. Since she dared to betray him, she had to pay the price. Now that the situation is chaotic, it's just right for Ruoyun to give this bitch a few slaps to vent her anger.
He doesn't hit women, but he has women around him, which is enough.
Sending charcoal in the snow is stupid.
It's really cool to kick someone when they're down. Upon hearing this, Ruoyun froze for a moment.
She had originally thought that her husband wanted her to go up and help. After all, this woman looked a bit miserable. However, she never expected that she would be told to slap the other woman a few times. It seems that her husband has a lot of resentment towards this woman. My dear, I'm not looking at the monk's face, but at the Buddha's face. Since you've asked, I'll give her a few more slaps later.
If my hand gets swollen, you have to rub it for me.
Ruoyun's voice was soft and weak, and there was a certain meaning in her words.
Sure enough, she is a woman with a dark heart.
Su Changkong nodded with interest and then turned his head to look over.
He saw that on the ground, the two were still fighting. Under the influence of madness, Renu Jing actually drew even with Chen Yuan. After a few minutes, the two separated. They sat on the ground panting separately.
However, they still looked at each other viciously, as if they would not let go. Seeing that the two had finished fighting, Su Changkong stepped forward a few steps and kicked out with one foot. There was only a loud bang, and Chen Yuan was instantly kicked away. Due to the tremendous force, Chen Yuan fell to the distance and could not get up for a while. Suddenly seeing Su Changkong teach Chen Yuan a lesson, Renu Jing felt 100 emotions at once. She thought about the scene she had exposed in front of Su Changkong. Renu Jing felt extremely uncomfortable for a moment and squatted on the ground, sobbing in pain.
However, the fat woman not far away spoke up. Who are you? What do you have to do with us cleaning up Shaosan? On what grounds did you hit someone?
After all, Chen Yuan was still her man, and it was somewhat embarrassing for him to be cleaned up like this. Su Changkong did not look at the fat woman, but instead looked at Chen Yuan.
You son of a bitch, do you have any shame?
Renu Jing is indeed not a good person, but she even had an abortion for you.
How can you treat her like this? Are you even human?
Chen Yuan finally came back to his senses, and his face was gloomy and uncertain.
Who did you think I was?
It turns out to be a stinky loser who got dumped.
How dare you hit me?
At this time, Chen Yuan's eyes had obviously been blinded by anger. He got up and charged at Su Changkong, looking as if he was ready to die.
However, the gap between the two men was too great.
Su Changkong was now 1.88 meters tall and covered in muscular body. Systematically evaluated as having the strength of a dragon and the grace of a tiger, he could almost be described as having the strength of a dragon and the grace of a tiger. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was just over 1.6 meters tall and weighed just 100 kilograms.
In front of Su Changkong, he looked like a little chicken. Seeing Chen Yuan charging up,
Su Changkong directly revealed a sneer. He reached out and grabbed Chen Yuan by the neck, lifted him up by the neck, and then threw him to the ground. With a loud bang, Chen Yuan was thrown down and couldn't get up at all. Renu Jing, who was crouching on the ground crying in pain, was now crying like rain. She never expected that when she was being recklessly humiliated by someone else as a third party, someone actually came to her aid.
The one who came to help was Su Changkong, the man she had dumped? The man she once looked down on.
The man she once spoke harshly to.
The man she once treated like a lapdog.
The man she once abandoned without a second thought. Now, when she was in crisis, he was still willing to come to her rescue. Thinking about the past 2 years and Su Changkong's meticulous care for her, her eyes welled up with tears again. Thinking back to the scene when she was conquered by the other person some time ago, she felt particularly sad. She let go of such a good man and instead followed this damned Chen Yuan. She really was bewitched. This guy Chen Yuan said nice things, but in fact he never gave anything to her. Instead, he always used sweet words to deceive her.
He got her pregnant and ran away. If it weren't for Su Changkong, she wouldn't know what to do.
But when this guy came looking for her a second time, she still fell for it.
Dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family, she didn't realize that this guy's status as a rich second generation was also fake.
It's all her own fault for being so infatuated and blinded by greed that she ended up being humiliated like that in public and ending up in such a pitiful state.
Chapter 25 3 words, my husband spent 60 million on me.
Such a good man was given up by her own hands. Looking back now, she really regrets it. Compared to Su Changkong, Chen Yuan is not even considered a man. He is not good at playing poker and is useless. Just as Renu Jing was sobbing, Chen Yuan on the ground finally caught his breath.
Oh my god. You've killed someone. Call the police. This guy has killed someone.
Chen Yuan, who had been thrown and was still half conscious, groaned on the ground.
He looked just like a dead dog.
Su Changkong frowned and turned to look at Chen Yuan. He saw that Chen Yuan could not get up, with a handful of snot and tears on his face, as well as blood coming out of his nose.
He looked as miserable as he could be. Su Changkong, who was getting a little annoyed, gave him a kick. With a loud bang, Chen Yuan was kicked several meters away like a sandbag. Although he did not completely lose consciousness, he was already seriously injured and dying.
Seeing that the world was quiet, Su Changkong walked back and stood next to Ruoyun.
Changkong.
Renu Jing stared at Su Changkong intently, tears in the corners of her eyes. She wanted to express her gratitude, but didn't know what to say.
Su Changkong turned his head and glanced at her. What is there to say between the two of us?
His eyes were cold, his words cold, and it was as if they were complete strangers. Renu Jing felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She felt cold all over.
Yes.
The two of them have come to this, and there is simply no relationship between them anymore.
What is there to say at this point? As you said, let's leave each other some face. I advise you to behave yourself. With that, he put his arm around her and walked away. He didn't want to have anything more to do with this woman. After witnessing Su Changkong's departure, Renu Jing turned her head to look at Chen Yuan, who was not far away. An inexplicable hatred flashed in her eyes. It could be said that she had given everything to Chen Yuan. But this guy had caused her to be in such a miserable state. Chen Yuan, you're not a man. Renu Jing's face was full of anger, and there was also some mockery in her anger. You're calling me a man? You damned bitch. Chen Yuan, who had fallen to the ground and was groaning, could not get up and could only curse impotently and furiously. Renu Jing's face was full of mockery. I said you're not a man, and you're not a man. Su Changkong is the kind of man who is truly majestic, and you? Are you even a man? A loser who knows how to hit a woman when he gets angry. You bitch. Chen Yuan's face changed wildly as he fell to the ground, his teeth grinding together as he almost fainted. Renu Jing's words were really somewhat murderous. This kind of humiliation is extremely fatal to men. However, Renu Jing just sneered. At the moment, although she had lost face, she was like a proud phoenix. Disgusting Chen Yuan in the name of Su Changkong made her let out a breath of air. Are you done? An extremely soft voice came from behind her. Renu Jing turned her head. But she found it was the super beautiful woman by Su Changkong's side. You. Su Changkong has left, but I didn't expect this woman to still be here. Renu Jing was shocked and uncertain for a moment. Have you finished saying what you wanted to say? Lu Ruoyun smiled. Renu Jing was speechless. She wanted to say something but didn't. Since you've finished with your business, it's time to deal with our business, right? I don't know you and I have nothing to do with you. Renu Jing frowned. The woman in front of her gave her a strong sense of oppression, and she didn't want to face her. My husband already told me. You hurt him. He was such a good person, such a kind person, such an outstanding person, and he opened his heart to you, but you still hurt him? How could you bear it? How could you bear to hurt him? For such a piece of shit, you actually went and hurt him? Lu Ruoyun's words gradually became louder. The next moment, she swung her right hand. With a loud slap, a slap was slapped on Renu Jing's face. It directly flung Renu Jing to the ground. Renu Jing was slapped twice, once in front and once behind, and this slap made her nose and mouth bleed. She looked as miserable as she could be. You. What do you mean you? To be honest, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met such a wonderful husband. But you hurt him, so I'll never let you go. With that, she swung her right fist at her. The sound of slapping continued. A dozen slaps landed on Renu Jing's face. This immediately stunned Renu Jing. Her rather delicate and pretty face also turned into a pig's head. This is just a lesson, and it is only the beginning. From now on, you just pray that you don't let me see you again, or I will beat you every time I see you. At this moment, Lu Ruoyun looked down upon her, like a valkyrie. Renu Jing, who had fallen to the ground, was full of hatred. However, she strangely did not go crazy, perhaps because she knew she was in the wrong. She looked like a pig, but she looked up at Lu Ruoyun with hatred in her eyes. Su Changkong loved me, he loved me for 2 or 3 years. Where were you at that time? It was my pig-headedness that made me give him up to you. Now I have come to my senses, and as long as I go after him, he will definitely come back to me. When that happens, I will repay you double for the slap you gave me. Renu Jing gnashed her teeth. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyun let out a dismissive smile. Just you? Just because you're shorter than me? Just because you're meaner than me? Just because you're uglier than me? Just because you have no self-control? Just because you're a bitch? Use whatever tricks you have, I'm waiting for you. Bitch. After saying this, she simply kicked up the dust and left. At this time, Su Changkong was already driving the Lamborghini Poison on the road. Hubby, I just gave that bitch a dozen slaps in a row. Look, my hands are swollen and red, and it hurts so much. Su Changkong laughed, and gave Lu Ruoyun a thumbs up. Well done. You've helped me get back at her. Originally, Su Changkong wanted to continue shopping. But after this incident, he no longer had much of a desire to shop. He first sent Lu Ruoyun back, and then he should go back to the school to take a look. After all, he hadn't been back to school for 2 days. Maybe his tutor had already noticed. After half an hour or so, Su Changkong arrived at his destination. The official Lamborghini 4S store. Lu Ruoyun lived in an apartment in the Lamborghini 4S store. That husband, just send him here. Lu Ruoyun's cheeks flushed as she returned here. The past 2 days had been like a dream for her. Su Changkong was so rich and yet so considerate. He had spent tens of millions on her in 2 days and had personally driven her home. It was all naturally very pleasing to her. Thank you, my dear, for being so good to me. Lu Ruoyun, who had gotten out of the car, squeezed into Su Changkong's arms. She stood on tiptoe and gave Su Changkong a fierce kiss on the cheek. Su Changkong embraced the beautiful woman in his arms, with her curves, and also revealed a smile. Bring your phone. Ayo. Lu Ruoyun obediently handed over her phone. Su Changkong opened the phone and found Lu Ruoyun's payment code. He transferred all the money he still had to Lu Ruoyun. The goal for the second stage was 200 million, to buy a Patek Philippe 6002G, which cost 100 million. He spent 10 million yuan on a cheongsam for Lu Ruoyun and 10 million yuan on diamond stockings. The Patek Philippe ladies' wristwatch cost 3.6 million yuan. More than 10 types of bags cost more than 2 million yuan. Balenciaga and Valentino were close to 1 million yuan. Other miscellaneous clothes and accessories added up to more than 4 million yuan. Together with the meals and accommodation, a total of more than 130 million yuan was spent. There were still more than 60 million yuan left on the card. All of the 60 million yuan was transferred to Lu Ruoyun, even the decimal places. At this point, Su Changkong could be said to be empty, and he had become a real pauper. Seeing the sudden transfer of 60 million yuan, Lu Ruoyun was completely stunned. She never expected that Su Changkong would just buy and buy for himself, but he actually transferred over 60 million yuan. This is 60 million yuan, not 6,000 yuan. How can 60 million be transferred so easily? My dear. Lu Ruoyun's eyes were red as she stared at Su Changkong, wanting to say something but unable to. She really couldn't figure out why Su Changkong spent so much money. Even if he was supporting her, he didn't need to spend 60 million, did he? It was really too much. This money. You said your family members were sick, didn't you? Use this money to treat their illnesses. The rest is for you to buy some nice food and clothes. You bought all those things according to my taste. Maybe some of them you don't really like, so buy some things in your favorite style. Besides, although the environment here is good, it is after all a dormitory, with no privacy. It's quite a hassle for me to come and find you. Take this money and find a high-end neighborhood to live in. Use this money as a deposit. When you find a place you like, come find me again, and I'll pay for the apartment. No, really, you don't have to. You've really given me too much. If I sell you that poison, I'll get 1 million in commission, which is enough to pay for my family's medical treatment. If you don't like the idea of me living in a dormitory, I'll just go out and find a place to rent. I'm a little afraid to take this 60 million. This is 60 million. Just lying there in her account, the mere thought of it made her tremble and feel dizzy. At that moment, she felt like one of those brainwashed people in those online videos. 3 sentences made a man spend 180,000 yuan for me. How could this happen to me? 2 days made a man spend 100 million yuan for me? This kind of melodrama actually happened to her for real. Anyone in her position would feel dizzy. It's only 60 million yuan, just think of it as my expenses for supporting you. Su Changkong joked. Hubby, you transferred so much money to me, aren't you afraid that I will take this money and betray you and run away? Chapter 26. Those who are loyal to me are worth tens of billions of dollars. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong laughed even more heartily. It's only 60 million, it's nothing. But it's 60 million. If you sold me as if I were gold, I'm not worth that much. You're already my woman now, if you're short of money, won't that be a disgrace to me? Besides, if you really want to take 60 million and run away, then go ahead. If you run away, how could I stop you? I gave 60 million to the person who betrayed me, so in the future, the person who is loyal to me will start with 10 billion, right? Upon hearing Su Changkong's words, Lu Ruoyun burst out laughing. The internet segment was actually used directly by Su Changkong. It is indeed a bit funny. Okay, go to work. But quit this job as soon as possible. I don't like my woman serving other people in order to sell her car. You are already my person now, so you have to think about my face, do you hear me? Okay then. I will arrange it in the next few days and resign. Lu Ruoyun couldn't help but lean into Su Changkong's arms again.
To her, Su Changkong was completely the perfect man. He was handsome, had a good figure, was muscular, could fight, knew how to comfort people, was not only rich, but also so good at poker at night. He had almost no flaws. It was like a stroke of luck to have met such a man. Although they had only been in contact for 2 days, she already felt the urge to marry him. Although she knew that it was unlikely, and that he would probably have many women in the future. Su Changkong was like poison, with a fatal attraction that made her completely unable to leave him. The thought of separation made Lu Ruoyun feel a little reluctant.
Clinging to Su Changkong's chest, she wriggled and squirmed.
This made Su Changkong also feel a burst of passion, and he was about to push her down.
Lu Ruoyun then panicked and ran out of Su Changkong's arms.
She straightened her messy hair and tidied her messy clothes.
Hubby.
You bully me like this in broad daylight, you're really annoying. Despite her words, she was smiling like a flower, with a stunning charm in her eyes.
It's getting late, I should go back and say hello to them. Hubby, be careful on the road. Su Changkong nodded. Go. I'll come pick you up tonight. Su Changkong still preferred Lu Ruoyun as a fast food.
It tasted good, sweet and delicious, and it didn't get old after a short period of time.
Hearing this, Lu Ruoyun almost stumbled and fell to the ground.
In the past 2 days, playing games and poker, she had been beaten up quite a bit by Su Changkong. When the two played games, Su Changkong liked the rough style, and every time she lost, she was in a sorry state, fleeing in disarray. It seems that he is not going to let her off the hook today. Although her body was weak, Lu Ruoyun still nodded with a blush on her face.
She just ran away.
However, the next moment, a rough voice suddenly came to mind.
Lu Ruoyun.
The voice was full of anger. A red-faced man appeared not far away and blocked Lu Ruoyun's way. The red-faced man was about 1.7 meters tall. Although he was slightly overweight, he dressed very elegantly, wearing expensive designer clothes. You can tell from his appearance that he is relatively wealthy. The only drawback is that this man's appearance is really a bit ordinary. He has a square face, eyebrow arches, and some freckles on his face. Lu Ruoyun was also taken aback when she saw this man appear. The happy smile on her face disappeared.
What? Feeling Lu Ruoyun's indifference, the man seemed to become more and more angry.
I have been looking for you for 2 days, and you are only back at this time.
Shouldn't you give me an explanation?
The tone was slightly heavy, and his face was hideous, like an injured bull.
Hearing this, Lu Ruoyun also became a little impatient. Give you an explanation? Give you what explanation? Are we close? Lu Ruoyun's face was full of indifference. I've been chasing you for 2 months, and you say we're not close?
You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch. The man became more and more agitated as he spoke, and his voice grew louder and louder. I've already said it, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll buy a Gallardo from you, and the commission alone is estimated to be 100,000 yuan, but why do you keep rejecting me?
It's fine if you reject me, but you immediately start fooling around with someone else? What do you mean? Are you playing the game of cross sticks with me here? You bitch, you pretended to be noble with me, but you immediately went down on your knees to lick someone else's ass? The man was extremely angry.
His name was Han Changlu, and his family was in the gravel business, with total assets of over 100 million yuan. As he reached an age, his family handed over a lot of the gravel business to Han Changlu.
Han Changlu is indeed quite capable, and has doubled the family business thanks to his connections. It is said that the family's total assets are close to 200 million yuan. As a result, Han Changlu is considered to be quite famous.
Some time ago, when he came to buy a car, he immediately fell for the saleswoman Lu Ruoyun.
Lu Ruoyun's figure, looks and temperament are no different to him than a goddess.
It is rare to see such a beautiful woman in the whole of Shanghai. So he launched a crazy pursuit. And promised that as long as Lu Ruoyun was his girlfriend, he would buy a Gallardo. However, Lu Ruoyun was not interested in him, and she rejected him every time, which made him quite annoyed. Today he came to see Lu Ruoyun.
He even bought Lu Ruoyun a bouquet of flowers and a fruit phone.
Unfortunately, he was disappointed and did not see Lu Ruoyun. He had just left the forest shop when he saw the goddess who had always rejected him, and in the blink of an eye she was snuggling up to someone else. Not only did she throw herself at him, she also offered him a kiss.
At that moment, Han Changlu felt nothing but seething anger.
He thought about the strange looks from the other sales assistants in the 4S shop, which clearly showed that they looked down on him or were feeling sorry for him.
Thinking about this, Han Changlu was even more furious. You stinking bitch, I've been so good to you. I've been courting you for 3 months, why didn't you say yes? And now you're here cuddling up to someone else? Have you no sense of shame? Hearing this, Lu Ruoyun's face also turned ugly. Especially since her husband hadn't left yet, how could she not be annoyed when she was being scolded like this? What does it matter to you if I'm seeing someone? Who do you think you are? You think your family is so great just because they have a bit of money? Who cares?
Besides, I have already rejected you many times clearly.
I don't like you,
so don't come here and cause trouble, but you just won't listen.
Whose fault is that? Have I ever asked you for anything? Have I ever taken anything from you?
It's you who has come here time and time again to harass me, making it difficult for me to do my work.
I haven't even called the police to report you yet. Leave quickly, don't waste my time, I'm busy. You want to buy a car and still let me be your girlfriend? If you want to buy a house, you still have to let someone marry you as your wife?
That's ridiculous.
Lu Ruoyun was extremely impatient.
Her husband was not far away and had not left yet, and she was afraid that he would misunderstand.
She didn't want any flaws in their relationship. Chapter 27, You Want to Lick My Wife? However, Han Changlu was not willing to let Lu Ruoyun off so easily.
Bitch, you rejected me and stayed with someone else.
Look at that car, it should be poison, right? In other words, that guy bought the poison? Because he is richer than me, you chose him? I originally thought that you were different from ordinary women, that you would be a white moonlight. I never thought you were a materialistic woman too. I was blind to fall for you, and you have really disappointed me.
Han Changlu's words were like sharp poison stabs, piercing into Lu Ruoyun's heart.
In this society, once someone is labeled as realistic, the woman's reputation is basically ruined. It's the same as a man being labeled as a scumbag. What did you say? Lu Ruoyun's face was ugly, like a furious lioness. Who are you calling realistic?
Just about to yell again, someone from behind put an arm around her shoulders. She turned her head and saw it was Su Changkong. Su Changkong had been watching the whole thing from a distance.
Seeing that Lu Ruoyun couldn't get away from the man, Su Changkong came over again.
Seeing Su Changkong put his arms around Lu Ruoyun, the man was even more furious.
Take your hands off her.
The man's eyes were red with anger.
Lu Ruoyun hurriedly explained. Honey, I don't actually know this person well, you have to believe me.
He's just a customer who came to Lamborghini to buy a car. He didn't buy a car, but he harassed me a lot. He said he would buy a car after making me his girlfriend and supporting my sales. I refused many times, but he was indifferent and persistent, it was very annoying.
It's okay, I'll handle this matter. Su Changkong patted Lu Ruoyun in his arms.
Then he turned his head and looked at Han Changlu. It seems that although this Han Changlu has some money, he is actually a dog licker.
It's just a hard lick. People don't even like it, but they have to lick it hard. Since you have been touched by me, then I have to say something. Thank you for liking my girlfriend, but my girlfriend doesn't like you.
It's really pointless to keep causing trouble like this, so I advise you not to harass my girlfriend anymore.
Your girlfriend? Hearing Su Changkong's words, Han Changlu's face instantly puffed up red. You've only known each other for a few days? And you dare to claim that she's your girlfriend?
I chased after her for 2 whole months, taking meticulous care of her.
Where were you at that time? Just because you bought a car, she became someone's girlfriend?
The man was a little hysterical. Seeing this, Su Changkong felt a little helpless.
Someone like this has already entered a state of paranoia, and there is simply no way to communicate.
There is no point in continuing to argue with someone like this, it is a complete waste of time. He is already living in his own paranoid and crazy world, no matter what others say, it is like playing music to a cow.
Let me walk you home. Su Changkong shook his head and put his arm around Lu Ruoyun's waist. Resign as soon as possible and end your work here. Okay then.
Lu Ruoyun did not object.
Since her husband does not like this job, she will just quit. Su Changkong put his arm around Lu Ruoyun and walked directly over to Han Changlu's side.
However, at this time, Han Changlu had already been blinded by hatred, and he blocked the two of them with a flash of his body. Su Changkong's eyes narrowed slightly, and displeasure flashed in his eyes.
Get out of the way. Su Changkong was 1.88 meters tall and had a sturdy and slender build. Han Changlu stood opposite Su Changkong and was completely crushed. Although Su Changkong's tone was slightly flat, it was extremely oppressive. At this moment, Han Changlu on the opposite side felt a huge pressure, and he actually unconsciously took 2 steps back.
It was precisely these 2 steps that made Han Changlu react.
I actually flinched? The woman I like is in someone else's arms, and I flinched when I was rebuked by someone else?
Han Changlu, who had come to his senses, was full of ferocity.
Kid, what are you arrogant about?
When I was chasing after Lu Ruoyun, I didn't even know where you were, so you have no say here. After these words, he turned directly to Lu Ruoyun and started shouting. Lu Ruoyun, I know that he is rich, and I know that you fancy his money, but I have to remind you of something. This kind of person is not going to be with you forever, he's only after your youth and beauty, and when you get older, he'll leave you with nothing. This kind of person is a playboy, he's only playing around.
I advise you to stop being obsessed. I am the only one who is truly good to you.
Although I am not as rich as him, I am not bad at all, and I can provide you with a stable life.
Why are you so obsessed?
Han Changlu was heartbroken and more hysterical.
Don't let money blind you. Han Changlu stared at the two of them chattering. Hearing this, Su Changkong's eyes darkened.
Originally, he was not prepared to argue with this psychopath.
Because this psychopath has already fallen into a state of paranoid thinking, it is pointless to say anything.
But now this guy has said such things, which displeased Su Changkong. He stepped forward and stared at Han Changlu intently.
If someone doesn't like you, they just don't, so why bother? I see that you have a bit of money, so it's fine to play around with 2 women, but why are you obsessed with other people's women? What era is this, and you're still playing the infatuated and affectionate routine? Don't you feel that this routine has long since become outdated? Besides, don't you feel that you're just a lapdog? Su Changkong looked down on Han Changlu condescendingly, his gaze revealing contempt.
It's not your fault for being a lapdog, but it is your fault for trying to lap my girlfriend. My girlfriend has made it very clear that she doesn't like you, and she even hates you.
I don't want you to show your face in front of her again. If you show your face in front of her again, I can make you wish you were dead. Do you believe me?
Su Changkong's words were full of endless murderous intent, and for a moment, they actually scared him.
You. Su Changkong's words pierced Han Changlu's heart like a steel needle.
The total assets of his company are already close to 200 million, but the working capital that can be taken out is only 10 to 20 million.
That's still the assets of the company. The funds that he can personally take out are even less. He really can't afford a poison worth hundreds of millions.
This shows that the man in front of him is much more powerful than him. He is a presence that he can never provoke. He himself is now under a lot of pressure from loans.
I can give her love. I do love her. Chapter 28 The joy of being the Prime Minister, you can't imagine. Love? In this society, how much is love worth? Is it enough to print 65 pages of PPT? Su Changkong scoffs.
The most important thing for a person is to know oneself, and to wear underpants that fit one's butt.
Find a girlfriend of whatever level according to one's abilities. If you don't have the ability yourself, but you want to covet someone else's girlfriend, and you still accuse others of being materialistic? We're all adults, don't you find these things ridiculous? Love? Do you think this is a fairy tale? If you can't even afford a girlfriend, what makes you qualify to fall in love? Who are you to accuse others of being materialistic? Su Changkong's words were extremely heartbreaking. At that moment, Su Changkong was extremely insightful.
Because the words he said were actually what Renu Jing had once said to herself. Now they had been used by herself to speak to others. The last thorn in her heart finally disappeared with these words. Everything in the past was in the past. It was all in the past, and he was no longer the same as he had been. But why does she keep hanging on to me? I buy her flowers and gifts, and although she rejects them, her words are not that harsh.
If this isn't hanging on to me, what is it? Is she keeping me like a fish in a bowl?
Han Changlu's tone was harsh, his face full of ferocity, looking like a rutting bull.
Come on, can you stop being so naive?
It's obvious that she doesn't want it, she's even rejected it.
What more do you want her to do?
She still has to work here, and if she rejects it too harshly, it will affect her work.
Can't you see that?
She's just leaving you with the last shred of dignity, but unfortunately you're too obsessed to appreciate it.
Who do you think you are?
You're not even as tall as her, so why do you think she'll hang on to you?
Do you really think you're someone? Su Changkong's tone was flippant.
His words were full of disdain.
He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then exhaled directly in Han Chanlu's face.
This was how you kill someone, by attacking their heart. Han Changlu was furious, his fists clenched, looking as if he was ready to fight to the death at any moment. His eyes were red and bloodshot.
What? You still want to fight? If you want to fight, go ahead. I'll give you some advice. With your small frame, you'd better be prepared. What will happen after you start fighting?
After these words, Han Changlu's breathing became heavy.
This is humiliating. This is really humiliating. But Su Changkong was right.
The two men had a big height difference, and their body types were also very different.
If they really started fighting, I'm afraid the one who would suffer would be themselves. Thinking about this, although he gritted his teeth, he ultimately did not dare to fight. Seeing the other person's humiliated appearance, Su Changkong sneered even more.
He raised his hand and slapped the other person directly in the face.
You're shameless for giving me face. This slap completely took Han Chanlu by surprise.
He never expected Su Changkong to fight when he said he would, and for a moment he did not react, so he was slapped directly in the face by the other person. The burning pain on his face made him furious.
People give you face, but you have to earn it yourself.
When someone gives you face, you have to carefully take it and not be a disgrace. I'll give you some advice. If I see you again, I'll make you reasonably disappear from this earth.
Do you believe me? Su Changkong's face was full of murderous intent. How dare you cause trouble for my woman? No one will get away with it. It's your right to be a lapdog, but please stay away from my girlfriend. Su Changkong's words were full of murderous intent. Han Changlu trembled all over, but in the end, he still didn't dare to act. He had some knowledge.
This guy can make poison, so he is definitely not an ordinary person.
Maybe there really are certain means that can make him reasonably disappear.
He didn't dare to take that risk.
Looking at Han Changlu, who was full of humiliation and stood there motionless, Su Changkong revealed a sneer. He then put his arm around Lu Ruoyun and walked away. Let's finish up here as soon as possible. Then we'll find a place to buy a house again. I'll pay for it, and I don't care how much it costs. The most important thing is to live comfortably and safely. Okay, honey, you were really handsome just now. I'm already captivated by you. You just looked like a hero. I feel like I can never leave you again. What should I do? Seeing Lu Ruoyun, who looked like a little woman, Su Changkong just laughed. What heroes and non-heroes?
I don't care about being a hero. Heroes are people who die a bad death.
If I'm going to be one, I'd rather be a tyrant. The joy of being a tyrant is beyond the imagination of outsiders. As he spoke, Su Changkong thought of Prime Minister Chao.
Hee, honey, I like it when you're overbearing. The more overbearing the better. If you're not overbearing, I won't like it.
Lu Ruoyun happily embraced Su Changkong's arm and didn't want to let go. Good guy. No wonder the system determined that Lu Ruoyun has that tendency. It seems there is still a lot of room for development. Okay, go back quickly. Resign as soon as possible. I'll pick you up in the evening. Okay. Bye, honey, kisses, I love you. This is the first step in a long journey. After witnessing Lu Ruoyun return to the Lamborghini 4S store, Su Changkong walked back. At this time, Han Changlu had already disappeared without a trace.
As soon as he returned to the parking space, he saw a stylishly dressed girl standing next to the car taking crazy pictures. The woman looked very young and good-looking, but her face was full of technology and harshness, obviously having had work done. Her chin was as sharp as an awl, and her nose was towering high into the sky. Her eyes were the size of eggs, and she was the real-life version of a snake spirit. The woman was wearing a tight, low-cut t-shirt with a mink vest, which looked a bit posh. She was wearing a purple miniskirt that barely covered the top of her thighs. She was wearing a pair of crystal slippers. She was carrying a Dior bag and taking pictures like crazy. Su Changkong understood that he had probably encountered a so-called fake celebrity. Seeing that the woman was taking pictures like crazy, Su Changkong did not go up to her to hurry her along, but instead smoked with interest nearby. Seeing Su Changkong watching from the side, the woman just rolled her eyes and continued taking pictures as she pleased.
This is poison, there are only 2 in the whole country, if not taking pictures now, when?
10 minutes passed, and the cigarette was finished. However, the fake celebrity, full of technology and vitality, was still taking pictures. She took pictures from the front to the back of the car, and from the back to the body of the car. She took pictures in all kinds of poses.
Su Changkong shook his head and walked over.
When she saw Su Changkong approaching, the woman rolled her eyes.
You are indeed very handsome and have a good figure, but my fish tank is already full. Go stay somewhere else.
She kept on nagging, but kept on taking pictures like crazy.
Su Changkong was stunned. This woman. Where did she get her confidence?
She was full of technology and hard work, but she had a self-righteous arrogance. You've got it wrong, it's almost time, I should go. Then, in the woman's stunned gaze, he directly took out the car keys.
Chapter 29, The Woman's Burst of Vanity.
As the unlocking key was pressed, the headlights of the Lamborghini poison car immediately lit up.
It was like a fierce beast awakening. The scissor doors slowly lifted, and the aura exploded. Su Changkong walked past the woman and sat directly in the car.
The woman was taken aback when she saw this. She had originally thought that this guy was going to ask for her contact information.
Unexpectedly, he was the owner of the poison. And I even mocked him. Damn it. I hunt all day long, but I'm also blind sometimes? Young man, I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. I thought you were asking for my contact information. I'm actually very well educated and don't usually at strangers, so that's why I misunderstood.
The woman kept apologizing and bowing next to the passenger seat. As she bowed, her cleavage kept on revealing itself.
Intentionally or not, she was showing off her cleavage. I never thought that you, young man, would be the owner of this car. I'm really sorry. Su Changkong nodded faintly and didn't say a word. Instead, he started the car with a loud bang. Young man, I saw the news yesterday, saying that there was another Lamborghini poison in the Devil's Metropolis. I never thought that I would run into it today. What an honor. You have such a cool car and you're so handsome, I'm really happy to meet you. I know there's a nice bar up ahead, would you like to go with me? I don't really like bars, that's okay. Oh, is that so? How about this, I'd like to invite you to dinner to apologize, is that okay? You can come to my place, I'm a pretty good cook. I can cook for you. That's okay.
Seeing that Su Changkong was about to leave,
the woman became anxious. Little brother, why don't we add each other as contacts? I'm quite free, I can accompany you whenever you want, and we can do whatever you want. Really? Maybe next time. Su Changkong slammed the accelerator, and the car roared away with a loud noise. Women like this are probably the more famous fake socialites in the city. He has never cared for women like this. The fake socialite, full of technology and ruthless, looked at the Lamborghini speeding away and stood there in a daze, ultimately feeling a little annoyed. What a pity. A great opportunity was right in front of her, but she had missed it in the end. Anyone who can drive a Lamborghini must be worth at least a few hundred million, or even tens or hundreds of millions. Being able to get close to such a person is enough to ensure a lifetime of financial security, and even a chance to marry into a wealthy family. Such a good opportunity just slipped away right in front of her eyes. The woman was annoyed for a while. Then she took out her phone and started editing the photos. After a few rounds of editing, she posted 10 photos to her circle of friends. Within just a few dozen seconds, there were many likes and comments. Of course, most of the comments were from fake socialites and those who lick dogs in her circle. Wow, is this Lamborghini poison? Did my sister take him down? She is truly beautiful, worthy of being my goddess. Is it possible that this slut has hooked up with the owner of the Lamborghini? Is she really going to marry into a wealthy family? I'm so jealous, my jealousy is turning purple. All kinds of comments began to appear. Seeing the tone of envy in their sisters' voices, the woman felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This only made her more determined to win over that young man. She had seen him once. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, had a great body, was handsome, and more importantly, could afford such an expensive car. He was definitely the highest quality, top-notch male, and she would not let him go under any circumstances. At this time, Ruoyun was already surrounded by many of her sisters. The reason was that before she returned, the butler at the Four Seasons Hotel had already delivered so many luxury goods according to Su Changkong's requirements.
They were quietly placed in the corner of the lobby at this time, forming a small mountain. There were all kinds of clothes, all kinds of luxury goods, all kinds of bags, everything you could think of. This naturally caused a sensation among the sisters. Now that Lu Ruoyun had returned, the sisters naturally gathered around. I can't believe you little slut actually went through all this shit. It's all luxury goods. How much did this whole mess cost? Yeah, there are more than 10 bags alone, and they're basically all limited editions.
I'd say it must have cost a few million? I'm so jealous. Balenciaga only has a few dozen pairs. That guy is so generous, he must really like you.
He's willing to spend so much money on you, I guess he's really into you.
Wow, the watch you're wearing is actually a Patek Philippe?
I've read about this watch, and it's said to cost 4 or 5 million yuan.
Did that handsome guy buy it for you? I really didn't expect you to pay for it.
Not only did you sell the poison and get $1 million commission, you also won the favor of such a super rich second generation, and your future is promising.
You've flown up to the top and become a phoenix. Many sales assistants surrounded Lu Ruoyun and whispered, their eyes full of envy. They were all human, but why was there such a big difference?
Looking at her sister's envious glances, Lu Ruoyun's vanity was also bursting.
This was an unprecedented feeling in pride.
In fact, she didn't know how much money her husband actually had. But she knew that her husband had spent 300 million in 2 days. Even Principal Wang had never spent so much.
Perhaps her husband was really richer than Principal Wang. Ladies, please don't laugh at me anymore. I'm a little embarrassed to talk about it.
My boyfriend bought me this as a gift, but there were so many that I can't wear them all.
Do you like any of them? Why don't you pick one for yourself?
I'll consider it a thank you for all the care you've shown me over the past while.
With that, Lu Ruoyun took out the Balenciaga. Su Changkong had bought her 70 or 80 pairs of Balenciaga at once.
Each pair was in a crystal box, and there were 70 or 80 of them, all piled up in a big heap.
Wow, really?
Little slut, your sisters have not raised you in vain.
Many women were full of surprise. They never expected to get a share. These are Balenciaga shoes. Even the cheapest pair costs thousands of dollars. It's enough to pay their monthly salary.
They never expected that this little girl had become so generous after just 2 days away. Many women were full of surprise as they began to make their selections.
For a moment, the chaotic sounds filled the air.
The distant crested ibis looked at the scene and a smile appeared on her face.
She could tell that this girl, Lu Ruoyun, was really lucky.
She had gone out with someone for 2 days and had reaped tens of millions of dollars worth of luxury goods. The watch on her hand alone was worth nearly 5 million.
This was enough to show that the person really liked this girl.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to spend so much money.
Tens of millions is no ordinary sum.
It is unknown whether an ordinary person can earn the watch on her wrist in a lifetime.
Are you regretting not getting into that person's car?
Just as the crested ibis was smiling, an inappropriate sound came from the side.
Chapter 30: The Crested Ibis's Impulses and Longings.
The crested ibis turned her head. But she saw her husband looking at her with a gloomy face. There seemed to be a storm of anger brewing in his eyes. Her good mood was instantly destroyed.
Think what you want.
Crested ibis no longer wanted to argue with this man, she was a little tired. The two of them had argued countless times in the past 2 days. They were both exhausted from arguing. In fact, she understood why her husband was arguing. Their relationship had long since reached an end, and the marriage could be said to exist in name only. But the words of that handsome young man the day before yesterday had directly caused this man to break down his defenses.
Your wife is really outstanding. How can you say something like that so casually?
Crested ibis didn't know why that handsome young man had said such a thing. It was precisely because of these words that this man, whose psychology was already incredibly dark, became even more enraged. Crested ibis didn't know what the handsome young man meant.
Perhaps that handsome young man had some feelings for her as well?
When she thought about this, a certain impulse welled up in the depths of her heart. Compared to the dark-minded man beside her, the young man was undoubtedly extremely outstanding.
There was simply no comparison between the two. Hearing the perfunctory reply from Zhu Yan, the man's eyes became even more gloomy. Now you don't even bother to talk to me? Do you regret marrying me? Do you want a divorce? At the time, you also wanted to get into someone else's car, didn't you? You also want those luxuries, don't you?
The man became more and more irritable. Crested Ibis rolled her eyes, sighed slightly, and ultimately didn't say anything. She didn't want to deal with this man at all. This man had already gone psychopathic. Saying anything would only lead to an argument, so it was better not to say anything. Then she walked off into the distance. Seeing Crested Ibis coming, the sales assistants gathered around her greeted her. The Ibis is one of the supervisors here. He is kind and has a high emotional quotient. Everyone respects the Ibis. Xiao Lu, congratulations. You found such a good boyfriend, and he bought you so many luxury goods after only knowing you for 2 days. It seems that he really likes you, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so much money on you. This is a great opportunity. You might just fly into the nest of the phoenix. Don't miss it. Maybe I'll be able to attend your wedding banquet after a while. Lu Ruoyun blushed slightly when she heard the starling's words. Thank you, Sister Starling. Sister Starling, he bought me a lot of things, but I can't use them all. Do you have any favorites? She said this and dragged the starling to go choose. No need, after all, it is a gift from someone to you, and it would not be appropriate for you to give it to me. It's fine, he doesn't care about these trivial matters. Seeing that Zhu Yan refused to make a selection, Lu Ruoyun simply did it herself. She personally selected a pair of Balenciaga stockings, a pair of Valentino heels. She also picked out a rather nice bag. Sister Syconia, when I first came to work here, I knew nothing and made a lot of mistakes. Thanks to your help, this is a small token of my appreciation. Maybe in a few days I'll be leaving. He doesn't like my job. He says he doesn't like it when I serve other people. Syconia nodded, and she didn't even say thank you. After all, it was a nice gift, and who could bear to refuse? You're welcome. But I still want to advise you. The fact that someone is nice to you means that they really like you. We should know our own strengths and weaknesses, understand what we can do and what we can't, and what we can give to others. We should think more, learn more and see more. We should do more for others within our abilities. If you want to live a happy life, you have to keep learning and improving yourself. Thank you, sister. Okay, everyone disperse. After all, there are still guests, and if we continue to make a scene, it will have a bad influence. After hearing the words of the Crested Ibis, the many women dispersed in a rush. Lu Ruoyun had not resigned after all, so she also put on her work clothes and got busy. At this time, Su Changkong originally wanted to go back to school. After all, it had been 2 days since he had last gone to school. But while on the way, the system reminder that the task had been completed made Su Changkong dismiss the idea of going back to school. Ding! The Chaoningshan House system reminds the host that the host's novice task of spending 200 million in 3 days has been completed, and 10 attribute points have been rewarded. The host can add points at will or redeem them for any product in the system mall. Ding! The Chaoningshan House system reminds the host that the host has triggered the next stage of the task, spend 400 million in 3 days. A successful task will be rewarded with 10 attribute points, while a failed task will result in a penalty of 10 attribute points being deducted. After thinking for a moment, Su Changkong simply returned to the suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. The second stage of the mission, the goal of spending 200 million in 3 days, had been completed. Once again, he had gained 10 attribute points. Each mission was worth 10 attribute points, which was a bit stingy. The third stage of the mission had also been issued. It was exactly what Su Changkong had expected. The third stage of the mission was to spend 400 million in 3 days. The amount of money required to complete the next stage of the task is doubled. It has now been stacked to 3 days and 400 million, and it is beginning to get a little difficult. But overall it is still relatively simple. Open your attribute panel and start researching. Host, Su Changkong. Age, at the peak 2100. Height, 188 100. Appearance, handsome 84. Stamina, strong 84. Intelligence, brain dead 25. Strength, cowardly 76. Fortune, turning from bad to good 98. Lifespan, short 41. Vitality, purple yang dragon root 25. Looking at his stats, Su Changkong fell into deep thought. After completing the mission, he had gained 10 attribute points. The attribute closest to a perfect score is luck. Currently, it is 98 points, and the system evaluation is that things are looking up. To get luck to 100 points is currently the easiest. System, help me pile up luck to the perfect score.
Ding!
The superpower system reminds the host that luck is a hidden special attribute, and 100 attribute points add 1 point.
The host currently does not have enough attribute points. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Changkong instantly felt like he had been screwed. 100 attribute points only add 1 point? This T&D, why not go rob? If this is a task, with a reward of 10 attribute points, when will it be possible to save up 100? After searching for a long time, Su Changkong finally decided to save up the 10 attribute points for the time being. Perhaps in the future, after the system store opens, it will be possible to exchange for many special things. Having food in hand, one's heart does not panic. Even if it is added to other attributes now, it is impossible to become a perfect score. After returning to the suite, he slept some more before lazily getting up. First, he called his mentor at school and said that he was not feeling well and would need to take a few days off. His mentor rambled on for a while before finally hanging up. Butler.
The extremely well-dressed housekeeper walked in, leaning her body forward.
Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Chapter 31. Young people should know how to restrain themselves. My hair is a little long. Can the store provide a haircut service? In response to Mr. Su's question, I have a senior barber's certificate. If you don't mind, I can provide you with a haircut. Of course, the store can also provide Mr. Su with another hairstylist, depending on Mr. Su's choice. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong was taken aback.
He didn't expect the housekeeper of this luxury suite to be a senior barber.
Okay, you then. Mr. Su, would you like to get a haircut in the suite? Or would you rather? I'm a bit tired, so I'll just do it in the suite. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment while I get ready. The extremely demure housekeeper quickly went downstairs to get ready.
It didn't take long to get ready. All kinds of tools were also placed in the living room.
Su Changkong swayed and sat down on the sofa. The housekeeper began to cut Su Changkong's hair.
It has to be said that the housekeeper's skills are quite good. His gentle movements gave Su Changkong a very good experience. After the haircut, the housekeeper also happened to trim Su Changkong's eyebrows, shave his face, and even trim his nose hair.
Su Changkong felt a very good and ultimate experience. Next, the housekeeper gave Su Changkong a very high-spec full-body massage. There was everything you could want from a spa.
This allowed Su Changkong to experience once again what true happiness is for the rich. It had to be said that the housekeeper was very skilled and had a sweet mouth. Su Changkong was very comfortable being served.
No wonder the rich all degenerate. How could this extreme comfort and enjoyment not make people degenerate?
However, this afternoon of tossing and turning also caused the housekeeper to suffer quite a bit.
Seeing the housekeeper's listless appearance, Su Changkong let out a smile. For a man, this is something to be proud of.
Before he knew it, it was already afternoon.
Su Changkong then emerged from the hotel, got into his car, and went to find Lu Ruoyun.
After all, they had already made plans for the evening. He still had 400 million in his hands. He would see if there were any new projects that needed funding, and spend some of that 400 million first.
Lamborghini Forest stores close at 5:30 p.m. for dinner.
Due to the rush, Lu Ruoyun did not go to the cafeteria to eat with her sister. Instead, she rested directly in the break room of the Lamborghini Forest store and retouched her makeup. She had to meet her dream guy later, so she had to look exquisite no matter what. When the ibis saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little curious.
Ruoyun, it's getting late, they've all gone to the cafeteria to eat, why haven't you? It's so late, and you're still putting on makeup here. Are you going out later? When Xuen asked, Lu Ruoyun didn't know what to say for a moment, and her face flushed. Sister, I still have some things to do this afternoon. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up in a while. I'm waiting for him. Waiting for your boyfriend? He just dropped you off this morning, and you're going on a date again tonight? Lu Ruoyun blushed slightly and didn't dare to speak.
Seeing Lu Ruoyun's coy appearance, Xuen, as a woman who has been there, naturally understood everything and then revealed a knowing smile. Young people, you must know how to restrain yourself.
Lu Ruoyun blushed. It's probably just asking me to go out to dinner with her. Sister, you're thinking too much. Just going out to dinner, it's that simple?
Xuyen's face was full of smiles, and her smile revealed some teasing.
You've come back a different person. You even walk differently. No one else has noticed, but I have. You're an experienced woman, how could you not know these things? Oh, Sister Xuan, please stop. You're embarrassing me. Zhuan laughed heartily.
Xiaoyun, someone is willing to spend so much money on you, and they only sent you back in the morning, but they couldn't wait to pick you up again in the evening.
Obviously, they really like you, so you have to know how to seize the moment. Lu Ruoyun couldn't stand Zhu Huan's teasing.
She could only sit silently on the side, applying her makeup. As time passed, the other sisters had already returned from dinner. After all, this was a 4S store selling luxury cars, and it was natural for people to finish work at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening.
Seeing their sisters come back one after the other, Zhu Yan directly informed everyone of the news.
Sisters, this is shocking news. Lu Ruoyun's new boyfriend is coming to pick her up in a while. As soon as the news broke, it instantly caused a stir among the many sales assistants.
That's the super rich second generation who bought the Lamborghini Poison. A billionaire who spent tens of millions on Lu Ruoyun in 2 days. In the eyes of these sisters, Su Changkong was already the standard Prince Charming. Although they had nothing to do with him, it was nice to watch the fun. The many sales assistants surrounded Lu Ruoyun and started chatting. Lu Ruoyun was flustered. After a short while, Lu Ruoyun's phone rang.
It was Su Changkong calling.
Lu Ruoyun quickly pushed her sisters aside and answered the phone. "Hello, honey." The other girls burst out laughing again.
It's only been 2 or 3 days, and he's already calling her honey. It seems that this little flirt has been completely conquered by someone. I've already arrived at the parking lot of your 4S store, so I won't drive over there, you can just come directly.
Okay, I'll be right there. After Lu Ruoyun hung up the phone, she realized that the other girls were eavesdropping. What are you all doing?
Seeing that Lu Ruoyun's pretty face was slightly red, the other girls all started teasing her.
Hey, honey. I'll be right over.
Oh, you're usually not this gentle, but now that you're on the phone, it's like your bones are melting.
Ha, you're right.
That Han guy gets kicked out every time he comes over, and if he sees you like this, he'll probably die of anger.
You're picking him up at this hour? You're not playing poker, are you? You didn't look very energetic today.
After all, 2 beautiful young women together is quite a sight.
What are you talking about? We're just going out to eat. It's fine, we've both been there, we understand. Lu Ruoyun was suddenly at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. Hurry up and go, so he doesn't get anxious.
Yes, he is the standard Dark Horse Prince, and we can't let him wait too long.
Sisters, let's go check out that Dark Horse Prince, too?
We didn't look closely when we bought the car, and now that he's here for us again, we can't miss this opportunity.
His poison is black, so he's a super dark horse, right? To be precise, he's a super dark horse. This proposal immediately won the approval of the other sales assistants. They surrounded Lu Ruoyun and went out.
Lu Ruoyun's face was a little embarrassed, but seeing that her sisters were so enthusiastic, she could only let them have their way. Before long, 7 or 8 beautiful sales assistants appeared in the parking lot. As soon as they arrived in the parking lot, the group found their target. They saw the black poison lying there quietly, like a steel warrior. And a slender figure was leaning against the car. Seeing this figure, everyone's eyes lit up.
Chapter 32, Bitch, don't even think about hitting on my husband.
The extremely tall and slender young man leaning there gave off a rather elegant and aristocratic air. He was wearing a modern casual Zhongshan suit in a young and unique version.
It accentuated his slender figure extremely well.
His short, unkempt hair was trimmed to perfection, giving him an extremely carefree and uninhibited appearance. His firm and delicate face had quite 3-dimensional features. His eyebrows are like a sword, his nose is high and straight, and his lips are slightly thin. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sit atop his extremely beautiful eyes, and the aura of determination reveals a scholarly air. Such a young man is waiting there quietly, giving a very strong visual impact. Just one look is enough to know that this is definitely a man who stands out from the crowd.
Wow, he's so handsome, Xiaoyun, you're so lucky, right? The handsome black horse prince is also too exaggerated. Not only is he rich and considerate, he's also handsome. He's a godsend. Oh my god, I feel like my heart is going to stop. After a short silence, the sales assistants let out a gasp of admiration.
Such an outstanding and high-quality man is really a bit enviable.
Originally, everyone had a chance.
But this great opportunity was seized by this little slut, Lu Ruoyun. It really makes people feel envious and jealous. Looking at the excited and envious expressions of her colleagues, Lu Ruoyun's heart also revealed a trace of joy. At this moment, her vanity was greatly satisfied. What women long for is nothing more than a perfect love. They all hope that their men are superheroes riding on colorful clouds. Her man may not be riding on a colorful cloud, but he drives a multi-million-dollar sports car, which is definitely not light. He is definitely the hero in her heart. The only hero. There was also a shy Lu Ruoyun who quickly came up to Su Changkong. She directly put her arm around Su Changkong's arm. "Hubby, these are all my colleagues. They heard that you came to pick me up, so they all clamored to come see you. You shouldn't be angry, should you?" Su Changkong gave a slight smile. Instead, he turned his head and greeted everyone. "Hello, I am Su Changkong, Lu Ruoyun's boyfriend. Thank you for taking care of Lu Ruoyun during this time." Then he turned his head to look at another woman. This woman was none other than the crested ibis who had helped Su Changkong buy a car. "Hello, we meet again." He still had a strong impression of this crested ibis. A young woman with a fiery figure. He had seen a lot of her. Not only had her figure skyrocketed, her looks were also extremely outstanding. Su Changkong had a deep impression of this woman. Seeing Su Changkong take the initiative to say hello, many of the women were a little flattered. One of the girls with a carefree personality even spoke directly. "No wonder you were able to win over our Xiaoyun. You're actually so handsome in love? It's really enviable. If a high-quality man like you hadn't been taken by Xiaoyun early on, I might have taken you." These words were quite rude, and Lu Ruoyun immediately became anxious. He went up and covered the woman's mouth. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you say something like that?" Seeing Lu Ruoyun's anxious appearance, the other women burst out laughing. Su Changkong also smiled as he looked at the group of noisy women. "In the past, I put all my energy into that scumbag Renu Jing. I gave the impression of being both stupid and aloof, so Su Changkong hardly made any friends in his first 2 years of university. Now, seeing Lu Ruoyun mingle with everyone, he was still quite pleased. How about this? I'll go to dinner with Xiaoyun first. After we've finished eating, we'll go to the karaoke bar and reserve a table. By then, you'll have finished work too, so you can go there together to relax and unwind. What do you think?" Hearing this, the eyes of many of the girls lit up. Really? After all, they were all young people. They still really liked places like karaoke bars. Hearing Su Changkong's words, many of the girls were still very surprised. "Since you're all willing to go, then it's settled. I will take Ruoyun out to dinner first, and when we have booked a table, I will ask Ruoyun to contact you." Hearing this, the girls cheered again. Crested Ibis also stepped forward and stood next to Lu Ruoyun. He whispered in her ear. "Ruoyun, look at these bitches, the way they look at your man is like wolves. You have to keep a close eye on your man. If someone else takes the top spot, you won't be able to cry even if you want to." Lu Ruoyun looked around and indeed found that these colleagues kept staring at Su Changkong, their clothes ready to throw themselves into his arms. As a girl herself, how could she not understand the meaning behind these looks? She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. It really was the case. These people's gazes looked at their husbands as if they wanted to devour them alive. This kind of gaze naturally made Lu Ruoyun's heart tighten. You have to know that these colleagues are all charming beauties, each with their own characteristics. If my husband looks at them, won't my position suffer? Thinking of this, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and directly squeezed into Su Changkong's arms. The movement was a bit big, as if to declare sovereignty. "Honey, let's go?" Su Changkong nodded. After the two got into the car, they said hello to everyone and then roared away from the Lamborghini 4S store. Lu Ruoyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was still a little shaken. If she had known, she would not have brought those tigerish sisters out to meet her husband. Now she was already a little bit regretting it. At this time, Su Changkong was driving while tilting his head to look at Lu Ruoyun. At this time, Lu Ruoyun had an extremely beautiful double ponytail tied on the top of her head, making her look even more youthful and beautiful. Looking at the girl's double ponytail, Su Changkong felt his heart flutter. Is this supposed to let me hold the ponytail and gallop around? The clothes on the girl were also particularly beautiful. She was wearing a white women's tight-fitting shirt underneath a pleated miniskirt, and an extremely casual three-dimensional women's trench coat on top. This kind of attire looks extremely cool and handsome, giving a sense of competence. Since the buttons of the shirt were open quite wide, the delicate collarbone was on full display. The pleated short skirt was very short, and a pair of long, straight, round legs were exposed. Under the glow of the mood lighting, her skin looked extremely translucent, white with a hint of red, giving a feeling of peerless beauty. Ruoyun is 1.68 meters tall, and even though she is wearing flat white sneakers, she still looks very tall. Su Changkong is driving, but his eyes are mostly on these long legs. These legs are definitely Su Changkong's best-looking pair of legs he has ever seen, and it is not an exaggeration to call them legs to die for.
Ruoyun was already a little shy sitting in the passenger seat,
but seeing Su Changkong's gaze constantly roaming over her body and finally resting on her legs again made her feel a little unnatural and even a little shy. Although the two of them had already played poker, they were still a little shy after all.
Chapter 33, These legs are so smooth.
In addition to being shy, she also felt a little proud that she could make her boyfriend like her so much.
This is a woman's glory.
After all, a woman adorns herself for the pleasure of her beloved.
Honey, just drive safely, don't look anymore.
You've seen it and touched it, there's plenty of time.
It's a bit dangerous for you to drive like this, and it's the evening rush hour. What if you encounter some danger?
Su Changkong's gaze was like a tangible entity, and it was a little unbearable for her to look at.
What morning rush hour and evening rush hour?
The road is very empty, just look. While saying this, his gaze remained on the woman beside him.
Ruoyun looked up and saw a blank area around the vehicle.
She then remembered that her boyfriend was driving, but Lamborghini is poisonous. Naturally, no one would show off in front of a Lamborghini, and no vehicle would dare to provoke it. So although the road was very crowded, there was always a large empty area near them. Seeing this, Ruoyun shrugged, and it was true that rich people had everything. Even when driving, there were no more people who cut in line recklessly. The lives of the rich were indeed boring and tedious. Ruoyun stopped talking, and her pair of beautiful legs leaned slightly towards the console.
Seeing that Ruoyun was so obedient, Su Changkong smiled.
This woman still knows her place. Her right hand directly and openly crossed the counter.
It was smooth and had a nice feel to it, and Su Changkong was very satisfied. Husband, up to now I only know your name, and I know nothing about you. Are you in business or what? Hearing the woman's inquiry, Su Changkong revealed a smile. I'm an ordinary sophomore. Sophomore?
Ruoyun was slightly startled, and her face looked a little bad.
She never expected him to be so young.
Although Su Changkong looked young, he spoke and acted with great care and seemed very composed. He also acted with great restraint, with a stability and poise rarely seen in young people.
Therefore, in Ruoyun's mind, Su Changkong should be 24 or 25.
Thinking about this, Ruoyun's sense of crisis grew even stronger. She was taking the young cow to the old bull. It seemed that he could read the woman's hesitation in her heart, so Su Changkong spoke.
Does age matter? Doesn't age matter? Seeing the woman's serious expression, Su Changkong laughed. Of course age doesn't matter. Haven't you seen rich men in their 70s or 80s looking for 17 or 18-year-old girls? In this day and age, there are quite a few grandparent-grandchild relationships. As long as you like someone, what can you say? The age difference between the two of us is almost negligible.
Su Changkong's words were quite realistic. Ruoyun was 24 years old and at the peak of her beauty, which Su Changkong liked very much.
Seeing Su Changkong's indifferent expression, Ruoyun's face looked a little better.
Although she was older than her husband, she was also in the prime of her life. The two quickly found a private restaurant. They had a delicious and exquisite Chinese meal. This time, Ruoyun treated. After dinner, the two of them returned to the car.
Don't just stand there, hurry up and send a message to your colleagues. Since they want to hang out, just hang out with them. You won't be working there in a few days anyway, so just consider it a thank you.
Upon hearing this, Ruoyun hurriedly took out her phone and started contacting people.
Honey, let's decide where we're going. Let's go to the Han Dynasty. Su Changkong thought about it for a while, and finally chose the Han Dynasty karaoke bar. In theory, going to a bar would be most appropriate. However, Su Changkong did not like the environment in bars. If you stay there for a long time, you will feel a headache.
In his impression, the Han Dynasty KTV is already a very good place. I heard that there is not only KTV, but also bathing, hot springs, guest rooms, gyms and many other entertainment venues.
In addition, there are also small dance floors, and areas for cocktail parties and booths.
Overall, it is much more upscale than a simple bar.
It's also very large inside, and many celebrities have visited.
Compared to those crazy and depraved bars, places like the Great Han Dynasty are more upscale.
Honey, it's just for friends to hang out. Will the Great Han Dynasty be too expensive?
Lu Ruoyun had heard of the Great Han Dynasty karaoke bar. It was said to be very large, with more than 80 dance floor booths. It was also divided into many different styles of decoration, including a luxury area, an industrial area, and a retro area, each of which was extremely popular. When it first opened, it caused quite a stir in the city. It is said that the private rooms in the Great Han Dynasty are very expensive. The minimum private room consumption is also 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. She has many colleagues, at least 8 or 9 people. Then you have to book a luxurious private room, and if you do, I'm afraid the private room consumption alone will be 100,000 yuan. If you order some drinks, then the consumption for tonight will be at least 100,000 yuan, or even several 100,000 yuan. At the thought of spending so much money on a treat, Lu Ruoyun felt particularly distressed. In fact, to treat my colleagues, there is no need to choose such an expensive place, just choose a more ordinary place.
It's fine, your husband has a lot of money, now I'm just worried about how to spend it. Just send them a location and have them come. Su Changkong drove while naturally resting his right hand on Lu Ruoyun's leg, rubbing it gently.
He felt that this slippery touch was irresistible.
Lu Ruoyun couldn't argue with Su Changkong and finally nodded and contacted Zhu Dan.
Zhu Dan had been arguing with her husband and hadn't gone home, so she was staying with her sisters in the dormitory. Lu Ruoyun had also specially invited Zhu Dan. Soon, Zhu Yan sent a message.
Hubby, I've made contact.
Sister Zhu Yan says she'll be there in about half an hour.
Su Changkong nodded.
The sisters in the dormitory had already gathered together impatiently.
After seeing Lu Ruoyun's message, the girls cheered again.
I didn't expect it to be the Great Han Dynasty.
It's said to be one of the most expensive KTVs?
Someone who can buy $1 billion worth of poison without batting an eyelid can just go to Dahan Wangchao and book a private room. I originally thought that Mr. Su would choose a bar, but I never expected him to choose Dahan Wangchao KTV. This shows that Mr. Su is a relatively decent person, and Xiao Yun is very lucky. I really envy Lu Ruoyun. She has found such a good boyfriend. Not only is he rich and handsome, but he is also generous. In today's society, it's rare to find a man who is so generous.
Yes, my fiancé is really stingy.
I just want him to add my name to the property deed, but he refuses, arguing that he wants to break up with me. One of the girls sighed with sorrow.
You can't blame your fiancé for this, can you?
He has provided for you, supported you through school, and now saved over 1 million yuan for the down payment on a wedding home. He has been good to you, but you are still picking on him.
That's not right.
The stork couldn't stand it anymore and scolded the girl.
Yes, he has spent 2 to 3 million on you, and now you want him to add your name to the property deed? Even vampires don't suck blood like that, do they? The other girl was also a bit dissatisfied. Alright, I know I was wrong. I was just complaining. I know he's been good to me. I'm not that kind of ungrateful person. I'm not going to actually break up with him. At worst, I'll just give him 2 big, fat boys. The women argued noisily and then left. They quickly hailed a taxi. Chapter 34, What kind of car do you have? What kind of car do you have?
At this time, Su Changkong had already arrived at the Han Dynasty. As soon as he entered the parking lot of the Han Dynasty, he could hear the sounds inside. All kinds of heavy metal music, deafening, and there was a feeling of surging emotions. The DJ inside was probably really top-notch, and just being outside gave one a feeling of surging emotions.
Inside, I'm afraid the feeling will be even stronger. Su Changkong shrugged.
He had thought that it would be quieter here, but he had not expected it to be not much different from those sleazy nightclubs. But since the decision had already been made, there was no choice but to choose here. However, at this time, the parking lot was already full of cars. There were many ordinary cars worth 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and there were also many luxury cars worth several million yuan.
Of course, the mainstream here were BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Audis.
Basically, anyone who can afford to hang out here has a little spare cash. Su Changkong drove around the parking lot, but found that there were no more spaces. Annoyed, he drove directly to the entrance of the Great Han Dynasty. He threw the car keys to the security guard and handed him a dozen red banknotes from Lu Ruoyun.
I couldn't find a space, so I'm leaving the car keys with you. See what you can do.
The security guard was obviously a person of insight and nodded quickly. He immediately instructed a few other people to bring out some traffic cones and surround the car. If an ordinary car was parked in front of the bar, it would have been evicted long ago. However, this car was no ordinary car. It was a Lamborghini Poison, of which there were only 2 in the entire country. Naturally, there was no problem with such a car parked in front of the bar. Anyway, he didn't dare to drive it, so he might as well just leave it there. On the contrary, it would add a lot of momentum to the KTV. Plus, the person had given such a big tip, so the car had to be protected. However, at that moment, a Porsche suddenly sped up from afar. It followed the example of the Poison and parked next to it, blocking half of the entrance with the 2 cars side by side. Seeing this, the security guard was furious. "Sir, I'm really sorry, this is the main entrance, no parking is allowed, please move your car." The Porsche was occupied by a young man with white hair. The passenger seat was also occupied by a beauty. Seeing that he was being rebuked by the security guard, the young man with white hair immediately became dissatisfied. Losing face in front of a woman is equivalent to losing everything, isn't it? In today's world, face is the most important thing. Why can't I park here? If he can park here, why can't I? How can you be a security guard? Hearing the young man's rebuke, the security guard instantly became displeased. "Sir, this is the entrance, you really can't park here, please move your car. There are special circumstances for people to park here, but you are not allowed to. If your parking affects our business, our boss will come out and smash your car. Our boss has already done it a few times." Hearing this, the young man with white hair suddenly changed his expression. I really didn't expect the boss of the Han Dynasty to be so hot-tempered. But he also knew the reason why he couldn't park. The car he had was a Lamborghini Poison. It was a famous car that had only recently appeared in the Demon City, and its real value was probably close to a small target. His own Porsche is only worth over $1 million. It is not even comparable to the Lamborghini. So he could only curse and drive away. As soon as Su Chongkong and Lu Ruoyun walked in, a welcome hostess and a Chongsam came up to them. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" "No reservation, but I need a private room tonight, the bigger the better, the price is not an issue, 3 or 5 times the normal price is fine." On hearing this, the head hostess was taken aback. This was a very extravagant request. "Okay, please come with me." As the saying goes, the dish is served according to the dish. The person driving a Lamborghini worth hundreds of millions of dollars came here to spend money, and is willing to pay several times the price for a private room, so naturally it needs to be properly arranged. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, the boss will make her eat humble pie. The 4 greeters respectfully showed the 2 guests the way. As soon as they walked through the door of the Great Han Dynasty, they were greeted by a huge wall. The wall was lined with all kinds of famous wines. The most numerous are naturally the colorful black spades. In addition to the black spades, there are also all kinds of expensive beer, wine, and liquor, and there is everything you could possibly want. It looks quite impressive. At the bottom of the wall is a bar, and passing through the bar is the lobby. The layout of the lobby is divided into 5 large sections. Each area is decorated in a different style. Although there are many styles of decoration, overall it is not complicated, but instead has a strange soft beauty. After passing through the large dance floor and booth, they took the elevator to the 2nd floor. They led the 2 to an extremely large private room. "Sir, is this location okay?" Su Chongkong stood here and looked around, nodding in satisfaction. This private room can be said to be in a very good location. It is separated by walls in the front and back, and there are huge glass walls on the left and right. On the one hand, it can effectively protect the privacy of the private room, and on the other hand, it can look down on the dance floor in the hall below. The huge crystal coffee table, the huge leather sofa, everything looks extremely luxurious. It is clear that this is the most luxurious private room in the Great Han Dynasty. This is the place. With that, he took Lu Ruoyun's bag. Lu Ruoyun's bag had several stacks of banknotes inside, which were obviously specially prepared by Lu Ruoyun for Su Chongkong. In this day and age, few people carry cash. Because of this, Lu Ruoyun had specially prepared a lot in her bag for emergencies. Su Chongkong simply picked up a stack and handed it over. The receptionist was instantly delighted. She never expected this young master to be so generous. Just for showing the way, he was given such a stack. The receptionist had just retreated when another woman with a ponytail wearing a white shirt, black suit pants and gloves appeared. "Dear distinguished guests, I am the butler in charge of this room. I will be serving this room from now on, and it is my honor to serve you distinguished guests.
Since you two are new faces, I assume this is your first time here? If there is any lack of service on the part of the Han Dynasty, please do not blame us. What do you two need?
The ponytailed girl was obviously specially trained and served with great discipline. She never mentioned the money from beginning to end. Su Changkong had never been here before and didn't know the place very well.
How about this, you take a look and arrange it for us?
There are still some friends who haven't arrived yet, they'll be here in a while, about a dozen people. Serve the guests wine, fruit plates, snacks, you take a look and serve them to us. Just go with the standard of 500,000. After all, the people you invited this time are your woman's colleagues. It can be said to be something that will make your woman look good, and it's not good to be too stingy. Su Changkong directly set the standard at 500,000.
If there are 10 people, that's 50,000 yuan per person.
That's not including the cost of the private room.
This is already a very high standard.
This way, there won't be any problems.
Yes, sir. Wait here, I'll arrange it for you soon. The ponytailed girl bent over and turned away. Honey, there's really no need. Just order some ordinary drinks. We don't drink much, just low alcohol beer on weekdays. It's a waste to order so much that we can't finish. Ruoyun felt extremely distressed. 500,000. What kind of concept is this? Another luxury car was thrown out. Whoever it is will feel distressed, right? Chapter 35. I have a lot of money. Su Changkong revealed a smile. It's fine.
Don't worry about the money, we have plenty of it, more than we can spend, so you don't need to worry. This time I'm treating your colleagues, it wouldn't look good if it was too shabby. I can't afford to lose face.
Since we're out having fun, let's make sure they have a good time.
Su Changkong sat down on the leather sofa with a big splash. The leather sofa was very soft, and he sank into it, giving him a lazy feeling.
This sofa is good,
he said, and directly embraced Ruoyun. The little girl has a great figure, soft as if made of bone, and Su Changkong really likes it.
This fast food is addictive. Honey, I already resigned from the store. I guess I'll be busy in the next few days while I go through the procedures.
Also, I want to take some time to go back to my hometown. After all, my father is seriously ill, and the burden of everything at home falls on my aunt. I also have a worthless younger brother,
who I need to look after when I go back. I may not be back for a few days.
Seeing the woman's gentle and weak appearance, Su Changkong smiled knowingly and rubbed her hair.
It's fine, go take care of your business.
Take care of the family's affairs. However, you have to save tomorrow for me, I still have important things to do tomorrow.
What is it, honey? Tomorrow, will you accompany me to buy a house?
I'm still a student, and I've been living in the dormitory, where it stinks every day, and I can't stand it anymore.
Accompany me to buy a flat. Okay. The two then snuggled up on the sofa.
It has to be said that Ruoyun's hands are still very dexterous. Her small, delicate hands are quite smooth and tender, and Su Changkong really likes them. Although he is rusty and awkward at playing games, he is still quite satisfied with some of the tricks he plays.
After a short while, a welcome hostess in a cheongsam walked over. Excuse me, sir. Some pretty ladies are outside, saying they are your friends. Shall I bring them in?
Yes, they are my friends.
Bring them in.
After a short while, sure enough, 8 or 9 enchantingly dressed girls walked over. The one in the lead was the voluptuous young woman Zhu Tan. After all, she is a Lamborghini 4S store guide.
Each of them is a beauty carefully selected. No matter who is placed outside, they are at least goddesses.
It is indeed very rare to see so many of them at once.
It immediately set off a small sensation in the entire Han Dynasty.
For a while, many people began to stir. Su Changkong sat in a private room on the second floor, looking down on this scene with a smile on his lips. Ruoyun, your colleagues are here, go and greet them.
Ruoyun's pretty face flushed slightly.
She quickly got up, straightened her crumpled clothes, and helped Su Changkong straighten his clothes before going out to greet them. Under the guidance of Ruoyun and the hostess, 7 or 8 beautiful young women appeared in the private room.
Hello, we meet again.
The lead starling slightly bowed, showing a little respect. The other women naturally greeted the crested ibis as well.
There's no need to be so polite. We're all friends, just do it casually.
Due to some embarrassment, Su Changkong did not get up, but greeted everyone while sitting.
That being said, Su Changkong's gaze was fixed on the crested ibis.
He didn't expect this woman to come as well. This woman is married, and when buying the car, he had the evil intention of provoking the couple's relationship a little. After being provoked by him, I think this crested ibis hasn't been having a good time these past few days.
Her man doesn't seem like a good guy.
When he thought about this, Su Changkong let out a smile. I didn't expect you to come too, but you are still a VIP, so have a few more drinks later. Seeing Su Changkong's gaze on her, crested ibis was momentarily taken aback, and for some reason suddenly felt a bit nervous. That initial sentence came back to her mind.
Your wife is really outstanding. This sentence has been lingering in her mind for the past few days.
On this occasion, a married person like herself should not have come.
But for some reason, she came anyway.
She didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse.
Mr. Su, you're too polite. In fact, I've never been here before. This time, I'm here to see what it's like, thanks to you. Su Changkong nodded with a meaningful smile.
The other girls also sat down.
Then they looked around like inquisitive children.
After a short while, a row of waitresses in ultra-short cheongsams walked up. These waitresses were obviously also carefully selected and of high quality.
Each waitress was holding many expensive drinks in her hands.
Under the instructions of the ponytailed butler, the huge tea table was instantly filled.
Some were also placed on the floor next to it. Hello, distinguished gentlemen, here is the $500,000 drink you ordered. A variety of drinks were ordered to suit different tastes.
There was beer, red wine, white wine, champagne for the ladies, and specialty cocktails. In a moment, various wine pairing snacks, candied fruits, and sweets will be served on a fruit platter.
Please wait a moment, distinguished guests. I have to say that this butler really understands people's hearts. Su Changkong invited 8 or 9 such outstanding women to a banquet.
Normally speaking, there would not be any pure intentions. Therefore, the butler directly told him the price, which was actually trying to save face for Su Changkong. From another perspective, it was also helping Su Changkong to impress these girls. Not only did he book the most exclusive private room, but he also ordered more than 500,000 yuan worth of expensive drinks.
A gentle reminder from the butler of the full sincerity was obviously extremely appropriate. Sure enough.
After hearing the price, the expressions of the 7 or 8 girls did indeed change.
This Mr. Su was really very generous.
Not only did he book the top private room in the Great Han Dynasty, he also ordered more than 500,000 yuan worth of drinks.
For them, this was already unprecedented, top-level hospitality. To be honest, they were just ordinary sales assistants.
Although they sell luxury cars, it still cannot hide their true identity as waitresses.
Mr. Su, you really went all out. We are actually here mainly to have some fun, see the world and relax a bit. You ordered so much alcohol, some of it is a bit too extravagant. It's fine.
After all, it's a banquet for all of you beautiful ladies.
If it's too shabby, won't people make fun of you? Since you're here, just have some fun and relax. Chapter 36, The Bird's Nest Belonging to Us. Su Changkong was very polite and didn't have any airs.
The 8 or 9 women present had also met him several times before. Understanding that this Mr. Su was easygoing and had a good temper, the crowd gradually let go of their nervousness.
Then gradually it started to get lively.
They also began to taste the drinks.
For them, these drinks were clearly out of reach.
The cheapest of the lady champagnes cost thousands of dollars. Seeing so much at once, they naturally wanted to taste it all. Soon, the housekeeper led a number of waitresses in. All kinds of snacks, sweets, candied fruits, and snacks were placed on the coffee table. Each one was extremely exquisite, and each one amazed these girls.
After tasting, they exclaimed again and again.
The atmosphere gradually heated up, and the girls toasted Su Changkong one after another. Su Changkong also accepted everyone's toast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already had several rounds with this group of women.
A blush appeared on the face of every woman. However, Su Changkong did not react much.
This amount of alcohol was nothing to him. After a short while, the dance floor in the hall below was already full. The DJ on the stage, wearing revealing clothes, also started to act coolly. A variety of scantily clad women also started pole dancing on the stage. The people on the dance floor were twisting their bodies wildly, unrestrainedly venting their passion. Various scantily clad waitresses crisscrossed through the crowd. The bartender was also busy. It was a completely luxurious scene of song and dance. The people in the private room watched the crazy actions below and couldn't help but start moving to the rhythm. It was a feast for the eyes for Su Changkong. After a long time, the crowd finally had their fill. The butler, who had been waiting on one side, saw that everyone had taken their seats, and then picked up a remote control and clicked it.
The originally transparent glass instantly darkened, and eventually turned into an opaque dark glass. The originally noisy private room instantly quieted down. No matter how noisy it was outside, no sound could be heard inside the private room anymore. Many women exclaimed in amazement.
It is no wonder that this is the top private room.
The sound insulation level is unbelievable. You can't even hear the loud heavy metal music outside anymore. Su Changkong also felt a slight difference.
It seems that the money was well spent.
However, after the room lights dimmed, a special atmosphere suddenly appeared.
There was only one man in the entire room, Su Changkong. He had just played a little crazy. Many of the women's faces revealed a hint of shyness. Some of the bolder ones even stared at Su Changkong with burning eyes, as if they wanted to devour him. Men of this quality are obviously a rare species in these times. If I can have a night with him, I'm afraid I'll be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. Seeing the affectionate looks on the faces of the many women, Ruoyun was extremely jealous. He always guarded Su Changkong's side, just like a hen protecting her food.
The revelry of the crowd did not end until late at night.
Since everyone was drunk, they simply stayed at the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty was not just a karaoke bar, there were also VIP guest rooms upstairs for guests to stay in. When Su Changkong returned to the private room, he saw the obedient Ruoyun and became a little angry. He directly pounced on her and started playing poker with her. They played poker for several hours until the early morning, and the two of them fell asleep. The next day, they woke up when the sun was already high in the sky.
They looked at the time and realized it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Ruoyun, who was next to them, was still asleep. Su Changkong got up and took a shower, and Ruoyun woke up. "My husband is so tired." Hearing this, Su Changkong smiled.
"This little girl doesn't have much strength for poker, but she stubbornly played with me for several hours.
It's no wonder she's tired. Let's get up and eat first.
In the afternoon, go with me to look at houses."
"Okay, my sisters."
"They left this morning, I already sent them a message."
"They're not like you."
"They have to go back to work, and your most important task right now is to accompany me when we look at houses."
Su Changkong's words were quite domineering. Ruoyun pursed her lips and didn't say anything else.
"Where do you like the houses?" "There are still many famous properties in Shanghai, such as the prestigious villa area Yujing Mountain Villa, the luxury riverfront residence Thompson Riviera, the Lakeville Regency, etc."
"Where do you like them?" Hearing Su Changkong's inquiry, Ruoyun couldn't help but be a little shocked.
"These luxury homes are famous throughout the country and can be considered among the top luxury homes in the world." If it were in the past, she would never have dared to think about them.
Now, is her boyfriend really going to take her to buy those luxury properties? Su Changkong smiled at the woman, who was staring blankly. "Don't dawdle, just tell me which one you like and we'll go buy it."
Although the woman was pretty and it was comfortable playing poker with her, in Su Changkong's heart, the woman's greatest function was just a tool for spending money.
Spend as much money as possible, complete the system's tasks, and then obtain attribute points provided by the system.
His life expectancy is still stuck at 41, and his IQ is still stuck at the level of a brain-damaged dog licker. The status quo must be urgently changed. "Honey, all those properties you mentioned are a bit too high profile, and they don't give people a sense of stability.
Why don't we go and take a look at Galaxy Lanwan?
It's said to be one of the top luxury properties, and it's not very well known, but it has substance."
"Galaxy Lanwan? Then let's go with Galaxy Lanwan." Ruoyun was right, Shanghai Lanwan was also a very good property. Although it was not a very well-known name, basically everyone in the city knew about it. It was one of the top luxury properties in the city.
The Lamborghini Poison roared down the street like a dark warrior. In just half an hour, they had arrived at the sales office of Shanghai Lanwan. As soon as the car stopped, an exquisite woman in her 20s wearing a lady's suit came up to the reception.
"Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhang Lin, the general manager of the Galaxy Group and the head of the Galaxy Lanwan sales office. On behalf of Galaxy Lanwan, I warmly welcome you.
I will serve you with all my heart. If you have any needs, please do not hesitate to ask.
I will do my best to satisfy you." Su Changkong looked at the beauty in front of him and nodded. He put his arm around Lu Ruoyun and led the way into the sales hall. The sales hall was very large and impressive, with a huge sand table in the center, which showed the overall layout of Galaxy Bay. There were also various small models, each of which represented a different type of apartment. In addition, there were many nicely decorated booths around the sales hall. Soothing music was playing in the hall, giving a feeling of comfort. How are the properties selling here? Honorable Sir, it has been 3 years since the opening of Galaxy Riverside. When it first opened, it caused a huge sensation in the city. However, because the prices were too high, many people were deterred, so in the past 3 years, only close to 70% of the properties have been successfully sold. There are still many quite good-sized properties waiting for their owners. Tell me about your advantages. The biggest advantage of our Galaxy Riverside is its excellent location. Chapter 37, you can get an injection in front of the window. Living in Galaxy Lan Bay basically means you can watch the night view of most of the city. In addition, every unit has a view of more than 180 degrees, which is also rare in the city. The community has all kinds of high-end supporting facilities, and there are even places like underground hot spring clubs. The community has public gyms, audio-visual halls, game rooms, internet cafes, and everything you can think of. It can be said that this is one of the top housing in the Magic City, and the top choice for countless successful people. This senior leader named Zhang Lin spoke at length. Su Changkong and Lu Ruoyun listened quietly, occasionally looking at the sand table in the center of the hall. They were really satisfied after hearing the introduction. The high rise in the middle is the Building King, right? Yes, the tallest high rise in the middle of the community is the Building King of Galaxy Lanwan. The price is on average 80,000 to 150,000 yuan more expensive than other properties. How are the sales of the Building King? This Building King has a total of 66 floors and is the tallest building in the entire community, and it is also one of the most outstanding buildings in the city. From the first floor to the 65th floor, there are 8 units per floor, with an area of between 500 and 700 square meters. There is 1 unit on the top floor, with a living area of 1,600 square meters. The rest of the area has been turned into indoor gardens, which are quite famous in the city. It has even been featured on national television several times, and even in the whole country, this is one of the most famous mansions. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Changkong was instantly intrigued. This building has a total of 66 floors. Each floor has 8 households, and each household has an area of 500-600 square meters. In total, it is probably 4,000-5,000 square meters. However, at the very top, there is only one household. The living area of this household is 1,600 square meters. The remaining 3,000 to 4,000 square meters have been made into a sky garden? If this is the case, then this house is really something. I don't think he can get the 400 million he needs for the 3rd stage. However, this is great news for Su Changkong. Completing 2, or even 3, tasks with just one house, isn't that amazing? Let's go. Take us over there to see this building you're talking about. Sir, our sales office has the most advanced glass curtain wall technology, so if you want to see the house, you can take a look here first. I can also give you a better explanation. How about waiting until you've thought about it before going over there to see it? Zhang Lin is truly a big shot here. She didn't show any signs of rejection, but every word she said was a rejection. This building is worth over 1 billion yuan in total. Obviously, it is not something that ordinary people can afford. According to the saying about buying a luxury car, you actually need to prove that you have the money. If just anyone can go and see the king of buildings, how can it be sold? But she also knows that this young man came in a Lamborghini. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, he is definitely a super rich second generation. The reason she said this was just to test the sincerity of this young man. What? Are you afraid that we can't afford it? Sir, you've misunderstood. It's just that there's still some distance between the building and the sales office, and it's a bit hot now, so I've asked you specifically. If you're willing to go and have a look, it would naturally be our pleasure, and I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Go! Zhang Lin immediately turned around to arrange for a sightseeing bus. Husband. Do you really want to go and see the building? Lu Ruoyun was a bit worried. This is the legendary building. The king of the Galaxy Lanwan. This is not a matter of millions or tens of millions. It is at least a 9-digit number, and even reaches the double-digit number. Is it really worth buying such a house at such a terrifying price? Su Changkong nodded with a smile. If you are going to buy it, then of course you have to buy the king of the building. How could I possibly like a house in the corner? Lu Ruoyun opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't.
It seems that this boyfriend of mine is really a bit inhumane.
Zhang Lin quickly arranged for a sightseeing car.
The small and exquisite sightseeing car drove directly into the lobby through a special passage and stopped directly in front of Su Changkong.
Su Changkong surveyed it for a while and then hugged Lu Ruoyun and sat on it.
Although the sightseeing car was small, it was open top, and Su Changkong, who was 1.88 meters tall, did not feel crowded at all.
Zhang Lin kindly prepared a few bottles of Fiji water and some high-end drinks for the two of them.
While driving in front, Zhang Lin introduced to the two of them some of the design inspirations and master plans of Galaxy Lanwan. The small sightseeing car wandered around the community, and the scenery was indeed extremely beautiful.
Not to mention Lu Ruoyun, even Su Changkong was very satisfied. Although the name Galaxy Lanwan is not very well known, it is quite low-key and profound.
It is not at all inferior to Thompson Riviera. Although the name Thompson Riviera is world-renowned, most of the people who live there are celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and even some internet celebrities who have made a lot of money. Comparatively speaking, it gives Thompson Riviera a sense of pretentiousness and impetuosity. In contrast, Galaxy Lan Bay obviously has more depth and substance. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the community and listening to Zhang Lin's introduction, Su Changkong already had some expectations for the building king. A top-level large mansion of more than 1,600 square meters. It also comes with a super sky garden of 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. It's really hard to imagine what the view is like. What's more, this king of buildings is still on the 66th to the top floor. If you really live there, you can probably overlook the whole city. The sightseeing car soon arrived at the tallest building in the middle of the Galaxy Lanwan community.
Mr. Su, this is our king of buildings. Please follow me.
He led them directly through the extremely magnificent entrance door to the lobby on the first floor. There were a total of 8 elevators, each with its own dedicated driver and maintenance staff. In addition, these elevators were all specially manufactured, each with a unique power supply system. The elevators alone cost more than 10 million yuan, and they were extremely safe, so there would be no problems at all. After the three got into the elevator driver firmly pressed the button for the 66th floor. With a barely audible sound, the elevator began to climb all the way up. Su Changkong could sense that the elevator was very fast, and the 66 floors didn't take long at all. This was enough to show that this elevator was truly extraordinary. When the elevator door opened, it was a small hallway. At the end of the hallway was an incredibly huge and magnificent imperial lion door. When the lion door opened, Su Changkong was stunned. It was truly worthy of being the super building king of Galaxy Lanwan. First, what caught the eye was a huge lobby. Just one look was enough to be completely captivated by the view in the lobby. Everything was luxurious, noble, and exquisite. All around were special glasses that enveloped the entire top floor. The same was true of the dome, completely transparent in all directions, as if everything were made of crystal glass. Since the sun was high in the sky, after refracting through these special crystal glasses, the entire space is radiant and magnificent, giving the illusion of being on the border and entering paradise for the first time. It can be described as a golden light rolling in red rays, with 1,000 auspicious clouds spewing purple mist. The most dazzling part of the hall is the 10 huge stone pillars that support the transparent dome. The pillars are all carved with various patterns and totems, including dragons, phoenixes, and mysterious inscriptions, which look quite imposing. This huge space is indeed the layout of an aerial garden. There are rockeries, hot springs, gardens, pavilions and ponds, everything you could want. It's as if a unique and mysterious space has been built on the top floor. Even Su Changkong had never imagined such a unique and ingenious view. Chapter 38: A $1.2 billion mansion. After looking at it for a while, Su Changkong finally understood the layout of the 66th floor. In the northern part of this space, close to 1/3 of the area, is the top-level luxury mansion with an area of 1,600 square meters. And the middle and southern parts of the entire top floor, with a total of 2/3 of the area, form this huge sky garden. There is a swimming pool, hot springs, pavilions, and everything else. There is even a special observation deck. Standing on the viewing platform and looking into the distance, you can get a panoramic view of most of the city. You can even see the tip of the Pearl Tower from here. After walking around the garden a few times with Zhang Lin, the two of them are still in awe. Then they come back to the mansion. There are a few steps, and the mansion is elevated. The first thing that catches the eye is a bayfuman with a window. The various characters for fortune on the door give a sense of wealth. Opening the door and stepping inside, walking past the very private entrance hall, the moment is suddenly clear. What comes into view is the huge living room. The style of decoration is very modern and technological, and technology and life can be seen everywhere, but the overall texture is not flashy. The warm colors everywhere actually reveal a hint of warmth. Standing in the living room and spinning around, I found that I can still see the beautiful view of the Magic City in the distance without any obstruction. The iconic buildings are also within full view. Su Changkong spun around and directly lay down on the huge sofa. This sofa is obviously also specially made. At first, it was a bit hard, but after a long time, the whole person slowly sank down, as if he was in a cloud, extremely comfortable. Su Changkong nodded with satisfaction. It must be wonderful to come home after school, turn on the lights, look out at the beautiful view, and do whatever you want with your woman. Just thinking about it makes the image come alive. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this penthouse? After all, it is the pride of our galaxy Lanwan, and we have put a lot of effort into this penthouse. We invited famous domestic and foreign designers to collaborate on the interior decoration to create this effect. From this location, you can see all the beautiful sights of the city, the lights of Lujiazui, and the Bund in the distance. After listening to the woman's introduction, Su Changkong nodded with satisfaction. So, let's talk about the price. Mr. Su, the price of this luxury home is indeed a bit high. The price per square meter is 500,000, and the luxury home has a total area of 1,600 square meters, worth 800 million. The garden covers a total area of 3,200 square meters, and the price per square meter is 100,000, worth 320 million. In other words, the total value of this house is 1.12 billion, and Galaxy Lanwan is fully responsible for other incidental costs. If you want to pay the full amount, it's 1.12 billion, but if you pay in installments, the price will be calculated separately based on special circumstances. 1.12 billion? Su Changkong fell silent. Right now, he has 400 million in his bank card. After spending 400 million, the next stage of the mission is 800 million. In other words, as long as he buys this house, the current third stage of the mission, as well as the fourth stage of the mission, will be completed. In the blink of an eye, he will be able to reap 20 attribute points. But the price is really a bit outrageous. The floor area is calculated at 500,000 yuan per square meter. The garden area is calculated at 100,000 yuan per square meter. It is indeed a bit high. What do you think, Mr. Su? Zhang Lin is actually not just any ordinary salesperson. Her real identity is the daughter of the head of the developer, the Galaxy Group. She is in charge of the planning and design of this building. At first, the old man didn't agree to build such a house. It was only after she had badgered him that he finally agreed. 3 years after it was built, this building has not been sold. Because of this building, the old man has scolded her many times. This made her quite dissatisfied, so she took the initiative to take over the sales office of Galaxy Lanwan. Her main goal is to sell this building. When she saw Su Changkong arrive in a Lamborghini Poison, she knew her chance had come. That was why she had personally come out to receive him. As she watched Su Changkong, lost in thought, she grew a little anxious. It seemed that if she didn't get this right, she might really go home empty-handed again. Just as she was about to despair, Su Changkong finally spoke. This is the only one left. Just tell me how much it is, and swipe your card. Split it into 2 payments. First, empty the card, then 3 minutes later, pay the remaining amount. A new amount will be credited within 3 minutes. You mean you want this house? You really want to buy this king of buildings? Yes, is there a problem? Zhang Lin was full of surprise. No problem at all. Would you two please come with me to the sales office to complete the formalities? The three of them quickly returned to the sales office in the small sightseeing car. Only this time, there was an extremely loud gasp of surprise at the sales office. Because the Dragon King, which was worth over 1 billion yuan, had actually been sold. This was definitely a world-shaking event. A building worth over 1 billion yuan. Soon, a servant helped Zhang Lin complete all the formalities and contracts, which were handed over to Su Changkong on time. Mr. Su, please read the contract carefully and sign it if there are no problems. After signing, the purchase contract will come into effect, and we will automatically help you apply for the property ownership certificate and other documents in 3 days and deliver them to your room.
Su Changkong didn't even look at it before signing his name directly on the contract. Husband, you. Looked at the name that Su Changkong signed, and Lu Ruoyun on the side suddenly froze. Then she became a little anxious. Why did you sign my name? No. Because Su Changkong didn't sign his own name, but Lu Ruoyun's. In other words, this luxury mansion worth nearly 1.2 billion was actually bought for her?
This is not a matter of a few thousand or tens of thousands.
It's a matter of billions. There are not many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can have billions. My husband gave me $1 billion mansion in the blink of an eye? My husband, you signed the wrong name, quickly change it back.
It's your name, it was originally bought with you.
It doesn't matter whose name it is. Hearing Su Changkong's words, Lu Ruoyun didn't dare to speak.
At this time, she didn't even dare to breathe.
A house worth over $1 billion. What merit did she have?
What merit did she have to receive such great favor?
Did the ancestral grave really give off smoke? Swipe the card. Zhang Lin quickly swiped the card.
First, she checked the balance in the card, which was over 390 million, just a little short of 400 million. According to Su Changkong's request, he first used the card to empty the account. 3 minutes later, he swiped the card again.
Sure enough, 800 million yuan appeared in the account.
Zhang Lin excitedly took the card and quickly swiped it again.
The contract was concluded at 11:20 p.m. for 200 million yuan. Su Changkong looked at the system prompt and a smile appeared on his face. Ding!
The system reminds the host that the host's third stage task, spending 400 million yuan in 3 days, has been completed, and 10 attribute points have been obtained.
Ding!
The system reminds the host that the host's fourth stage mission has begun.
The mission is to spend 800 million in 3 days. Completing the mission will earn 10 attribute points, while failing the mission will randomly deduct real attribute points. Su Changkong looked at the bank card balance displayed by the system and a smile appeared on his face.
The fourth stage mission was almost complete, as there was now less than 80 million left on the card.
80 million is easy. That Zhang Lin, right?
Spend the remaining 80 million on the card, and then arrange for my girlfriend to get another house. The size can be based on the 80 million.
Hearing Su Changkong's words, Lu Ruoyun was taken aback. No, really, no.
You've already bought such a big house, buying me another one would be a waste, I won't be able to live in it at all.
These are all your properties, you can't put my name on them. I said put whoever's name on it, what are you struggling with these things for? Don't waste my money. Chapter 39, The Aristocratic Circles of the Magic City. Su Changkong's words were extremely domineering. Don't waste my money. May I ask, who can say such inhumane words? Even Zhang Lin, who was on the same side, was shocked.
In fact, she is the daughter of the Galaxy Group. The Galaxy Group is worth hundreds of billions, and it is one of the few supergiant real estate companies in Longhua.
Having hundreds of billions of assets is not the same as having hundreds of billions of liquid capital. The Galaxy Group's liquid capital is only tens of billions.
The young lady, the daughter of the boss, can only use a few billion. Even so, she is already considered one of the top young people in the country. However, the young man in front of her just spent a few billion.
Where did this great god come from? Why have I never heard of such a god?
Although she was a little puzzled, Zhang Lin quickly spoke up.
Mr. Su, there is one more unit on the 65th floor of the building that has not yet been sold. The size of that unit is about 600 square meters, not too big and not too small, and it is very suitable for living. The selling price of that unit is 210,000 yuan per square meter, 600 square meters, which is about 120 million yuan. If you are sincere about it, I can give you a discount, based on the balance in your card. How about 80 million yuan? Consider it a gift from me to you as a friend? Upon hearing this, Su Changkong nodded with a smile.
This woman named Zhang Lin is still somewhat interesting.
Since you are so sincere, then it is better to follow your lead.
Soon, another set of property purchase contracts and procedures appeared.
Su Changkong waved his hand and directly signed Lu Ruoyun's name. Lu Ruoyun on the side was shocked. She really didn't know why this man would be so willing to spend money on her.
He even signed his own name to buy a luxury home.
In other words, in the blink of an eye, she had 2 properties? Together they were worth over 1.2 billion? She was already a billionaire?
When she thought about it, Ruoyun felt dizzy. This feeling of being surrounded by clouds and mist was really hard to believe. Zhang Lin, meanwhile, had already gone to swipe the card. Once again, she directly swiped the card until it was empty. The next moment, she, as if possessed, inserted the card into the boss machine again.
However, the number that appeared on the boss machine immediately dropped her jaw.
Her hand trembled, and she almost threw the POS machine out of her hands. Because the card had just been emptied, inexplicably, 1.6 billion appeared again.
What was the concept? Seconds to the account? The second before, the card was emptied, and the second after, more money would arrive in the account?
Because she knew clearly. The first time she swiped the card, there were 400 million in her account. The second time she swiped the card, inexplicably, there were 800 million more.
After emptying the remaining 80 million in her account, 1.6 billion was actually credited to her account again in seconds. If this Mr. Su squanders the next 1.6 billion, will 3.2 billion appear next time?
Just thinking about it made Ruoyun's scalp tingle a little.
Just who is this Mr. Su? I've never heard of such a person in the Dragon Kingdom.
Although she was puzzled, she returned the card at a very fast speed. Su Changkong, who received the card, also revealed a trace of joy. This was because the system prompt had arrived in time.
Ding!
The system reminds the host that the host's fourth stage mission to spend 800 million in 3 days has been completed, and the system rewards 10 attribute points.
Ding!
The system reminds the host that the host's fifth stage mission has been issued.
The mission is to spend 1.6 billion in 3 days. The money has already been deposited. Please check it as soon as possible. 10 attribute points will be awarded for completing the mission, and 10 attribute points will be randomly deducted for a failed mission.
Looking at the system prompt, Su Changkong revealed a smile. He had completed 2 missions at once and earned 20 attribute points. Together with the 10 attribute points he had previously saved,
he now had a total of 30 attribute points.
When he has some free time, he should perhaps study the issue of where these 30 attribute points should go. After all the formalities were completed, one set of 1,600 square meters and one set of 600 square meters, 2 sets of houses worth 1.2 billion yuan, had been successfully attributed to Ruoyun.
Next came the celebration. Fireworks of all colors exploded one after the other in the hall.
All kinds of colorful ribbons fluttered in the hall.
All kinds of balloons and flowers fell all over the hall.
For a moment, the sales hall instantly became an ocean of balloons, fireworks, and streamers.
All the staff in sales, led by Zhang Lin, bowed to Su Changkong and Ruoyun.
Some staff members also brought champagne and cakes. After all, the sale of the penthouse is not an ordinary business.
No matter what, the customer must be given the ultimate experience.
Mr. Su, thank you very much for your support for our Galaxy Lanbei.
It is a great honor and support for us that you can buy the last building of Galaxy Lanbei.
Mr. Su has become the most distinguished guest of our Galaxy Group.
Our Galaxy Group will always be at Mr. Su's service and will do our best in everything we can do.
Thank you again for your support for our Galaxy Lanbei.
Su Changkong nodded with a smile.
I have to say that this Zhang Lin is very good at her job.
After everything is done, Zhang Lin then approached again. Mr. Su, leave a phone number and WeChat ID? You have such a strong background, so your family must be in big business, right? I see that Mr. Su is a bit unfamiliar, so I assume you are a big shot from another province?
In fact, our circle in Mo City is not very big, there are only a few dozen people in total. I hope you, Mr. Su, will be kind enough to add WeChat and add a contact method.
If there is a chance, I can introduce you to the circle of the Magic City and let you have a play. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong was taken aback.
From Zhang Lin's words,
he gathered that she wanted to introduce him to those rich second-generation kids in the Magic City. Was he about to enter the upper class?
No wonder the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. In today's society, the rich have already started to stick together.
In other words, the entire upper class has formed a complete entity.
For the ordinary lower class, the difficulty of breaking free from the shackles and becoming part of the upper class alone has obviously increased exponentially.
Su Changkong smiled and opened his phone.
I am indeed from a provincial city.
Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Zhang. I have to say that this Zhang Lin is indeed a pretty good-looking woman.
In terms of figure and appearance, she is not inferior to Lu Ruoyun at all. In terms of temperament, she is even slightly better.
It is clear that Zhang Lin is a true lady of the house. Lu Ruoyun is still a bit immature.
Perhaps there will be some other entanglements with this Zhang Lin in the future. This woman is, after all, a wealthy heiress and a person who has seen the world. If you are looking for a tool to spend money on in the future, this Zhang Lin is still quite suitable. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lin, Su Changkong led Lu Ruoyun back inside the house. This time, the two did not go to the penthouse on the top floor. Instead, they went to the 65th floor, inside a 600 square meter house. Compared to the penthouse, the 600 square meter house had a more homely feel. The 1,600 square meter penthouse was like an incredibly luxurious palace.
Although it was dignified, it lacked a sense of humanity. The 600 square meter house was very homely.
Su Changkong, who was looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance, was momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 40 Crested Ibis, come into my arms.
Just a few days ago, he was a senior lapdog.
He was still being abandoned by Renu Jing, but now he has become a super rich billionaire worth billions. Such a transformation still makes him feel like he is in a dream. The drastic changes in a short period of time have made him feel a bit insecure.
It seems that he has seen that Su Changkong is not in a good mood. Lu Ruoyun immediately handed Su Changkong a box of cigarettes. After lighting one and smoking it, his fluctuating emotions finally subsided. He turned around and took the woman behind him in his arms. In the past, he would never have dared to think of a woman like this. But now, such a woman is just a good little woman in front of him. But all of this must be based on strength. Without strength, everything is bullshit. Are you hungry, honey? Shall I cook for you? It was already getting late when the two of them left the Han Dynasty. After buying a house and all the fuss, it was already 4 p.m. They didn't eat much at lunch, and they were both a little hungry now. Let's just cook something simple. Lu Ruoyun nodded. Then she walked into the kitchen. Although it was a new house, Zhang Lin had already arranged for everything to be prepared. The refrigerator was full of all kinds of meat, fruits, and vegetables. Lu Ruoyun was dexterous and soon prepared 4 dishes and a soup. She also thoughtfully poured a glass of red wine for Su Changkong. Hubby, come and eat. Su Changkong took the main seat with a broad stroke. He reached out and embraced Lu Ruoyun's small waist. You feed me. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyun's earlobes blushed with shame. In the end, the meal lasted more than 3 hours. It started at 4 o'clock and ended at 7 o'clock. Naturally, the next step was an intense game of poker. The two didn't finally go to bed until late at night. To sum up their experiences, they had quite a lot. One idiom could sum it up. Love at first sight, mutual consent, a stroke of luck, no one around, a 5-star hotel, and a 6-star start. Early the next morning, Lu Ruoyun got up despite her fatigue and made breakfast. After the two wolfed down their breakfast, Su Changkong took Lu Ruoyun to the airport. After witnessing Lu Ruoyun board the plane, Su Changkong returned. Lu Ruoyun's family is in a different province, and the living conditions at home are very difficult. Lu Ruoyun is going back this time to improve her father's condition. By the way, she will use the money in her hand to improve the living environment of the family. Her father has suffered all his life, and now he has fallen ill with multiple diseases. No matter what, she must make her father feel better. After sending Lu Ruoyun off, Su Changkong once again got the urge to buy a car. Although the Lamborghini was a great car, it wasn't very convenient at times. After all, it was a sports car, not a car for daily use. This time, Lu Ruoyun only brought a little luggage, and it almost didn't fit. It seems that he still needs to get some other vehicles. He needs to prepare a full range of vehicles with various functions. But buying a car is still a hassle. I need to bring an assistant. Once Lu Ruoyun left, he was left all alone. In an instant, Su Changkong felt a sense of loneliness. After pondering for a long time, Su Changkong finally made a phone call. Lamborghini Executive Director, Crested Ibis. This phone call was made the night before last, when everyone was happy at the Han Dynasty KTV. Su Changkong still had a strong impression of this woman. When he first bought the poison, this woman squatted next to him while giving a detailed introduction of the vehicle. Due to the high heels she was wearing, which were probably uncomfortable, the woman knelt directly in front of him. At that time, a large number of beautiful scenery and abysses were completely revealed before Su Changkong's eyes.
Later, after learning that this woman had a boyfriend, he played a prank on her. Now that Ruoyun has left, perhaps I can let the stork buy a car on his own. After all, he is the Lamborghini executive, and his professionalism is beyond doubt.
The phone quickly connected. Mr. Su?
The voice on the other end of the line sounded a little surprised. The stork also didn't expect Mr. Su to call him.
It's like this. I'm asking about the resignation of Ruoyun.
I have already signed for her resignation, and her paperwork has been submitted. It will be completed within 3 days, and she will be a free agent by then. I already know, but there is something else I need your help with. Ruoyun has gone back to her hometown for some reason, and I am going to buy a car with some other functions, so I need you to help me choose.
Buy a car?
The starling was also a little stunned, and it was a long time before it spoke. Mr. Su, I know that there is a pretty good car show planned in Shanghai. The car show is almost ready, and there are all kinds of models, but it is not yet officially open to the public. It is only open to those in high positions with status.
If you are interested, I can accompany you there. Good, I am at Galaxy Lan Bay. Call me when you arrive.
The call was quickly disconnected.
About half an hour later, Su Changkong's voice rang.
He hung up directly and drove off. Sure enough, at the entrance to Galaxy Lan, he saw a very beautiful figure. It was the crested ibis who had taken a taxi to get here. From a distance, she was wearing a small, white corset embroidered with pink lotuses on the upper half of her body, giving her a flawless appearance. Most of her shoulders were exposed, especially the delicate collarbone, which formed a perfect curve. Her flat stomach was also exposed. Her navel, like a young girl's, looked exceptionally beautiful. Her small waist was wrapped in a light, flower-patterned skirt that fluttered gently in the breeze. Her feet were encased in delicate, half-heeled slippers.
Her toenails were painted in vibrant colors.
The overall effect was that of a beautiful, ethereal woman who was tantalizingly alluring.
Su Changkong was also taken aback by what he saw. He had never imagined that this young woman would dress so stunningly. Moreover, she was quite daring. Is this really a married woman? What does she mean by wearing such clothes to meet me? Is she forcing herself to emulate Prime Minister Chao?
Prime Minister Chao may be dead, but his spirit will live forever.
How can anyone resist? Ding! The god of wealth system is scanning the target's information. Name, Crested Ibis. Age, 27. Height, 164. Weight, 50. Looks, 90. Body, 91. IQ, 90. Trait, boring. Perhaps it felt Su Changkong's desire. The system directly stripped Zhu Tan's information. Looking at Zhu Tan's information, Su Changkong nodded. The system's evaluation was indeed very objective. Face value 90, body shape 91.
Such data is already very good, and compared to Ruoyun, it is only slightly inferior. It is the system's judgment that this boring S
is a bit interesting. Chapter 41. You're so naughty, I love it. Watching the poison roar in.
The ibis's face turned a little red. In fact, she was a little shy. After all, she was different from Ruoyun. She was married. Although the relationship was on the verge of collapse, she was after all already a married woman. After receiving the phone call today, she was inexplicably excited.
She knew what it meant to come out.
But for some reason, the urge inside her could not be suppressed.
Perhaps she also wanted some excitement?
After a little thought, she went straight back to the dormitory, put on her sexiest clothes, and took a taxi here, without even getting in her BMW. She was prepared not to come back. She didn't know why she was so excited after being called up. Perhaps she also wanted to add a touch of excitement and passion to her calm and boring life? Thinking about her husband, who had gotten into a rut, she felt a little guilty, but not sorry.
Some things are just like that.
Even if you know it's a fire pit, you still willingly choose to jump in.
It's an impulse and desire that cannot be described.
After the car stopped in front of her, Zhu Yan, who was blushing a little, hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the door and sat in the passenger seat.
Hello, Mr. Su, it's nice to see you again.
Looking at the woman in front of him, Su Changkong's eyes narrowed slightly.
This woman is really good at system evaluation. What a bore.
She even sprayed herself with a perfume designed to attract men.
This outfit is also enough to be called a man shopping suit. Compared to Lu Ruoyun, Zhu Yan is even more adept at flirting with men. Perhaps it is because of her experience? Does your husband know you are out today?
The starling pouted her lips and flirtatiously tidied her hair.
Why mention that deadbeat? It's so uninspiring. Su Changkong laughed heartily, with some meaning behind it. This is the only car I have now. Although it drives well, it is a bit boring after all, and sometimes it is not appropriate to drive this car out. This time I asked you to come out to accompany me when I go car shopping. After all, you are very knowledgeable about cars, much better than me, and I have no one else around me who can help, so I can only ask you.
No problem. It just so happens that I know a good big guy who has set up a luxury car show. We're even negotiating a Lamborghini, and I was the one who handled this at the time.
If Mr. Su is interested, shall we go now?
He nodded, and the poison roared, as if it had suddenly shot out of the bow. The crested ibis sitting in the passenger seat felt the terrifying speed and her face suddenly changed.
You're so bad. So do you like it?
I like it. After about 40 minutes, they finally found the luxury car show that the crested ibis had mentioned.
This location is actually a bit remote, and most people really can't find it.
But only in such a remote place can there be such a large venue to park so many luxury cars. The car show has not yet officially opened to the public, but is only open to the wealthy and the rich. It is a huge factory-style building. Together with the underground garage, there are only 3 floors in total. But fortunately, the area is huge, and the decoration is quite magnificent, far more imposing than those luxury car specialty stores.
More importantly, the scale here is even greater, with all kinds of models available. A single brand specialty store is completely incomparable to this car show. Su Changkong looked at the huge venue and his heart was full of anticipation. Maybe he could pick out a few luxury cars here that would satisfy him? Soon, Su Changkong followed the crested ibis into the hall.
There weren't many guests in the hall, just a few rich second-generation rich kids and some wealthy people.
Most of the sales were chatting in the lounge area.
It wasn't officially open yet, so the sales still had some free time.
When things get busy later, there won't be such opportunities.
When they saw Su Changkong and his friend enter, a stylishly dressed woman immediately came up to them.
Hello, are you here to look at cars? I don't know if you have an ideal model in mind.
You don't need to serve us, I'll show my friend around.
Crested ibis came up and said hello.
The woman was taken aback when she saw the ibis.
She didn't expect the person to be an ibis.
Although the ibis is not a big shot, it is still quite famous in the car sales industry. After all, it is one of the heads of the Lamborghini 4S store in Shanghai.
Many of the cars here were brought in by the ibis. Okay, Sister Zhu, if you need anything, please feel free to let me know.
The ibis nodded without saying anything else. Instead, she turned to look at Su Changkong.
Mr. Su, I wonder what kind of car you want.
Actually, I don't have any ideal model, I just look at the eye-catching ones and buy the ones that look good. Of course, this time I'm here mainly to spend money, to choose the best and the most expensive ones. After all, there are still 1.6 billion in the card. Spend this 1.6 billion and save up 10 attribute points, and you'll have 40 attribute points.
Crested ibis nodded.
She still knew a little about Mr. Su's energy. After a moment's thought, a smile appeared on the face of the crested ibis.
Mr. Su, there really is a divine car here. I wonder if you're interested. Divine car? Tell me more. I don't know if Mr. Su has heard of Pagani? Su Changkong nodded. Of course he had heard of Pagani.
Unlike other models, Pagani is a mid-engine type of supercar that can be described as maverick. It was not established for long, but it has already occupied a place among luxury sports cars.
There are 3 most famous models of Pagani. They are Zonda, Zonda SP, and Zonda Sync.
Of course, there are also special limited editions among these 3 models.
Each one is worth a lot of money. Which car are you talking about? I wonder if Mr. Su has heard of the special version of the Pagani Zonda Sync, the Dynasty series? Dynasty series? Su Changkong was dumbfounded.
Of course he had heard of the Huayra Dynastia series. With the rise of Longhua in recent years, more and more large luxury car brands have set their sights on Longhua.
Paganini is no exception. In 2015, in order to enter Longhua, Paganini specially launched a special version of the Huayra Dynastia Dynasty series for Longhua. There are a total of 3 limited edition Huayra Dynastia models. The blue one is named Baja. The purple one is named Yazzie. The golden one is named Xuen.
I have to say, Pagani has put a lot of effort into naming the car.
You mean there is one here?
Yes, if Mr. Su is interested, I can take you to have a look. When the owner wanted to get this car, he could be said to have put in a lot of hard work.
After all, it is a major car show in the Demon City, and if you can't get something spectacular, it would be a shame, wouldn't it? That's interesting. Take me over there and let me have a look.
If I'm satisfied with the car, I'll buy it.
Okay, Mr. Su, please follow me.
The ibis regarded himself as a shopping guide, just like the first time the two met.
Chapter 42. I'm determined to become Prime Minister Chow. In a relatively remote corner. Sure enough, I saw an extremely cool, purple sports car.
The perfect curves are full of elegance and romance. The starry purple color reveals a bit of mystery and coolness. You can tell at a glance through the glass that the interior is full of long white elements. In just a moment, Su Changkong was attracted to the car.
Mr. Su, this one is the Pagani Zonda Special Edition Dynasty Series Jiaozi.
Perhaps due to its price, this car has never been sold. When it was first released, it was priced at 4.8 million euros, about 50 million, and the price may be higher now.
I guess it is worth about the same as the poison in your hand. In other words, this car is about 100 million? Since I have come across it, it means it is destined for me. I will find someone to buy this car later.
Mr. Su, please wait here for a moment, I will contact the person in charge immediately. He said, took out his mobile phone and walked to another corner to start making a phone call. After a short while, a middle-aged woman with a refined appearance and a lingering charm walked over.
What brings you here, Miss Zhu?
They are all salespeople selling luxury cars in Shanghai, and they are all among the higher-level managers.
They are relatively familiar with each other. Sister Wang, this one is my friend, surnamed Su.
He wants to buy a car, so I brought him here to look at it.
Who knew he would fall for the Juezi? That's why I called you over. Hearing this, the woman surnamed Wang was taken aback. This was a lot of information. A friend came to buy a car and immediately fell for the Pagani Zonda Juezi.
This young man is very capable. But it's a luxury car worth hundreds of millions.
Hello, sir, are you really interested in this car? Yes, after all, it is a luxury car with only 3 units in the world.
It is hard to come by, but since I have come across it, I naturally will not let it go. Mr. Su, although you are a friend of the Crested Ibis, there is something I need to tell you in advance. Although the car is priced at 4.8 million euros, around 50 million, the transaction price will be much higher than this. Together with the luxury car tax, etc., it is estimated to be over 9 digits.
Do you think you can accept it?
In addition, there is also an extremely complicated capital verification process, which may be a bit troublesome.
I hope you can understand.
With that, he slightly bowed to express his apologies.
Before Su Changkong could say anything, the Crested Ibis smiled and spoke first.
Sister Wang, there is no need for a capital verification, it is too troublesome.
Mr. Su's assets are definitely in order.
Mr. Su just bought poison from me a few days ago.
In addition, Mr. Su just moved into Galaxy Lanwan yesterday. You can check the official website of Galaxy Lanwan. After saying these words, Cuckoo took Su Changkong's hand. Intentionally or unintentionally, she raised Su Changkong's arm. A flash of extremely dazzling light appeared. The woman surnamed Wang was taken aback by this flash of light. Patek Philippe 6002G. This is truly the former king of watches. Since it is guaranteed by the Crested Ibis, there is no need for a capital verification. I don't know if you want to pay in installments or?
Just swipe your card, the full amount.
No need for a discount, it's worth whatever it's worth.
Friendship is friendship, business is business.
Okay, no problem.
The woman surnamed Wang carefully took the bank card and incidentally also took Su Changkong's ID card.
Mr. Su, your paperwork will be complete in about half an hour, and you will need to sign it then.
Swipe your card first, and we'll talk about the contract later.
Okay.
The woman surnamed Wang gave Su Changkong a deep stare, then turned around with her plump buttocks and swiped her card.
Now that this car is taken care of, let's go look at some other cars together, shall we? Are there any other amazing cars here?
Su Changkong turned his head and looked at the Crested Ibis, which was embracing his arm, and gave a smile.
This woman is passionate.
In that case, Chow Chow is doomed, and Jesus is no match for him either. It's what Su Changkong says. Perhaps sensing Su Changkong's gaze, the crested ibis flushed. She wanted to pull her arm away, but Su Changkong held her tightly. The crested ibis could only submit to Su Changkong.
Are there any other divine cars here?
Upon hearing Su Changkong's inquiry, the crested ibis finally came back from her daydream.
Mr. Su, are you still looking to buy a car? You already own the Lamborghini Veneno and the Pagani Zonda, do you still want to buy one?
Of course, these are only 2 cars, how can they satisfy me?
Mr. Su, why do you want to buy so many cars?
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong let out a smile. Little girl, why do you buy clothes?
To wear. And I buy cars to drive?
After a short conversation, Zhu Yan was completely speechless.
These are only 2 cars.
Some wealthy people in desert countries have thousands of cars under their names, and even hundreds of the same car.
Compared to them, I am still far behind.
At this moment, Zhu Yan only felt that she was having difficulty breathing.
But on second thought, there is still some truth to it.
Perhaps this Mr. Su is not too bad compared to those nouveau riches. After a long time, the crested ibis looked up at Su Changkong.
Mr. Su, I wonder if you like Koenigsegg? You mean there is a Koenigsegg here? Seeing Su Changkong's surprised expression, the crested ibis gave a smile.
After all, this is the biggest car show in the Demon City, which represents the pinnacle of the Longwa car show, and there will definitely be many supercars. After all, Longwa is the world's largest market, and no brand will ignore it. Naturally, they will all send their flagship products, as well as super limited editions.
The Pagani Zonda just now was only one of them, and there is also a Koenigsegg 1.
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong became interested.
Tell me more. This car is a mid-engine sports car designed and produced by Swedish company Koenigsegg.
The car is a super concept upgrade based on the Koenigsegg Aguirre platform. This car is equipped with a 5.0L V8 twin-turbo engine with a maximum power output of 1,400 horsepower. The peak torque is 1,371 Nm, and the transmission is mated to a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. In addition, Koenigsegg has upgraded the rear suspension of the car, added carbon fiber components and adopted active shock absorbers. The top speed of the car exceeds 450 km/h, and the acceleration from 0-400 km/h is an amazing 20 seconds. According to official tests, the 0-200 km/h acceleration time of this car will be the fastest in its class, and the top speed will exceed 450 km/h. More importantly, there are only 6 of these cars in the world, and they have already been sold out. Su Changkong likes these luxury cars, but compared to the crested ibis, they are nothing.
Crested ibis gave Su Changkong a thorough explanation of all kinds of information. Su Changkong's eyes lit up as he listened. Since this car is so awesome, I'll buy it too in a while.
Seeing Su Changkong buying a car like buying groceries, crested ibis felt a sense of helplessness.
Are there any other cars? Of course there are. I wonder what Mr. Su thinks of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Chapter 43. Only Principal Wang can be compared to it. You mean there is a Ferrari LaFerrari here? Su Changkong also likes Ferrari very much.
If Lamborghini is a fierce and ferocious bull, then Ferrari is a galloping and elegant horse.
To put it another way, Ferrari has a purer bloodline. Ferrari is the originator of sports cars, and its bloodline is even purer than Lamborghini's.
When he first bought a car, he considered a Ferrari.
But he ultimately chose the more powerful Lamborghini. So he put the extremely elegant Ferrari aside.
Now that the opportunity has arisen, he naturally can't pass up the Ferrari.
Take me to see the LaFerrari. The LaFerrari is also a world-famous car.
It is worthy of being called the king of roadsters. Even if other sports cars are more powerful and have more impressive figures, the king of roadsters is still the LaFerrari. The Ferrari LaFerrari is considered one of the 3 most powerful cars in the world, along with the McLaren P1 and the Porsche 918.
There are only 499 hardtops in the world. There are only 299 convertibles in the world. In total, there are less than 800 of these cars. They are rare and hard to come by. The starting price is around 30 million yuan. Although the price is not very high, after a series of options, the price usually reaches 50 to 60 million yuan or even 70 to 80 million yuan. Since they are hard to come by, the prices of second-hand cars are not low either. Seeing that Su Changkong was interested, the ibis could only lead Su Changkong to find the LaFerrari.
Mr. Su, although I am not selling Ferraris, I am very familiar with Ferrari's rules.
There are very strict conditions for buying the Ferrari LaFerrari.
You need to own at least 5 Ferrari flagships, or at least 2 Ferrari limited editions, to be eligible to buy the Ferrari LaFerrari. Of course, you also need to pass a capital verification, which also requires a certain amount of assets. It's no big deal, the rules are set for ordinary people, and the worst that can happen is that you have to pay a premium. The ibis quickly led Su Changkong to a Ferrari.
It was a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari.
The overall shape is extremely elegant and dignified, and with the fiery red color of the sole, it makes the car look like the aristocrat among cars. Indeed, compared to the Lamborghini with a very powerful sense, it is a different style. Seeing this car, Su Changkong's hands itched. It is worthy of the rumored Ferrari LaFerrari.
It is indeed elegant. I want this car.
Wait a moment, you arrange for someone to swipe the card together. Seeing Su Changkong buying a luxury car like buying cabbage, even the world-weary crested ibis couldn't help rolling his eyes.
Perhaps only the rumored Principal Wang could be compared to this Mr. Su. By the way, didn't you Lamborghini arrange for any divine cars here? Upon hearing Su Changkong ask, the crested ibis nodded with a smile. How could there be no Lamborghini at such a grand occasion? I arranged the Lamborghini exhibition this time.
In addition to the normal versions of the Lamborghini Aventador and Huracan, the headquarters also specially shipped a divine car.
If you're interested, I can take you to see it. Lamborghini's divine car? Could it be poison?
This exhibition is not poison, but another model.
If you're interested, I can take you to see it. Walk over and look.
The ibis quickly led Su Changkong to another place. Here, parked quietly, was an extremely precious and luxurious Lamborghini. Even in the presence of so many divine cars, this Lamborghini still stood out, not losing any ground.
What is this? The sixth element? Yes, Mr. Su. Su Changkong was a little dumbfounded. It really is a divine car. Among Lamborghini's many vehicles, the most luxurious and prestigious is naturally the Poison.
If Lamborghini has another model that can be compared to the Poison, it would be the sixth element.
Just from the name, you can tell that this is a very dreamy model.
The sixth element first appeared in 10 years, when it was unveiled at the Paris Motor Show as a classic all-wheel drive concept car. It was officially released in 13 years.
The sixth element special edition is limited to 20 units worldwide. Its real value is almost comparable to that of a Lamborghini.
At the time, the price reached an extremely terrifying 20 million.
What is the price like today? It is still unknown.
It is estimated that it is likely to start at 50 to 60 million, and there is still no market for it. The actual price depends on the specific situation at that time.
This model has a revolutionary and subversive design.
The chassis also uses almost entirely carbon fiber, and because of the atomic number of carbon, the element carbon is called the sixth element.
This is also an epic-making car. It is indeed worthy of being the sixth element that once swept the world. Su Changkong praised.
At this moment, there was suddenly a surprised voice coming from the side.
Mr. Su?
The voice revealed excitement and surprise.
Su Changkong turned his head and looked. He actually saw an acquaintance.
It was one of the many sales guides at the Lamborghini 4S store. It was that rather carefree woman.
This carefree woman is quite interesting. She even provoked Lu Ruoyun.
She said she would take Su Changkong away from Lu Ruoyun.
Su Changkong invited her to the Han Dynasty to sing karaoke.
Naturally, he is more familiar with it. Seeing this woman, Su Changkong also smiled.
Why are you here?
Mr. Su, it was Sister Cuckoo who arranged for me to be in charge of the car show here. So I will be working here for a while in the future.
Why did you come here with Sister Ibis?
Looking at the woman's surprised gaze, Su Changkong also revealed a smile. I came here to buy a car.
Since I'm not familiar with cars, I asked Sister Ibis to come and help. Why didn't Aoliu Ruoyun come?
There was some meaning in her words. She went back to her hometown today to take care of some family matters, and she'll be back in a while. Oh, it's Lu Ruoyun's good fortune to have met Mr. Su. With Mr. Su's blessing, I believe that the little brat's difficulties can be easily resolved.
Since it's Lamborghini's own car, I have to support it no matter what, right? I'll take this sixth element. Mr. Su, you already have Lamborghini's Venom and the sixth element.
Poison is poison, and the sixth element is the sixth element, they are not comparable. Wait a moment, you arrange for someone to go and swipe your card to complete the formalities. The sixth element is not much inferior to poison, and Su Changkong also likes it very much. This time, Su Changkong did not arrange for the crested ibis, but said to the bold and domineering woman. Hearing Su Changkong's words, the woman was slightly stunned. Then she suddenly jumped up. Mr. A.Y. Su, you are just wonderful, I love you so much. The woman immediately cheered up. When luck comes, it cannot be stopped. Mr. Su actually bought the sixth element from her. This is a luxury car worth tens of millions. If she sells this car, she will make nearly $1 million just from the commission. That is enough for the down payment on a house, so how could she not cheer? Su Changkong smiled as he watched the woman jump up and down. She really is a treasure girl with a cheerful personality. The crested ibis on one side also revealed a smile. Look at you. Chapter 40 for the heartless poison owner. The girl stuck out her tongue, but she still couldn't hide the joy in her heart. Sister Crested Ibis, the sixth element has been sold, so what do we do now that we don't have a car to display? The girl asked the ibis with delight. Contact headquarters immediately and see what they say. I'm sure they'll respond. If there are no special arrangements, you can go to the Eventado area. Eventado can handle the situation. Okay. Thanks, Sister Ibis. Okay, let's not catch up for now. Will you accompany me to see the other cars? The ibis couldn't help rolling its eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had already bought 4 amazing cars. They were the Pagani Zonda, Koenigsegg, Ferrari LaFerrari, and Lamborghini Sixth Element. Even though buying a car is like buying groceries, this Mr. Su was still not satisfied. This Mr. Su is truly inhuman. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. This auto show is said to have big moves from Bugatti, but as for what kind of moves, I haven't received any news yet. Why don't we go and have a look at the Bugatti area? Bugatti? Su Changkong nodded. Let's go and have a look. Bugatti is also one of the world's most popular sports cars. In Su Changkong's opinion, although the logo is not handsome enough, it is even a bit ugly, but the design of other people's cars is really beyond words. From the appearance, it is in no way inferior to the very powerful Lamborghini and the particularly elegant Ferrari. Since the crested ibis said that Bugatti would make a big move, it would definitely not be inferior to Ferrari or Lamborghini. After a short while, they arrived at the exhibition area in the other direction of the hall. The huge Bugatti logo quickly attracted the attention of the two. They quickly walked towards that area. Sure enough, an extremely pure and noble pure white vehicle appeared in front of the two. Seeing this explosive Bugatti, the crested ibis beside him couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect such a big move. He even got the Sentatasai. Looking at the murderous Bugatti, Su Changkong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Introduce? Mr. Su, this car is extraordinary. The name of this car is Sentatasai, and it was unveiled at the Bugatti company's 110th birthday celebration. From this point of view, it is similar to the Lamborghini Poison. The Sentatasai is a super upgraded version based on the Chiron, which has been modified, strengthened and optimized. After the redesign, it is lighter in weight and has more power. It is equipped with a new deep-seated front spoiler, a 3-stage air intake and a low-profile front end, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.4 seconds. The top speed is 380 km/h, and with a little tuning, it can break 400. There are only 10 of these cars in the world, and apart from the only one in night vision, this car is the most prestigious and luxurious face of Bugatti. The starting price is $9 million, and the maximum price is currently unknown, because one customer chose a perverted option, and the transaction price of that car exceeded $300 million. As for this one, it is also obviously deeply customized, and the transaction price is estimated to exceed $100 million, or even reach $200 million. This time, Bugatti brought such a car to the auto show, presumably hoping to use it to open up the Long Kingdom market. Looking at the pure white vehicle, Su Changkong nodded with satisfaction. A car that costs over $100 million, naturally, he will take it. In a while, he will take this car as well. Since he came across it, it means that this car is destined for me. Such a treasure naturally goes to the one who is destined for it. Upon hearing Su Changkong's words, Zhu Tian couldn't help but marvel again. Where did this Mr. Su come from? Even the Principal Wang is nowhere near as generous as this Mr. Su. Although the principal Wang buys luxury cars like they were groceries, most of the luxury cars he buys are worth a few million or tens of millions.
There are obviously not many cars worth hundreds of millions.
But this Mr. Su in front of him is extraordinary. Each car is basically close to or even worth over 100 million. Starting with the Lamborghini Poison.
To the Pagani Zonda Ju, the Koenigsegg 11, the Ferrari LaFerrari, the Lamborghini Sixth Element, and now this Bugatti Centodieci.
6 cars, each worth hundreds of millions, and the Ferrari LaFerrari, of which only 499 units were produced worldwide, is actually the cheapest car.
Are there any other divine cars? Take them all.
Looking at the highly excited Mr. Su, the crested ibis can't help but groan. Today, I have finally seen what true inhumanity is. Mr. Su is obviously going to take all the top divine cars at this auto show. If all these cars are really taken, I'm afraid there will be quite a mess at this auto show in the Demon City. Everyone is here to see the amazing cars, not the run-of-the-mill Ferrari Zenzo, 488, Porsche 718, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Huracan. Despite his grumbling, Xuen did his best to think of what other luxury cars were there. Mr. Su, this car show is huge, and Porsche will probably have the 918 there.
Do you like this car? Buy it. And the Hennessy Venom GT? Do you like it? Buy it. The McLaren P1, which is as famous as Ferrari, should also be there. Do you like it? Buy it. Aston Martin. Buy it.
Mr. Su, it seems that these are the only cars that can catch your eye. The rest are all inferior goods worth millions.
I guess you don't really like those cars, do you? Are these the only cars worth tens of millions? Su Changkong is a little disappointed. Only a few? That's not much. I really feel like there's more. How many cars did you look at in total?
Mr. Su, this time you looked at a total of 9 cars: Pagani Zonda, Koenigsegg 11, Lamborghini Sixth Element, Bugatti Centodieci, Aston Martin, McLaren P1, Hennessy Venom GT, Porsche 918, and Ferrari LaFerrari. Among them, the genie has already paid for it and is going through the formalities, while the other 8 cars have not yet been paid for. I'll take a break here for a while, and you can handle it for me.
I'll be waiting for you.
After buying these cars, I still have to buy some other cars. The crested ibis in high heels almost stumbled and fell to the ground.
But in the end, it obediently followed Su Changkong's orders and went through the formalities.
As the ibis paid for each car, the whole hall was in an uproar. No one could believe that someone had purchased 9 supercars at once. The cheapest, the Hennessy Venom GT, also started at tens of millions of dollars.
Did this person buy all the supercars at this car show? Who was this person with such extravagance? Spending so much money at once was also a bit perverted, wasn't it? Where did this super tycoon come from? Everyone started guessing.
Fortunately, the auto show had not yet officially opened to the public. There were very few customers, so it did not create a sensation.
However, someone soon broke the news.
The person who purchased 9 supercars at once was none other than the owner of the Lamborghini Poison. Once this news broke, it immediately caused a sensation. Together with the Lamborghini Poison, this owner alone has plundered 10 divine cars.
It is truly unbelievable. Chapter 45, Shanghai Emperor? President Wang? Many salespeople looked at Su Changkong from afar, their eyes full of awe.
Several young beautiful women looked at Su Changkong with starry eyes.
Some even couldn't help but go up to him to ask for his phone number.
But when they saw Su Changkong sitting there dozing off, they didn't dare to bother him. After a long time, the Japanese crested ibis finally returned. Mr. Su, everything has been charged to the card. 9 cars are being processed under the contract, and it is estimated that the contract will be completed in half an hour or so.
How much did it cost?
Mr. Su, the total cost of the 9 cars is 1.25 billion.
1.25 billion?
Yes, Mr. Su, each of these cars is worth a lot of money, and the most expensive one is the Bugatti Centodieci. The starting price of this car is 1.38 billion, but because it is a show car, it is fully equipped with the most top-of-the-line options. Add in luxury car taxes, customs duties, and various insurance fees, and the landed price is well over 200 million. The Pagani Zonda, Koenigsegg 11, and Lamborghini Sixth Element also start at over 100 million, and the situation is the same. They are also fully equipped with the most top-of-the-line options, and the landed price is also close to 200 million. The total value of these 4 cars is already 800 million. Aston Martin, McLaren P1, Porsche 918, Hennessy Venom GT, and Ferrari LaFerrari. These 5 cars are slightly cheaper. But they are all luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan. Since they are all show cars with the most top-notch options, the price is quite a premium over the normal price, and when other expenses are added, these cars are also close to 100 million.
The total price of the 9 cars is 1.25 billion.
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong fell silent. The goal at this stage was 1.6 billion, and 1.25 billion had already been spent.
That left 350 million.
It seemed that it would be very easy to complete this task today. Then let's go buy the other cars. These cars are all sports cars.
We haven't bought the other cars yet. Just as Su Changkong was considering continuing to buy other cars,
an administrator had already informed the boss of the news.
What did you say? You say someone bought the Bugatti Chiron, the Elemental, the Jaws, the Koenigsegg, and so on?
A rather elegant young man was full of shock.
Yes, young Master Qin.
The gentleman who bought these cars came in a Lamborghini Poison. He spent a total of nearly 1.3 billion and bought the 9 most high-end sports cars in the venue.
Upon hearing this, the young master surnamed Qin was full of disbelief. Buying the top 9 cars at once? I wonder which god. Could it be someone from outside?
By doing so, the other party has more or less shown a lack of understanding of the rules.
Isn't this ruining the party?
The car show has not officially started yet, and these top luxury cars have already been bought.
How can this car show continue? Should ordinary cars be used to make up the appearance? Lord Qin fell into deep thought.
The top echelons of the demon capital all knew that Lord Qin had organized this car show single-handedly. Lord Qin had mobilized a lot of resources to organize this car show. Many of the cars were even borrowed, and naturally the other rich young masters of the demon capital could not afford to offend Lord Qin.
Do you know the real identity of that person?
Lord Qin, that person is a stranger, not like someone from the demon capital, most likely a young master from elsewhere.
Upon hearing this, Lord Qin fell into deep thought.
No matter where that guy really came from, spending 1 billion in one go obviously means he's no ordinary person.
He spent 1 billion without even blinking an eye. The capital behind him is unimaginable. Lao Qin, is this guy trying to ruin the party? He didn't even give you face? You can't do anything about it either?
The Hennessy Venom GT I had my eye on was also bought by someone else.
What should I do?
At first, you wouldn't let me buy it when I wanted to, saying that I could buy it after the event.
Now, someone else has bought it.
On the other side of the sofa, a young man was also sitting.
This young man was leaning against an internet celebrity.
It was the famous Wang Principal.
Hearing Wang Principal's accusations, Lao Qin rolled his eyes. How was I supposed to know that this would happen?
Now the car show hasn't even officially started yet, and those amazing cars were just taken away by that guy.
Isn't that messing things up? Let's go over there and meet that guy, and see what's going on. Upon hearing Qin's words, Wang also nodded. A guy who can just throw away billions at once seems to be a bit more generous than the two of them? Although both of them have tens of billions of assets, it's not very easy to casually throw away billions.
The two of them had just arrived at the exhibition hall and saw an extremely interesting scene. On the sofa in the middle of the exhibition hall sat a young man who looked sleepy. Next to the young man stood a beauty, as if reporting something. Such actions by the two of them had already attracted the attention of everyone in the exhibition hall.
Everyone looked there with envy. For a moment, Lord Qin and Principal Wang were also attracted by this sight. It's actually a pretty boy? Seeing Su Changkong in the distance, Lord Qin couldn't help but scoff. Principal Wang couldn't help but nod as well.
There were many wealthy people in their circle, but it was rare to find someone as handsome as this. The two men felt a little uncomfortable at the sight of someone so generous and handsome.
Let's go over and meet this guy and see what kind of person he is.
The crested ibis, who was checking the contract with Su Changkong, also saw Mr. Qin and the national husband, President Wang, at the first opportunity.
Mr. Su, you have bought so many cars at once, I'm afraid you have alerted the bigwigs. Bigwigs?
The so-called king of Shanghai, Mr. Qin, has already come over, and so has the so-called national husband, President Wang. The crested ibis whispered in Su Changkong's ear.
Hearing this, Su Changkong was also taken aback. King of Shanghai? National husband? These two are no ordinary people. How could I run into these two just by buying a few cars?
He then turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw two men and a woman walking over this way.
One of them was the ordinary-looking national husband, Principal Wang.
He was wearing a baggy sweater and ordinary jeans. Just looking at this outfit, you could tell that he had no taste. Principal Wang is unique in being so rich but looking so shabby. He is accompanied by a pretty young internet celebrity, who is considered lucky to be by Principal Wang's side. On the other side of the two men is a young man with a thin figure and a delicate appearance. He seems a few years younger than Principal Wang. His attire is also much more refined than Principal Wang's.
He can barely be considered a high-quality man. I think this young man is the legendary Shanghai Emperor, right? Their interactions are still a good story in the Dragon Kingdom. Principal Wang bragged online.
He said that he doesn't make friends based on money, and that no one in the younger generation is richer than him anyway.
Shanghai Emperor left a comment, "What about me?" Principal Wang never spoke again. Su Changkong's mouth curled up a little. This is getting interesting.
Chapter 46, Swearing Brotherhood with Shanghai Emperor and Principal Wang in the Peach Blossom Grove. Under Su Changkong's gaze, the two men finally walked up to him.
Hello, I don't think we need to introduce ourselves, do we?
We also heard that someone waved their hand and scattered billions of dollars, so we came to take a look and get to know you, the great man. The one who spoke was Shanghai Emperor Qin Gongzi Qinfun. After all, this is Qin Gongzi's factory, so it is only natural that he should speak up rather than Principal Wang. But Master Qin's words were still quite polite.
Ouch, help me up. Su Changkong let out a deep breath.
He had just closed his eyes for a moment, and his legs had gone numb.
Crested Ibis hurriedly stepped forward and helped Su Changkong up.
Su Changkong took advantage of the situation and put Crested Ibis in his arms. Holding the petite Crested Ibis in his arms really felt great.
Crested Ibis's face turned red in an instant.
She is married and has a boyfriend. Now she was being held in someone else's arms like this in public, it really overwhelmed her a bit. But she didn't dare struggle, so she could only stand there stiffly. I have long admired your two great names. The name of the Shanghai Emperor Qin Gongzi and the national husband Wang Principal is as famous as thunder.
I never thought I would meet the real people today. I am honored.
Su Changkong also didn't expect that he could actually meet such a topic figure. Mr. Su is very wealthy, he can just wave his hand and spend billions.
Principal Wang also took the internet celebrity by his side and gave Su a thumbs up. Su laughed at the amusing Principal Wang. This Principal Wang is quite interesting, a wonderful person. I remember an interview once. Someone asked Principal Wang about the acting skills of the young actor Lu Ha.
Principal Wang laughed so hard he squealed like a pig. It even made Su Changkong laugh several times. Compared to you, Principal Wang, who buys more cars than groceries, Xiao Wu is a nobody. Brother, you called these cars here famous, and you bought them all, regardless of whether they were limited or not, leaving none behind. You only left some ordinary cars, which is a bit unauthentic.
Upon hearing the words of Lord Qin, Su Changkong was taken aback. So the Lord Qin was behind this car show? No wonder he was able to get so many amazing cars.
It was the Lord Qin's doing.
To be honest, this Lord Qin is no ordinary person. He is even more powerful than Principal Wang. Lord Qin's father made his fortune by stacking ponies.
Although he accumulated some wealth, it was ultimately some unsavory business. It was after this young Master Qin took over the family business that he invested in some formal businesses. It has to be said that young Master Qin has excellent vision, and almost every investment has made a huge profit.
As a result, the family's wealth has rapidly expanded in a very short period of time, quietly getting rich.
If it weren't for this young Master Qin's accident in a luxury car worth tens of millions, and his calmness while playing with his phone being exposed, I'm afraid this guy would still be quietly getting rich. Now the Qin family's assets have also reached a scale of hundreds of billions.
Although compared to the Wang family's Qianda group, there is a huge gap.
But the funds at the disposal of Master Qin are much greater than those of the school principal. After all, the school principal is not yet in charge of the Qianda group. I didn't know that this car show was actually organized by Master Qin. If I had known, I would have bought a few more cars and supported the event more. Seeing Master Qin condemn him, Su Changkong grinned evilly.
He didn't believe in this evil. He came to spend money and consume. But when it came out of Prince Qin's mouth, it became a scene stopper? If it's a scene stopper, then so be it. What can you do, Prince Qin?
A barefoot man has nothing to fear from shoes. He has no assets, he's all alone, and he's not afraid of being suppressed. All he has is money, and he has a lot of it. The crested ibis in Su Changkong's arms, however, was so smart that it almost fell to the ground.
This is a bit arrogant, isn't it? Is Master Su completely ignoring this Shanghainese emperor?
This head-on confrontation between the two of them is likely to lead to something big. Seeing Su Changkong being so arrogant, Master Qin was also taken aback.
After a moment, he burst out laughing.
Interesting, he has guts. There aren't many people who dare say such things to my face.
You're one of them.
Since you're so gutsy, you're qualified to enter the circles of the Devil City and play some capital games with us. The national husband, President Wang, just smiled and watched the whole thing without saying a word.
He looked like a smiling tiger.
Su Changkong gave a glance at Mr. Qin and also revealed a smile.
The smile was meaningful.
He had offended the Shanghai Emperor, but the Shanghai Emperor didn't get angry.
It seems that his temper is much better than legend.
From what the other party said, it seemed that he intended to draw him into the circle.
Since you are willing to help me, I will gladly follow your lead.
I am new here and don't know the rules very well, so I hope you can give me some pointers in the future.
After all, you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling at you.
This Qin Gongzhu obviously has no intention of clashing with him, and has even released goodwill, willing to draw him into the circle.
This is already a great show of sincerity.
He is not someone who doesn't know what is good for him, so naturally he also needs to pay compliments. To be honest, he already knew two people from the upper circles of Shanghai. One was Zhang Lin, the daughter of the Galaxy Group, which developed Galaxy Lanwan. The other was the Shanghai Emperor in front of him. Both of them said they wanted to bring him into the circle.
That was interesting. Su Changkong's words released goodwill.
Qin Fun's face gradually eased. In that case, let's exchange contact information.
There is just one urgent matter that I need your help with.
A strange light flashed in Su Changkong's eyes.
Speak.
For this car show, I contacted a total of these 10 top luxury cars, but I never expected that you would have captured them all. If you take all these cars away, this car show will be considered a waste. Therefore, I beg you to keep these cars for a while, as I owe you a favor. I promise to return these cars to you after the car show is successfully completed.
What do you think?
Of course, the expenses during this period will be calculated as rent, and I will give it to you all at once. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong nodded.
We are friends with each other, so it would be strange for you to say something like this. Just leave all these cars here. Just tell me when the car show is over and you can return them to me. It would be too strange to talk about money. Then thank you in advance.
After this is over, I'll introduce you to some friends of mine in Shanghai.
Su Changkong nodded with a smile.
He then extended his phone and exchanged contact information with Qin Dajuan and the national husband.
At that moment, national husband President Wang spoke up.
I had my eye on that one, the Hennessy Venom GT. I said I wanted to buy it, but Lao Qin stopped me.
I never thought you would buy it, but would you be willing to part with it? You name your price.
I've been looking for this car for a long time, I really like it.
Su Changkong laughed when he heard Wang's words. What are you talking about, sir? If you like it, it's yours. We've met by chance, so it's a gift from me to you.
He then turned his head to Qin Fun, who was standing nearby. Young Master Qin, I have heard of all your great deeds. First you had an accident in a Ferrari LaFerrari, and then you had an accident in a Porsche 918.
Are you driving multi-million-dollar luxury cars like bumper cars?
It so happens that I have bought a LaFerrari and a 918.
Young Master Qin, just pick one as a gift.
Hearing this, even the famous Principal Wang and Qin Fun were a little taken aback.
Chapter 47, I'm going to keep this woman.
It's rare to find someone so generous.
She just gave away the Hennessy Venom GT and Porsche 918?
You have to understand that the cars here are not the popular ones on the market. Cars from car shows are also sold, but they are more used to show the strength of the company.
All kinds of black technology and various fierce functions are superimposed on these cars.
This makes the value of these cars much higher than the normal version. This is why a car that is quoted at 30 to 40 million yuan will eventually land at a price close to 100 million yuan.
However, even so, this man surnamed Su said without blinking that he would give it away for free?
Brother, you are too polite. You are already giving me face by being willing to part with it with a heavy heart.
You should just take as much as you want, not a single penny less.
Principal Wang is rich and generous, and is unwilling to accept the gift.
What are you talking about, Principal?
It's just a car, and it's not worth much, so I'll give it to you as a gift. I like to make friends, and if you two consider me a friend, I will naturally consider you two friends too.
Wouldn't it be nice if we all had a good time together?
The Headmaster Wang and the young Master Qin looked at each other.
In the end, they nodded. Since you are so polite, we will not refuse your kindness. I don't know if you've bought the car yet. If you have, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and we'll go have some fun.
Wang Shozhong was in a great mood, having obtained the Hennessy Venom GT without spending a single penny.
You two will have to wait a little longer.
I came here mainly to buy some cars for daily use.
So far, I've only got some sports cars, and haven't bought any cars for daily use yet.
Okay, brother, you go look at the cars with the beautiful woman, and we'll wait for you in the office.
After some more small talk, the two finally left. As he watched the two leave, Su Changkong couldn't help but smile.
These two guys are really quite interesting.
They are considered to be among the more unusual of the second-generation rich. No wonder these two guys can get along, they are like-minded.
After laughing for a while, Su Changkong looked down at the crested ibis in his arms. However, he saw that the crested ibis was just standing stupidly in his arms, not daring to move a muscle, clearly extremely nervous. His face was flushed.
Seeing the crested ibis like this, Su Changkong laughed.
This woman is still quite interesting. She came out at the sound of one phone call. And she was dressed up so attractively, obviously trying to seduce me. Since things have come to this, Prime Minister Chao is determined to do it, and it's no use her husband coming, he said.
What's wrong?
Why are you so flushed?
Are you not feeling well? No. It's nothing.
The slightly older Zhu Yan blushed. To be honest, she was a few years older than Su Changkong. But after spending time together, she had been completely suppressed. She was more like a little girl who was easily influenced. Seeing her like this, Su Changkong laughed. He reached out and put his arm around her waist.
Let's go.
I'll go pick out a car for you too. You should be thanked in any case for accompanying me to buy a car today. When she heard Su Changkong's words, Zhu Yan was taken aback. Mr. Su, there's no need to buy me a car, I have a car.
I have a BMW 730. Zhu Yan is not like an ordinary salesperson.
She is one of the few supervisors at the Lamborghini 4S store in Shanghai. Her salary is very high, and so are her commissions. Over the years, she has saved a lot of money. Therefore, she rewarded herself with a BMW 730. In fact, she could have bought herself a sports car as well.
But she didn't really like sports cars. They were too flashy and not her style. Cut the crap.
You've come out with me, so of course I want to reward you properly.
I said buy it, so buy it. Do you want me to eat for free? Su Changkong gave Zhu Yan a look. Hearing this, Zhu Yan's heart lurched. Eat for free? It really is like this. It seems that I really can't run anymore.
At this thought, her body felt a little weak. But having said that, she was actually mentally prepared. Otherwise, she would not have been summoned by Su Changkong with just one phone call. After a moment's thought, Zhu Yan spoke.
If you insist on buying it, why don't you go to the second floor to look at other cars?
I don't really like sports cars.
No problem.
My main purpose for coming here this time is to buy some cars for daily use. Sports cars are good, but sometimes they are not very convenient.
Su Changkong embraced Zhu Yan and sat in the elevator with interest.
16 billion, and now there is still more than 3 billion left.
No matter what, I have to spend it all. The elevator smoothly ascended to the second floor.
What came into view was also a large area of luxury cars. However, they were not the sports cars on the first floor. Most of the cars here were business cars. Unlike the supercars full of technology and power, these business cars better reflect status and position. As the saying goes, handsome guys drive sports cars, while big shots drive big cars. The status of Rolls-Royce in the car is quite high.
Since you have come to the business district, then Rolls-Royce is naturally the first choice. For such a big auto show event, Rolls-Royce should make a move, right? Su Changkong looked down at the crested ibis in his arms. This woman is still fragrant. The crested ibis nodded.
The Shanghai Emperor still had a lot of influence. With him taking the lead, all the car companies were willing to respond. After all, the current Long Kingdom was already the world's largest market. If they could come out on top at this auto show, it would be very likely that they could better open up the Long Kingdom market in the future. It was said that Rolls-Royce had got hold of quite a few new cars this time, including the latest models Ghost, Cullinan, Phantom, Dawn, and Wraith. There was even a specially made extended-length Phantom. These cars are all specially made exhibition cars, each with the pinnacle of configuration, and the price is much higher.
If you like, I can take you to have a look.
Even if she was shy in Su Chankong's arms.
But there was no doubting the professionalism of the crested ibis.
Money was not an issue, what mattered was the car being good.
Cars like Rolls-Royce obviously occupied important slots on the second floor. A large area in the middle is the Rolls-Royce exhibition area. A dozen Rolls-Royces are parked there quietly, like elegant gentlemen.
The Rolls-Royce Ghost, which starts at 5 million yuan, is at the very outside. It was originally an extremely prestigious vehicle, but here it is only in the corner.
The other Phantom, Wraith, Phantom, and Cullinan are lined up in order. Each car is incredibly shiny. Especially the Phantom and Cullinan are more noble and luxurious.
Each Rolls-Royce is a giant and each is extremely visually striking.
Su Chankong was very satisfied with what he saw. Especially the latest model, the Cullinan.
It looks like an incredibly fierce steel beast. It is huge and dignified and luxurious. These vehicles eventually form a huge circle,
maximizing the advantages of each vehicle. Just one look makes you feel extraordinary.
It's as if it can blind the eyes of the world. In the middle is a huge extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom.
This car is much wider, taller, and longer than the regular Phantom.
It is a completely enlarged version of the regular Phantom, very luxurious and grand. One glance is enough to know that this is definitely the car that only the top bosses can afford.
Both the aura and the level of luxury are impeccable.
Su Chankong made 2 laps and was very satisfied.
Chapter 48, The Shanghai Emperor is a bit disappointing.
Crested Ibis, communicate with the person in charge here. I want all the cars except for the Gust. Upon hearing this, Crested Ibis's eyes widened.
Mr. Su, are you sure you want all these Rolls-Royces? Aren't you going to say hello to Mr. Qin, Principal Wang, and the others? Didn't you already settle the deal? Why do you need to say hello?
The Ibis could not bring herself to speak again. The two sides had indeed come to an agreement, and had become friends, exchanging contact information and reaching a preliminary agreement. The car was sold as normal, but it could not be collected until after the car show. Even the headmaster Wang could not match this way of buying a car. Buying luxury cars seemed even easier than buying cabbages, just a few glances and you have to buy it. Gus, who had such a good reputation, actually disliked being excluded as being inferior.
When he thought about this, Zhu Yan took a deep breath.
Mr. Su, in addition to this Ghost, there is also the Phantom, the Wraith, the Cullinan, and this ultra-luxury specially made extended Phantom. There are a total of 5 models, and since they are all specially made ultra-high-end exhibition cars, the price of the vehicles is estimated to be very high. Money is not a problem, let's settle on these 5 cars first, and then accompany me to see if there are any other cars that catch your eye, and if there are, take them all. Su Chankong became interested and hugged the Ibis, and started spinning around in the huge hall. There were all kinds of mid to high-end brand models.
The low-end ones included the BBA entry-level and the Emperor of the Bath entry-level. The high-end ones included everything from Rolls-Royce to Bentley.
At this time, Su Chankong stopped in front of the Bentley.
Because there was a brand new long-wheelbase Bentley Mulsanne parked here.
It had to be said that Bentley had done a good job over the years, and the model looked very elegant and handsome. Even though Su Chankong had just seen the Rolls-Royce, when he looked at the Bentley now, it was just as good.
This Bentley is a winner too. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class is a winner too. This latest version of the Maybach concept is a winner too.
After going around in circles, Zhu Yan had marked all the luxury cars that Su Chankong had looked at and found them handsome. They would go through the transfer procedures together later. After going around in circles, they had finally selected 7 or 8 cars.
Zhu Yan felt cold sweat trickling down his back.
This way of buying a car was unheard of and unseen. It was like spending money like it was joy beans.
Su Chankong, who had gone around again, couldn't help feeling a little disappointed.
Lao Qin had bragged a lot, but in reality, it wasn't that impressive. It was disappointing that there were only so many luxury cars that I could look at.
Crested ibis.
The crested ibis was a little speechless. Standing in the same place, Su Changkong, who was a little dissatisfied, found a sofa and collapsed on it. As he took out a pack of cigarettes, Zhu Yan quickly took out a lighter from his bag and helped Su Changkong light it.
Su Changkong patted Zhu Yan's backside with satisfaction. Zhu Yan was struck by lightning and didn't dare to move.
Su Changkong smoked for a while and suddenly saw a nice car in the distance, parked there.
The waterfall-style multi-frame grille gives it a sense of visual impact and dignity. Just one look and you feel a sense of awe and respect.
The combination of the long, narrow LED headlights on the sides gives it a very technological feel. The two colors combined together give it a unique sense of technology.
At first glance, it still looks quite good. What is this? A Hongqi H9?
Among the many models, this car is actually not that eye-catching. At most, it is in the same class as the entry-level BBA. But in this exhibition area, which is full of foreign models, it is still very pleasing to suddenly see such a domestic car. I will buy this car too, and pay for it together later. Not for anything else, but just because the domestic brand is also forging ahead on a path full of thorns. Maybe it's not good, maybe it has many problems, maybe it just looks good on the outside but lacks substance, and maybe the details can be improved. But because of the words Hongqi, Su Changkong must take it. It has nothing to do with patriotism, it's a kind of national sentiment, that's all. Go and pay for the goods, just go through the formalities for me, you still have my ID card and bank card. I'll take a break here and have a smoke.
Okay, Mr. Su, just a moment, I'll go and take care of it for you.
The crested ibis, dressed in its very distinctive outfit and wiggling its bottom, quickly went to swipe its card to complete the formalities. Just as Su Changkong was about to doze off, the system finally gave another prompt.
Ding!
The system reminded the host that the task of spending 1.6 billion in 3 days had been completed, and the host had gained 10 attribute points.
Ding!
The system reminded the host that the next stage of the task had been issued, and the task was to spend 3.2 billion in 3 days. A successful task would be rewarded with 10 attribute points, while a failed task would result in a deduction of 10 attribute points.
Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Changkong finally smiled.
He had gained 10 more attribute points. With these 10 attribute points, he had saved a total of 40 attribute points.
It was time to add a little bit of attribute to himself. Open the attribute panel. Host, Su Changkong. Age, at the peak 2100. Height, 188 100. Looks, handsome 84. Stamina, strong 84. IQ, retarded 25.
Military strength, the courage of the common man 76. Fortune, from bad to good 98.
Life expectancy, short life expectancy 4141. Vitality, Ziyang Dragon Root 25 100. He took a closer look at the system attributes. Su Changkong scowled again.
40 attribute points may sound like a lot, but it was utterly insufficient for his data.
The closest to full points was luck, but every point of luck cost 100 attribute points. Who knew when he would be able to save up 200 attribute points?
The rest were looks and physical strength. Both of these had 84 points. It would take 32 points to get them both to full points. After thinking for a while, Su Changkong decided to increase his physical strength to the maximum. With better physical strength, he would have more energy for playing poker and games at night. The system, spending 16.8 physical strength points to reach full marks.
Ding!
The system reminds the host that the host has spent 16 attribute points and his physical strength has reached full marks.
Physical strength, endless vitality 100. Ding!
The system reminds the host that due to the change in physical strength, combat strength has been affected, with combat strength +2.
Host, Su Changkong. Age, at the peak 2100. Height, 188 100. Appearance, handsome 84. Stamina, endless 100. Intelligence, brain dead 25. Strength, cowardly 78. Fortune, turning from bad to good 98. Lifespan, short 41. Vitality, purple yang dragon root 25. Chapter 49, The joy of the Prime Minister is indescribable.
Along with the change in the system value, Su Changkong suddenly felt a deep and profound energy erupt from deep within his body. It seemed that even his bone marrow was heating up at this moment. It was as if his soul had been blessed by some kind of power, and thus reached its optimal state.
At this moment, Su Changkong felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. It was much more pleasant than getting an injection with Lu Ruoyun. The system's blessing was indeed quite terrifying.
Su Changkong deeply appreciates the benefits of the improved numerical values. Just as Su Changkong was in a state of surprise, the Japanese crested ibis finally returned.
Mr. Su, I have taken care of everything.
This time, all 13 cars have been successfully paid for, and all the formalities are being processed. The most expensive one is the ultra-luxury extended version Rolls-Royce Phantom, which is worth 188 million. The other cars are relatively cheaper, none of them worth over 100 million. The cheapest is the Hongqi H9, worth 8.8 million. Next is the Maserati Quattroporte, with a total value of 600 million for all 13 cars. The card has been used once, but then immediately topped up with 320,000 yuan.
There is now 2.9 billion yuan in the card.
Crested Ibis respectfully handed over the card. When Crested Ibis used the card for the first time, there was 100 million yuan in the card. At that time, the balance reached 200 million. Just now, the balance actually reached 3.2 billion. Crested Ibis has already guessed some patterns. 100 million, 200 million, 400 million, 800 million, 1.6 billion, and now it reached 3.2 billion. In other words, in just a few days, Mr. Su has already spent 3.1 billion.
This is simply unimaginable. This Mr. Su is really a spendthrift. Maybe in a few days, the 3.2 billion in the card may soon be gone again. I wonder if it will be followed by 6.4 billion. After 6.4 billion is spent, will 128 billion appear in the card?
I really don't know how terrifying the existence behind this Mr. Su is.
Even the Shanghai Emperor and national husband, Wang Gongzi, are not such spendthrifts.
You have to know that Wang Gongzi's starting capital was only 500 million. I have to say that the Crested Ibis is really smart and has guessed it perfectly. Today, I bought a total of 13 commercial vehicles and 9 sports cars.
You can take whichever one you like.
After all, you've helped me a lot today, so this is my way of saying thank you.
I'm a little afraid to take it.
The Crested Ibis really didn't dare to take it.
Once you take the car, you are destined not to run away.
After all, there is still room for maneuver.
What are you afraid of?
If I say I'll give you a car, I'll give you a car.
Are you really going to let me take advantage of you? I'm not used to taking advantage of people.
If you don't want my car, I won't be able to bring myself to do it.
Then,
Xuen felt a hot flush of anger and wanted to refuse, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to say no. After a long time, she finally agreed.
Then I'll take a Maserati Quattroporte. Xuen finally chose a more ordinary car. This one is a show car, the most top-of-the-line super-luxury Maserati Quattroporte, and is worth well over 5 million. She still likes it quite a bit.
Maserati is known as the queen of cars and is very popular with women. It has a very high-quality appearance, and the Ibis likes this car very much.
Okay. I'm glad you like it. Take some time off in the future and stay by my side. I think there will be a lot to do. Okay. Although there was some hesitation, Xuen finally nodded and agreed.
This young Mr. Su was really overbearing. He decided the direction of work for the coming period in just a few words. It was clear that Mr. Su was not going to let up on himself. From this morning when he came out on his own, it meant that the trajectory of his life had already changed significantly. I'm afraid that in the future, Xuen will no longer be Xuen.
Instead, she will be Mr. Su's Xuen. As for her nominal husband
and her broken family,
where will their future lead them? Xuen was a little lost for a moment. In a while, I'll meet up with Mr. Qin and Principal Wang. As for you, don't go home today. Go to Galaxy Lan Bay first, go straight to the sales office, and they'll show you to my house. Okay. Try to come back as soon as you can.
I'll go home and take a shower and wait for you. Seeing the already blushing Xuen, Su Changkong laughed heartily. At this moment, he felt that he had understood. He seemed to be able to experience the pleasure of the Prime Minister.
The pleasure of the Prime Minister is indeed wonderful. After seeing off his wife Xuen, he was quickly led by the waiter to an underground office. There were only 3 people in the luxurious underground office.
They were the young master of the Qin family, the Emperor of Shanghai, and the famous Principal Wang.
Principal Wang was still accompanied by that little internet celebrity. Brother Su, have you chosen a car?
I have to say that I have organized this car show a bit awkwardly. I never thought that in the end I would be doing your wedding dress, which is really annoying. When the young Master Qin saw Su Changkong arrive, he spoke first. Although he said he was annoyed, a smile appeared on his face. I am new here and don't quite understand the rules, so you two older brothers shouldn't be too harsh.
Su Changkong kept his attitude low, and he didn't hit someone who was smiling.
Since someone took the initiative to befriend her, she naturally wouldn't ruin their interest.
I heard that you bought the Rolls-Royce? I'm from a mountain valley and I've never seen the world, so I'm sorry to have made you laugh.
Su Changkong sat on the sofa as usual. That being said, President Wang and the others did not underestimate him in the slightest.
Su Changkong spent more than 2 billion yuan on buying cars today alone.
If someone can be so extravagant, it means that their family is very wealthy.
China is a vast country with abundant resources, and there are countless hidden billionaires. Brother, where is the beautiful woman who is always by your side? I have to say that your taste is even better than mine. You've got a beautiful woman like that? Why didn't you invite her to come and sit with us? Seeing that Principal Wang was talking about women, Su Changkong became interested as well.
Principal Wang, to tell you the truth, she was the worst girl I've ever had.
You have some strange tastes. She was full of technology and hard work, and you could still go down on her?
As soon as he said this, Sheen the young master on one side burst out laughing. This guy surnamed Su has a really nasty mouth. Even the famous Principal Wang dares to joke around. Although this chick has had some plastic surgery, the quality is still very high. This chick is much better quality than those snake-like beauties and fake socialites. Otherwise, Principal Wang would not have been able to keep this girl by his side. In this guy's mouth, it becomes technology and ruthless living.
So mean. Principal Wang's expression froze, slightly embarrassed. The girl next to Principal Wang turned black.
She wanted to say something, but she was afraid, so she could only sit there awkwardly and smile.
Seeing Principal Wang's embarrassed expression, Su Changkong continued to fire. Principal Wang, I have a piece of advice for you.
You didn't know the value of a good woman when you were young, but you will shed tears when you grow old and look back. You have been changing partners for years, and there have been dozens of women who have been exposed online.
Can your body handle it? Don't do whatever you want just because you are young. You are already at a dangerous age.
You need to start taking care of yourself and loving yourself, or it will be too late to regret. Principal Wan was already a little embarrassed, and when he heard this, he was furious.
Fuck off. Where is there such a way to talk about a friend?
I'm still young, just past 30, in the prime of life.
Su Changkong, however, just laughed, without saying anything. Seeing Su Changkong's smug look, Principal Wang couldn't help rolling his eyes. The car is bought, the jokes are over, let's find a place to get together?
It's just the right time to invite you to get to know our circle.
Young Master Qin spoke and invited. Chapter 50, Principal Wang is a bumpkin. No problem. But I do know a friend named Zhang Lin. I don't know if you guys know her? Zhang Lin?
Lord Qin's brows furrowed slightly.
You know her?
You have a wide circle of friends. Yes, but she's not from my circle. I've only met her twice and we don't interact much. That woman has a reputation and her family is quite powerful, but unfortunately she doesn't like to go out and socialize.
She's not our kind of person.
But she does have her own circle of friends, mostly close girlfriends and young ladies who are rarely seen in public.
Oh.
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong nodded. At the beginning, Zhang Lin also said that she would introduce him to her circle of friends. Unexpectedly, her circle of friends are all women.
Alright, let's not talk about these things. Let's go find somewhere to eat, I'm starving. The few of them then walked out of the underground office. Su Changkong continued to drive his poison car.
Lord Qin drove a Rolls-Royce and carried the headmaster. The two cars sped off, one in front of the other. After a short while, they arrived at a dock. Su Changkong was a little puzzled by the slightly desolate surroundings. They said they were going to eat, but they ended up in such a remote place? Are they going to a farmhouse to eat seafood? To invite Brother Su for dinner here for the first time is a bit embarrassing. After all, we too have sensitive identities and are not like ordinary people. If we eat out, we will likely be mobbed, and it might even become the headline the next day. So we usually meet in more private places like cruise ships.
Su Changkong nodded. Eating on a cruise ship? That would be a nice experience.
So far, he has never actually seen a cruise ship. When the number of tasks becomes too much to handle, he might try buying a cruise ship. At that moment, a roar came from afar, accompanied by an extremely shrill air whistle. In the blink of an eye, a medium-sized cruise ship about 150 to 60 meters long docked at the slightly dilapidated pier. Judging from its size and shape, it was almost as big as a small aircraft carrier.
Some people are indeed extravagant.
Let's go, it's already here. We can do whatever we want on the cruise ship, and worldly concepts won't bother us. Su Changkong nodded, and then followed the young Master Qin onto the cruise ship, having already shaken off the netizen Wang Shouzheng, who was walking behind them. Perhaps due to the sunlight, a flash of blue light caught Wang Shouzheng's eye, and Wang Shouzheng's eyes narrowed slightly.
Patek Philippe 6002G? Seeing Wang Shouzheng's surprised expression, Su Changkong nodded with a smile. You know this watch?
As soon as these words came out, Wang Shouzheng couldn't help rolling his eyes.
You don't really believe the rumors on the internet, do you?
I don't know anything else, but I know the king of watches.
Looking at Principal Wang rolling his eyes, Su Changkong couldn't help but smile. This guy is quite funny.
There are only 3 of these watches in the world, and I never thought that one of them would end up in your hands.
How did you get it? You must know someone.
Principal Wang grasped Su Changkong's hand and looked back and forth, marveling as he looked. There were only 3 of these treasures in the world, and even he was jealous.
Maybe it was just better luck, seeing it while shopping with a woman, and then I took it. How much did it cost? Su Changkong held back a smile. Your father said it, a small goal. Hearing his father, Principal Wang couldn't help rolling his eyes.
His father seemed even more unreliable than he was, often blurting out famous quotes. Over the years, his father had become an internet meme. The most famous of these was the phrase, "First set a small goal, earn him 100 million. Brother, I have to say you are indeed strong, a super limited edition worth a small goal, and you took it down. When you don't care about it anymore, lend it to me for a few days, let me wear it too, to pretend to be 13.
You like it? You can have it, it's just a watch." Su Changkong didn't care about it and wanted to take off his watch.
No, I don't want to take away someone else's happiness. When you don't care about it anymore, just lend it to me to wear for a while, but I don't want it. After all, it's worth a small goal, there are only 3 limited editions in the world, you have to treat it well, what a pity if it gets knocked or scratched.
What's so bad about a watch?
Su Changkong said, but inside he felt a sense of swelling pride. This feeling made him feel more satisfied than ever before. Since he was young, he had grown up listening to the legends about Principal Wang. A few years ago, he heard that even Principal Wang's dog wore a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan, and the necklace around its neck was also a luxury item.
The water it drank was never less than 200 yuan. The last show was like an emperor choosing a concubine. During the TV interview, he declared that buying luxury cars was as easy as buying groceries. He is truly inhuman.
Now, even the heartless Principal Wang is full of admiration in front of him. This strong contrast made Su Changkong feel an unprecedented sense of exhilaration.
Alright, you two don't need to brag to each other here, hurry up. The young Master Qin in front greeted the two of them. Su Changkong and Principal Wang smiled at each other, and then quickly boarded the cruise ship.
With the sound of the air whistle, the cruise ship slowly sailed away from the hidden harbor. Su Changkong, who was boarding a cruise ship for the first time, also felt a little overwhelmed. He saw a huge body of 150 to 600 meters, like a giant whale, slowly sailing on the azure sea.
It seemed like a lone warrior. Standing on the deck, Su Changkong felt as if he had arrived at another special small castle. All kinds of facilities imaginable were available on the cruise ship.
Some well-dressed noblemen were either talking with each other, in love, or discussing business on the cruise ship. In addition, there were many women dressed in relatively revealing and transparent clothes walking back and forth on the deck like butterflies, serving those people. Seeing the two extremely famous men, Wang Shouchang and Shanghai Huang, board the ship, many people came up to greet them. The two men were also used to such scenes and patiently socialized with the crowd.
These people are extraordinary people with extraordinary energy.
They would rather go through some trouble than offend them. Su Changkong stood on one side, a little dissatisfied and impatient. These people are like flies swarming around him, which is really annoying.
Are they going to let me eat?
Su Changkong's words were very blunt, and instantly made the lively atmosphere a little awkward.
Everyone was taken aback and quickly backed away awkwardly.
Behind his back, the young Master Qin gave Su Changkong a thumbs up in admiration. If Su Changkong hadn't spoken up, they would have been arguing for ages. Su Changkong's words were like a bucket of cold water, and naturally no one dared to crowd around him anymore.
My brother is awesome. I'm just hungry, I haven't had a chance to eat yet after watching the car all day. Follow me, I'll introduce you to a nice sister.
With that, the two of them took the lead and led Su Changkong to a relatively remote bar.
There was an extremely young woman sitting at the bar, intently brushing her phone.
From time to time, she let out a silver bell-like laugh.
Sister Huan, what are you looking at? So happy? Chapter 51, Just for Fun.
Heard the words of the young Master Qin.
The woman looked up. It's you two guys? The servant said there are guests coming on board, I didn't expect it to be you two.
The young Master Qin smiled slightly.
It's been a long time since I last visited you, hasn't it?
It so happened that Principal Wang came to see me, so I brought him here to see you.
Principal Wang also smiled and greeted the woman.
This woman is no ordinary person, and her relationship with Qin Fen is even more extraordinary.
President Wang is also relatively polite to this woman. Come, let me introduce you.
This one is Yi Huan, the owner of this cruise ship.
She likes to play cards and drink.
No matter playing cards or drinking, I am no match for her. I am quite famous in front of others, but in front of her I am just her younger brother.
Upon hearing the words of the young Master Qin, Yi Huan couldn't help rolling her eyes. Get lost.
Qin Fen was not angry either, just chuckling. This one is a new brother I've met, called Su Changkong, a sophomore. Very capable, spending money like water, spending more than 2 billion in one day. After recognizing the brother, I brought him here for dinner to show support.
Su Changkong looked at the extremely stunning-looking woman in front of him and smiled slightly. Sister Huan.
To blend into someone's circle, you have to give a little face, more or less.
Sigh.
The woman quickly stood up from the bar, staring at Su Changkong with burning eyes, her eyes exposed.
Lao Qin, you finally did something right.
You actually brought such a handsome young man here.
I've never seen such a handsome young man before. Seeing the woman's infatuated look, Su Changkong smiled.
This woman is really good looking, quite a bit of red dust customs. Don't be infatuated, we're all hungry, hurry up and arrange some food for us. Also, get us some girls, my brother is here for the first time, we have to entertain him no matter what.
Otherwise, Brother Su will look down on us. Upon hearing what the young Master Qin said, Yi Huan couldn't help rolling her eyes. You haven't forgotten about my good cannon racks.
It's fine to bring Su here to have some fun, but you must not corrupt Su.
Otherwise, see how your sister will fix you. Lord Qin laughed. Hurry up.
Then he led Principal Wang and Su Changkong to a special private room. The private room was very large, and all the items were extremely luxurious. There was also an extremely large screen on the wall. It could be used not only for karaoke, but also for watching movies and playing games. It was obviously an extremely luxurious multi-purpose room. The three of them had just taken their seats when the door to the private room was knocked on.
Enter. Soon, a woman wearing a low-cut, tight t-shirt and a miniskirt walked in.
Behind her was another woman in a dress. Then a third, then a fourth.
In the end, more than 20 women actually entered in an orderly manner.
It was almost exactly the same as what they had seen on TV.
Su Changkong had never seen anything like it before.
More than 20 women lined up in front of the three men.
Hello, esteemed bosses, I am number 1 Shanshan, a professional model, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am number 2 Mingyue, a sophomore, it is a pleasure to meet you.
I am number 3 Lingling, a professional internet anchor, I like to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball, I look forward to a wonderful evening with you.
Hello, bosses, I am number 4.
More than 20 women introduced themselves while bowing. There were models, students, anchors, white-collar workers, nurses, and everything else. What's more, there was even a teacher. It was true that it was a bit of a shock. Although these women did not dress the same, the clothes they wore were very revealing, and they all had excellent looks and figures.
Even the worst one could score 60 or 70 points.
I don't know where Yi Huan got these beauties from. Su Changkong, who was looking at the more than 20 beauties lined up, felt a bit dazzled.
Where did Yi Huan get these old onions? There aren't many young ones.
Looking at these women, Fen was a bit dissatisfied.
This is pretty good. What bicycle do you want? My internet celebrities are nothing compared to these. Brother, since you're on Lao Qin's pirate ship, don't be polite. There are no worldly notions on the boat, just let loose and have fun, that's the way to be.
Lao Qin will take care of all the expenses, you don't have to worry, brother.
Today, I'm treating you, you choose first.
Su Changkong turned his head and looked at Principal Wang, but saw that Principal Wang was staring at the women in front of him as usual.
He was obviously looking for his prey. Su Changkong was a little dazed. Maybe this is the real life that rich people should live.
Living in a mansion and driving a luxury car are just the minimum standards for the rich. Seemingly sensing Su Changkong's concerns, Principal Wang turned his head, grinned, and winked at Su Changkong.
Don't worry, it's still very safe here, and the news will definitely not leak.
I'm already a regular here, Brother Su, just make your pick.
I'm not afraid of that. I like it a bit cleaner. The rotten ones are just not for me. Look what you're saying. If you don't trust me, don't you trust Yi Huan? Young Master Qin rolled his eyes. Yi Huan has very high standards. Anyone who gets on the boat is of very high quality.
Although there's no guarantee that they're all virgins, the quality is still beyond doubt, so don't worry, brother. Su Changkong nodded, and then looked over at the row of girls.
His gaze swept from head to toe, finally settling on Mingyue, number 2. This Mingyue in this group of women is probably the most outstanding one.
She is good-looking, has a good figure, and is quite tall.
Her long, white legs are a bit dazzling.
For some reason, Su Changkong felt that Mingyue was actually somewhat familiar, and he didn't know if he had seen her somewhere before.
Number 2 it is.
Seeing that Su Changkong had pointed at her, Mingyue, number 2, suddenly revealed a smile. Among the three, Mr. Su is the most handsome, and she likes this Mr. Su better. Even next to Lord Qin and Principal Wang, this Mr. Su still has an extraordinary bearing, a sense of excellence that stands out from the crowd. Of course, the most important thing is that she knows this Mr. Su. One has to say that some twists of fate are at work. It's amazing to meet this Mr. Su in such a place.
And I've also learned Mr. Su's secret. Good choice. Principal Wang was a little amazed. I have to say that our sense of beauty is both on point. I originally had my eye on this number 2, but I never expected you to snatch him away. Principal Wang laughed, his smile a little lewd. Number 2, this is Mr. Su, our guest of honor today. This afternoon and tonight, you must take good care of Mr. Su, or else you'll be in trouble. Okay, thank you, Principal Wang, for reminding me. With that, she sat extremely obediently next to Su Changkong, and her whole body hung off of him. Su Changkong nudged his mouth towards the table. Mingyue understood, quickly picked up the huazi on the table, pulled out one and put it in Su Changkong's mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Seeing that the woman was so understanding, Su Changkong took her in his arms. Chapter 52, Principal Wang is a quick shooter. Although the woman was a little shy, her eyes were sparkling. The look she gave Su Changkong was full of affection, as well as a meaningful meaning. However, Su Changkong did not notice. Principal Wang also stood up, and after a while of judging the women in front of him, he finally stopped in front of number 7. Among the more than 20 women, number 7 was a bit older. She looked about 27 or 28 years old. But this number 7 was a teacher by profession. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Principal Wang chose number 7. But this number 7 was also very good, with a plump figure, a dignified appearance, and an outstanding temperament. In the end, the young Master Qin chose number 11. Number 11 was the shortest of the more than 20 women, but she also had the most petite and exquisite figure, and wore a double ponytail. Although small, she is complete. After the three men had made their choice, the others left one after the other. After a short while, several other women in bikinis came in carrying all kinds of food. In no time at all, the table was full. The last woman even brought an extremely exaggerated whole roasted lamb. Come on, brother, have a drink first. I'm hungry too. Principal Wang greeted everyone and sat them at the table before raising his glass. After the 6 of them had raised their glasses together, they began to tuck in. The 3 men were obviously hungry and ate like wolves. The 3 women ate very little, mainly serving the 3 men and attending to their every need. After more than 2 hours, everyone was finally full and satisfied. They had eaten a lot and drunk a lot, and even Su Changkong felt a little tipsy.
I'll go back to my room first, and we can talk about anything that comes up later when we're done. Principal Wan was already feeling a little drunk, and he walked unsteadily into a room, embracing the female teacher. On the other side, the young Master Qin also grinned. He winked at Su Changkong. Then he led the petite woman away as well. In the blink of an eye, only Su Changkong and Mingyu were left. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Mr. Su, do you also want to go rest? Shall I show you to your room? Since everyone else had already gone to bed, Mingyu naturally couldn't lag behind. Lord Qin had already said that Mr. Su was the most important guest of the night, and that Mr. Su must be taken care of no matter what, or else Lord Qin would come looking for trouble. Do you know me? Su Changkong looked at the woman in front of him with burning eyes. This woman has been staring at him non-stop since she entered the room, and that is one of the main reasons why Su Changkong ultimately chose this woman. Of course, Su Changkong also feels that this woman is somewhat familiar. But he can't remember where he has seen her before, which makes Su Changkong feel suffocated. Seeing Su Changkong ask a question, Mingyu finally revealed a wry smile. In fact, I do know you. Huh? Then tell me how you know me? I and you are alumni. I also went to the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, and I know you very well. I was in the same class as Renu Jing. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong was suddenly stunned. He never expected that the woman in front of him was actually in the same class as Renu Jing. No wonder he felt somewhat familiar with the woman in front of him they had met before. There was nothing unusual about the woman knowing him in Renu Jing's class. His image was probably that of an honest and loyal person. Thinking about this, Su Changkong shook his head with a bitter smile. He never expected that the circles in the grand city of Shanghai would be so small. On a cruise ship like this, he had unexpectedly run into an old schoolmate. Why are you here? Mingyu was a little embarrassed. Because I'm short of money. After going to university, I suddenly broke away from the control of my family and became a bit unruly. The living expenses my family gave me were no longer enough, so I got into online lending. In just 1 year, I already owed more than 400,000. Mingyu let out a bitter smile. Online loans are the new super black hole and new type of cancer in the new era. Once you get hooked on them, it's hard for anyone to get out unscathed. Now she can't get off the hook, and if she continues like this, she may not be able to escape from the endless suffering. In the end, she had no choice but to find such a job as a part-time job. Fortunately, her qualifications were quite good, and after going through many layers of selection, she finally qualified to get on board. Those who can afford to spend money on the ship can be said to be the upper class of the city. Although they are also doing the same thing, the ship is much better than an ordinary place. Unexpectedly, she encountered the super licking dog whose reputation spread like wildfire at university. At the time, Su Changkong's fancy kneeling and licking of Renu Jing made the girls in their class envious for a while. Seeing this super licking dog here really made her eyes pop. What she didn't expect was that the super licking dog was actually chatting with the famous national husband, President Wang, and Shanghai's Emperor Qin, the young master. It seems that this super licking dog is not an ordinary person. The entire student body of the Demon Capital University has been fooled by this guy. Where is this a super licking dog? It is clearly a super boss pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Su Changkong was also a little shocked to hear that Mingyuan had taken out an online loan. Apart from this method, there may not be another way to get out of debt. Thinking of this, she let out a smile. I've had a bit too much to drink, and my head is a bit dizzy. I'll go take a rest. I might be able to do something about your debt. Mingyu blushed, and then she took Su Changkong by the arm and walked him to a room. For a while, various sounds interweaved in the air along with the waves and the wind. It has to be said that Mingyu's skills are still very good, and her tongue is also very agile. Su Changkong was still quite satisfied. Mingyu was naturally also very satisfied, experiencing the happiness of Renu Jing. It was not until after the sky had darkened that Su Changkong walked out of his room. The young master of the Shanghai Emperor Qin and Principal Wan were already lying on the sofa outside, chatting with each other in a disjointed manner. They looked a little distracted, obviously waiting for Su Changkong. The two women were sitting opposite them, carefully giving them foot massages. Su Changkong walked over and sat down opposite them. How come you two were so quick? You're not the legendary quick fire hand, are you? This remark immediately made the two men blush. They were both a little unconvinced and wanted to say something, but in the end they couldn't bring themselves to speak.
Seeing the unconvinced look on their faces, Su Changkong laughed. Which one of you is the quickie? Who came first?
Hearing Su Changkong's question, Xin Dajuan's face revealed a trace of smugness.
I also just came out not long ago.
Anyway, I came out and already saw this national husband lying here. Hearing this, Wang Shouchang suddenly blushed.
Nonsense.
I came out just a moment ago, and you followed me out right after.
It was just a matter of time, and you're still here denying it?
Mr. Qin was also dissatisfied.
When I came out, you were already kneading your feet. What's there to deny?
Su Changkong, on the other side, lit a huazi and watched the two arguing men reveal a smile on their faces. He loved nothing more than to watch rookies peck at each other. It was ridiculous that these two quick drawers were still discussing who was faster.
Chapter 53, Lao Wang's movie, Crooked Mouth Dragon King.
If someone else knew that these two famous guys were quick drawers, they would probably laugh their heads off.
Su Changkong took a deep breath and then exhaled a puff of smoke.
Lao Wang, I told you a long time ago that you were already at a dangerous age, but you just wouldn't listen. When you get back, hurry up and eat some wolfberries to replenish your energy. You were young and didn't know the value of time, but now you're old and looking at the clock, crying with regret.
Nonsense, how could I possibly lose to Lao Qin? This time it was just a mistake. A defeated opponent is a defeated opponent, and there are no outsiders here. No one will laugh at you.
The three of them continued to argue for a while.
Mingyu finally arrived, very late.
She walked with a strange gait, as if she was afraid to move, and her face was flushed, as if in pain. She managed to sit opposite Su Changkong and began to give him a simple massage.
Seeing the woman in such a state, the famous Principal Wang and the young Master Qin couldn't help but exchange a glance, both of them shocked. Could this guy really be that good? One has to say that youth is truly wonderful. Of the three, Principal Wang is the oldest, already 35. This is also the reason why Su Changkong said that Principal Wang's age was a bit dangerous.
The young Master Qin is slightly younger, but he is also in his early 30s. Su Changkong, on the other hand, is only 20 years old.
The difference is clear. Feeling the gentle yet moderately strong massage from the woman, Su Changkong couldn't help but sigh. The life of the rich is indeed so boring and tasteless.
Dinner is over, business is done, now it's time to get down to business. Lord Qin spoke with a serious expression on his face.
Lao Wang, you have traveled 1,000 miles from the capital to find me, what is it that you want? You didn't come just to talk about the car show, did you? Hearing this, Su Changkong became interested. Lao Wang's family was based in the north, and he usually spent his time in the capital. Occasionally, he goes out of town with his girlfriend. This time, he came to see Lao Qin in person, so there must be something really important. Lao Qin, I really came to ask for your help this time. As you know, there was a problem with the National Treasure TV station I set up, and in the end, those old fogies kicked me out. Now I'm still doing nothing. Recently, I've come up with an excellent investment project, but I'm a bit short on cash, so I'm asking for your help. Su Changkong just listened quietly and didn't say anything. Everyone knew about Lao Wang's situation. He had been cheated by a few old and cunning guys, and not only had he not come out unscathed, he was also in debt. In the end, Lao Wang's mother stepped in to resolve the situation. Hearing Lao Wang's words, Lao Qin couldn't help rolling his eyes. You're so unoriginal, what good projects could you possibly come up with? Are you going to start another Bear TV? Bullshit, you're the one who's old-fashioned, and your whole family is. Hearing Lao Qin's comments, Lao Wang became furious and instantly started cursing. Looking at the furious Lao Wang, Su Changkong revealed a smile. I have to say that this legendary national husband, President Wang De, is really a bit silly at times. After a while of cursing, Lao Wang stopped. The project I've been thinking about recently is very simple, it's actually making movies. Making movies? The film industry is not that easy to get into. Half of the film industry is controlled by the Penguin Group and the Ali Group, and the remaining share is also controlled by the old-fashioned venture capital groups and those big directors. You are going to die a horrible death if you get involved. Lao Qin immediately poured a bucket of cold water over Lao Wang. Lao Wang was not angry, just chuckling. You are taking me too lightly. Please don't forget what my father does. As long as the movie is not too bad and the offline screening is not a problem, as long as my father's industry is there. In addition, I have a good relationship with Zhang from ByteDance. I even have a small stake in ByteDance. I will ask Zhang to promote it on his platform, and I am afraid there will not be enough buzz.
You can also advertise on the Tomato Novel app, it is definitely a profitable business. When he heard this, Su Changkong's eyes lit up. After listening to Lao Wan's analysis, this project seemed really feasible. Lao Wan's family business is the Qianda Group, and Qianda Plaza is a household name. With the support of the cinema industry of his own family, offline screenings would be no problem at all. Then there would be a wave of online publicity. It's a surefire deal. At this time, Lao Qin's face also became serious. Are you serious? Of course, otherwise why would I have come to see you on a private jet overnight? So have you thought about what movie you want to make? Movies these days are getting worse and worse, and the Chinese people have lost confidence in the movie industry. I already have a movie script, it's a really good story, I believe it will be no problem to make it. You're so uneducated, how could you come up with a good script? Lao Wang smiled proudly. I'm going to make the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong froze, unable to hold back his criticism. Holy shit! Are you serious? You really want to put that on the big screen? Why not? All those directors and actors out there keep feeding the public shit, and they all succeed, so why can't we? The story of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King is still very good. Nowadays people lead such a stressful life, wouldn't it be great to watch a movie about the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? I'm even going to turn it into a movie series. Each film is a separate story, but together they form a unique series of films about the crooked-mouthed dragon. Isn't that appealing? Seeing that the old man looked so determined, all of Changkong didn't say another word. Although he felt that it was a bit unreliable, the old man was so determined. He didn't want to discourage the old man. Seeing that the two were silent, the old man couldn't help but get a little anxious. Say something. Are you in or out? If you're out, I can find someone else. Su Changkong thought for a moment before speaking. Since Lao Wang is so confident, I'll invest. I don't know how much capital you need, Lao Wang. Lao Wang was overjoyed to hear Su Changkong's words. Lao Qin is like a woman, hesitating all the time, and is nowhere near as good as you. Actually, I don't need much. For the first phase, I need about 3 billion. I'm going to shoot the first 3 together, investing 1 billion in each, and then see how the market responds. If the response is good, we'll continue, if not, we'll see. 3 billion? Since you need 3 billion, I'll invest 3 billion. The task of the superpower godly system at this stage is 3.2 billion. Buying a car took a small part of the change, and there is less than 3 billion in the account. If you invest all this money directly in Lao Wang, won't the task for this stage be completed? Are you going to invest 3 billion directly? Lao Wang didn't expect Su Changkong to be so generous. He directly covered the entire shortfall. Chapter 54, Enjoy making a phone call. The young Master Qin on the other side also spoke up at this time. After all, Lao Wang came to me, so if I don't contribute something, it won't look good. How about this, I'll contribute 1.5 billion, you contribute 1.5 billion, and we'll give Lao Wang the remaining 3 billion. Su Changkong was taken aback. Before he could speak, Lao Wang spoke first. I've been a bit short of cash lately, but I still have some savings. For this project, I'm prepared to invest a total of 3 billion in the first phase. How about this, I'll contribute 10, Lao Qin 10, and you, Brother Su, 10 as well. You two will each have a 33% stake, and I'll take a slight advantage and have a 34% stake. What do you think? Lao Wang put forward his idea. The three of them then negotiated again. It was only after a long time that the project was finalized. Lao Wang would contribute 10, Lao Qin 10, and Su Changkong 10, making up the 3 billion. In the end, Lao Qin and Su Changkong each had a 30% stake. Lao Wang alone accounted for 40% of the shares. After all, this was a plan proposed by Lao Wang, and Lao Wang was also in charge of supervising the project. In the end, the final release was estimated to rely on Lao Wang's Qianda Group. Therefore, Lao Wang's 40% stake was already considered very little. The three sat in a foot massage parlor and, after a few words, they negotiated a deal on the huge project worth more than 3 billion yuan. Ming Yu and the others were shocked and their hearts were a little sour. They wondered about the others and then thought about themselves. They were all human, so why was there such a big difference? How could a task worth 3 billion yuan be resolved in just a few words? Especially Su Changkong, the super licker.
He wanted to solve this 3 billion yuan problem on his own.
It seemed that he was even more generous than the legendary national husband, President Wang, and Shanghai's Emperor Qin. Such a terrifying big shot lowered himself to lick Renu Jing.
Unfortunately, Renu Jing didn't know who he was dealing with. She actually kicked such a terrifying superboss directly. If she knew the truth, I guess her intestines would be filled with remorse. Lao Wang finally solved the 3 billion hole, and in a good mood, he dragged the two of them out for a drink. It wasn't even late at night, and they were already drunk, so he directly dragged the teacher and wanted to perform a show in public. Fortunately, they were dragged into a room by the other waiters. Su Changkong and Lao Qin each said hello and returned to their respective rooms. After witnessing Su Changkong's energy, Mingyu served him even more diligently. After helping Su Changkong take a shower, she helped him dry off, and then they both collapsed on the bed. Right, how much did you say you owed?
It turned out that he only owed 50,000, but now it had reached 400,000 to 500,000.
Su Changkong grinned lightly. Take out your phone, I'll take care of this for you. Really?
Mingyu stared at Su Changkong with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief.
Cut the crap, hurry up. Well. Mingyu quickly pulled out a somewhat worn second-hand phone from her clothes.
She had originally used a fruit machine, and her living conditions were also quite good. But because she got into online lending, she got deeper and deeper and couldn't extricate herself, and eventually even sold the fruit machine. With a clear ding-dong sound.
Mingyue's phone had already received 1 million yuan. Mingyue's hands trembled as she held the phone.
Her eyes were red.
She counted the numbers in the phone over and over again. Yes. It really was 1 million yuan.
1 million yuan had already been received in an honest and upright manner. After deducting the more than 400,000 yuan owed, she would still have more than 500,000 yuan left in her hands.
Su. Mr. Su, thank you so much.
The overjoyed woman quickly got down on her knees and bowed repeatedly.
It's fine, but don't do this again.
After all, it's not a long-term solution. If anyone else at school sees this, your life will be ruined.
Return those things and consider the rest a tip for you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The woman was so excited that she could hardly stop sobbing.
You know what you should do next, right? Well. Just as Su Changkong was enjoying himself, the phone rang. Su Changkong was a little annoyed.
It was the middle of the night, and he was enjoying himself, so why was there a phone call? When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was Zhao Peng.
Zhao Peng was one of the few good friends Su Changkong had at school.
He is of average appearance, short and stocky, and not very popular. However, in the past 2 years, Su Changkong has been so preoccupied with being a toady that he has not socialized much and has become somewhat of an introvert.
What's up? Su Changkong, what's wrong with you? I haven't seen you for a few days. Where have you been? Aren't you afraid of failing the course?
As soon as the call connected, the voice of Zhao Peng complaining came from the other end.
Su Changkong, however, showed a smile.
It's my second year in college, so it doesn't matter if I skip class or not, no one cares as long as I don't fail.
Besides, I already took a leave of absence.
That's what you say, but the school has been buzzing with rumors that you've met with an accident.
What do you mean?
The fact that you were dumped by Renu Jing has been all over campus for the past few days, and everyone is laughing at you like crazy. Plus, you haven't shown up at school for a few days, and many people are saying that you couldn't take the blow and killed yourself.
Zhao Peng's voice trailed off. You're not really thinking of killing yourself, are you? It's just a woman. It's not that serious. You're different from me. You're so handsome and talented.
You can easily find someone more beautiful than Renu Jing.
You don't have to die over that woman. It's not worth it. Hearing Zhao Peng's rambling words, Su Changkong felt a warmth rise in his heart.
Zhao Peng could be considered one of the few wealthy people in his college career.
You don't have to worry, I'll be fine. Ha! What's wrong with you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Changkong gasped. Right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it?
I was only notified tonight, so I called you first.
It is said that our class is planning a party tomorrow night. The monitor issued the notice, saying that everyone must attend unless there is a special reason.
The monitor took the initiative to call me to let me inform you.
Zhao Peng began to rant furiously again. To be honest, the monitor is just trying to show off. You two have always been at odds in the class.
The news that you were dumped by Renu Jing has already spread like wildfire.
He will probably take this opportunity to humiliate you. So I suggest you don't go to the reunion.
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong let out a smile.
Go to the class reunion?
Xiao Ping was right, that guy was obviously coming for him.
It's fine, I'll go. Are you crazy? You want to go to a gathering like this? You're just going to be humiliated, so why go?
Besides, it was only sophomore year. That guy had already paved the way for his future. He was only a sophomore and had not yet graduated when he was specially recruited by a major company. He went straight to work for that company after graduation, and his annual salary was opened up to 1 million, which is really quite impressive.
He must want to take this opportunity to show off and humiliate you. Chapter 55, Molesting Lao Qin's Woman.
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong shrugged nonchalantly. For a normal student, this achievement is indeed very good. He was specially recruited by a large company in his sophomore year and offered a salary of 1 million. It can be said that he has already surpassed 90% of the people. However, to Su Changkong now, it is completely a joke. He casually buys 2 suits of clothes that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Does he want to show off that he is not a fool who hangs himself and seeks death? It's fine, I'll participate normally tomorrow. Will the rest of the class participate?
I'm not sure, but I don't think anyone will miss it. The class president is a rich kid himself, and now he's found such a good job. How could everyone not take this opportunity to flatter him?
Zhao Peng's lips curled in a sour expression. Su Changkong smiled and then hung up the phone.
It's not early anymore, and there are more important things to do. Mingyu is still buried her head in her work.
Sure enough, hard-working women are the most beautiful. It's just a pity that I can't go back tonight.
Originally, he planned to go back tonight and savor the taste of the ibis. Now that Mingyu is working hard, Su Changkong has dispelled the idea of going back.
Early the next morning, Su Changkong came out of his room.
However, neither Principal Wang nor the young Master Qin had been seen.
Walking on the deck and breathing in the fresh air, Su Changkong felt exceptionally relaxed.
The breeze, the cruise ship, the ocean, the beauty, all came together to form a beautiful picture. He lit a cigarette and then walked to the front of the ship. The slightly damp sea breeze felt quite comfortable.
Little brother, you got up so early? Su Changkong turned his head.
But he saw a beauty in a tight-fitting yoga suit standing behind him, staring at him with burning eyes. It was the owner of this cruise ship, Yi Huanhuan.
Seeing Yi Huanhuan appear, Su Changkong cracked open his mouth and laughed. Sister Huanhuan.
I originally thought that you were like Principal Wang, Mr. Qin, and the others, and you only got up when the sun was high in the sky, but I didn't expect you to get up so early.
It seems that youth is still powerful.
Little brother, I advise you to restrain yourself as much as possible.
It's enough to taste the fish occasionally, don't ruin your body. Good. Su Changkong nodded with a smile.
Yesterday, I heard Lao Qin say that you are very capable?
You spent 2 billion in one day to buy more than 20 cars? Where is there any strength?
I'm just a poor guy.
You even brought the Watch King with you, and you still say you're a poor guy?
If you're poor, what is your sister? The woman looked delighted, then took a few steps forward and stood next to Su Changkong. She looked up into the distance, her face full of rapture. Looking at the long eyelashes of the woman beside him, Su Changkong's heart seemed to skip a beat. This was a feeling that Su Changkong rarely had. It seemed that she felt Su Changkong's gaze, and Yi Huanhuan smiled sweetly.
Little brother, what are you looking at? You're not charmed by your sister, are you? Su Changkong was shocked. The name Little Brother seems to have some ambiguity. Is it small or not? Do you want to give it a try?
I guarantee you'll be blown away by the result. You're not innocent, but you're not lacking in desire either.
You've actually attracted the attention of your sister?
Su Changkong smiled slightly without saying a word, and suddenly reached out and put his arms around the woman's waist, directly pulling her into his arms.
As the two bodies pressed close together, a fragrant breeze blew towards them. It's so fragrant. Su Changkong was a little intoxicated. Yi Huanhuan was also taken aback.
She never expected that this little brother would actually have the nerve to make a move on her. Looking at the man close at hand, Yi Huanhuan was taken aback and quickly struggled to get up.
Let go of me. We can't do this. Lao Qin will be angry if you do this.
Upon hearing this, Su Changkong was momentarily stunned.
Lao Qin will be angry? In other words, this Yi Huan is related to Lao Qin? Or perhaps this Yi Huan is actually Lao Qin's woman?
When he thought of this, Su Changkong felt a little embarrassed and quickly withdrew his hand.
Damn it! What have I done? I actually laid hands on Lao Qin's woman?
A friend's wife cannot be taken advantage of, so this is more or less not quite right. People have shown kindness to me, calling me brother, and also said that they would take me into the circle after a while.
As a result, Ahem.
It was all a misunderstanding. Yi Huan was also a little shocked, her face flushed, and she tidied her hair before she finally calmed down a little.
I really didn't expect you brat to be so bold. Apart from Lao Qin, you're the first person to dare to touch me. Su Changkong felt a little embarrassed.
It was all a misunderstanding. Yi Huan laughed and didn't get angry, but instead changed the subject.
The fact that you can hang out with Lao Qin and Lao Wang shows that you are very capable.
During the day, you spent more than 2 billion yuan on a car, and at night, you invested 1 billion yuan in Lao Wang. I wonder what kind of business your family is in. Yi Huan avoided talking about herself and instead started asking about Su Changkong's family background.
Su Changkong grinned. This woman was asking about Lao Qin's background. It's just some small business that's not respectable enough to be of interest to Miss Huan.
Seeing that Su Changkong had no intention of telling the truth, Yi Huan didn't say anything more. Just as Su Changkong was about to say something else, Lao Qin's voice came from behind him.
What were you two talking about?
He turned his head and saw Lao Qin, who looked quite handsome, walking over.
Lao Wang had also gotten up and was sitting on the other side eating breakfast. Wang had already gotten up and was sitting on the other side eating breakfast.
He took half of the hot dog bun in one bite, which was quite a scary sight. Su Changkong's gaze flickered a little. Yi Huan had an ambiguous relationship with Lao Qin, but he had molested Yi Huan himself.
He felt a little guilty. They didn't talk about much. Let's eat.
It was already afternoon when the three disembarked. After saying their goodbyes, the three left separately.
Su Changkong drove straight to the party venue.
It was said that the party would be held at the famous 4-star Fate Hotel. Fate Hotel is a global chain hotel that particularly likes to operate in special places. The weirder the place, the more Fate likes to open a hotel there.
For example, there is a famous wetland park, a cave complex, cliffs, etc.
The Magic City also has a Fate Hotel. However, due to its long history, it can only be considered a mediocre 4-star hotel. But since they were all poor students who had not yet graduated, it was already pretty amazing to be able to hold a party at the Fit 4-star hotel. It seems that the monitor had put in a lot of effort to make an impression. After all, Su Changkong had learned from Zhao Peng's mouth that the monitor had organized the party single-handedly. But that guy was indeed a relatively outstanding second-generation rich kid, which was a recognized thing, unlike Chen Yuan's kind of fake and shoddy products. It was still quite early, but many classmates had already arrived.
After all, the monitor is treating, so if you come early, you can make a good impression on him.
Monitor, I really didn't expect that you would already be favored by a high-tech company in your second year and offered you $1 million annual salary.
Yes, we are all in the same class, but the gap is already apparent. I'm afraid the gap will be even wider in the future.
Monitor, you have a bright future.
Wait a minute, I must first toast the monitor.
Many students surrounded the monitor and flattered him.
The monitor is indeed much better than them.
Normally, internship opportunities only start to appear in the third year. But the monitor has already found a way out in his second year. These people can no longer compare with the monitor at all. If they don't flatter him now to gain some goodwill, they will really have no chance in the future.
Chapter 56, I lick women, but you lick men. The monitor's name was Zhang Kongyang.
Not only was he good looking, but he also came from a well-off family.
He was the most popular guy in the class. Is everyone here yet? Zhang Kongyang, in the middle of the crowd, felt like a swan among the geese.
This was his home court, and tonight he was going to shine. He scanned the crowd and noticed that many people had already gathered around him.
At a glance, it seems like everyone is here.
Even his favorite girl in the class, Lu Yike, is here.
This makes him feel very satisfied.
Basically everyone is here, except for a few introverts and Su Changkong, the big kiss up.
Zhang Kongyang's face doesn't look too good when he hears this.
For this gathering, he specifically asked Zhao Ping to invite Su Changkong.
The purpose is to humiliate Su Changkong, the big kiss up. Unfortunately, this big lickspittle didn't come. Isn't that a bit of a pity?
The main reason for his bad relationship with Su Changkong was because of the class flower Liu Yike.
He had liked Liu Yike since freshman year. Liu Yike had a slim figure, a pretty face, and an innocent aura that was quite irresistible.
He had fallen for the class flower Liu Yike at first sight. Unfortunately, Liu Yike didn't like him at all, but instead fixed her gaze on the big lickspittle Su Changkong. Su Changkong, on the other hand, was so busy being a lapdog, kneeling and licking Renu Jing like crazy, that he simply abandoned any thoughts of getting close to Liu Yike.
This was an insult to Zhang Kanyan's eyes.
That was why he had been looking for trouble with Su Changkong for the past 2 years. This time, he wanted to humiliate Su Changkong, and when Su Changkong was at the end of his rope, he would pour salt into the wound.
Unfortunately, the lapdog didn't show up. Since they are almost here, let's not wait any longer and just start, shall we? Those who haven't arrived yet may not be coming. Okay, let's start as the monitor suggested. The monitor is treating everyone to a feast. It's really disrespectful that those people haven't even shown up yet. Yes, I don't know what those people are thinking either. They're so antisocial. There's only a little over a year left, so let's gather together more often.
30 or 40 people surrounded Zhang Kanyang and the class flower, Louis Mei, as they walked towards the hall that had been booked.
It was a fairly spacious hall.
There were some simple recreational facilities around the hall, and in the middle of the hall was an extremely large dining table. The scale of the dining table was beyond imagination.
It could easily seat 30 or 40 people.
The design of the dining table was also very clever.
There were 3 levels in total, each of which could be actively expanded outward or contracted inward.
The 3 tiers contract and expand alternately, and each tier constantly rotates, ensuring that all guests can eat all the dishes. Just looking at this table makes you realize that it is definitely not cheap.
Wow, it's really luxurious, just as the monitor said the price would be. This is the first time I've eaten at a 4-star hotel.
If this is what a 4-star hotel is like, it's hard to imagine what a 5-star hotel is like.
It's no wonder that the monitor is really generous. This table alone must cost hundreds of thousands of dollars? Once again, many people gathered around Zhang Kanyang and began to brag incessantly.
They were madly flattering him in every way imaginable. The scene was more or less comical.
In another small circle, the class flower Liu Yike was also extremely popular. A few girls were also bragging about Zhang Kanyang's excellence in Liu Yike's ear.
Look how handsome Zhang Kanyang is. Not only is he good looking, he also comes from a wealthy family and is capable.
I really like him. What's the point of you liking him? Zhang Kanyang likes Liu Yike, not you. Zhang Kanyang is so outstanding, don't you like him?
He's been chasing you for 2 years. These girls seem to have been bought off by Zhang Kanyang and kept saying nice things about him.
Liu Yike just smiled and said nothing. Soon everyone was seated.
The dishes began to arrive one after the other, and the many exquisite foods caused these inexperienced foodies to let out one exclamation after another. The sound of their classmates cheering rose higher and higher. These inexperienced birds, having never seen the world before, were naturally overwhelmed by the scene.
This greatly satisfied Zhang Kanyang's vanity.
Although he was unable to humiliate Su Changkong severely, he was satisfied with being able to put on an act.
At that moment, Su Changkong finally arrived, albeit late.
He pushed open the door to the private room and walked in.
Everyone, I'm really sorry. Something came up recently, and I've been in a bad mood. I'm sorry for the delay. Su Changkong looked at everyone and spoke with a smile on his face. Everyone was stunned.
Su Changkong, who had originally thought that he had been cruelly dumped by Renu Jing, was hiding in a corner, trying to find a way to die. After all, no one had seen him for 3 or 4 days, and he had not attended any classes or been seen by his tutors. It was said that he had taken a short vacation. Unexpectedly, he had appeared here in broad daylight.
Su Changkong, you really came? Zhao Ping, who had been sitting in the corner, saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly spoke to say hello. I have an extra seat here, so you can sit next to me.
Su Changkong nodded with a smile and then boldly sat down next to Zhao Ping.
Su Changkong's presence instantly ignited the atmosphere.
However, many people's gazes were somewhat sinister.
I was just talking about you, and I didn't expect you to show up.
Yes, you haven't been seen for a long time after being dumped, and I thought you were so angry that you committed suicide. You are really a disgrace, and you have shamed our class. Even other departments know that there is a super dog licker in our class.
Yes, today is the class monitor's treat, and you're late? Shouldn't you offer the monitor a drink as an apology?
Many people began to fire at Su Changkong, mockingly and despisingly, with everything they had. Hearing these voices, Zhang Kanyang, who had been sitting on the other side the whole time, caught a barely perceptible sneer in his eyes.
This is the effect he wanted.
He had chased Lu Yike for 2 whole years, but unfortunately, Lu Yike had not shown the slightest bit of kindness during those 2 years. Her heart was entirely focused on Su Changkong, the super licky dog. Zhang Kanyang, who felt resentment in his heart, naturally put all his hatred on Su Changkong. Listening to the harsh voices of the crowd, Su Changkong had long expected it.
These people around him really gave him a sense of strangeness.
His personality is somewhat introverted, and he doesn't like socializing very much. However, he never expected that after 2 years of being classmates, everyone would have such a malicious intent towards him. Zhao Peng saw that Su Changkong's face didn't look too good, so he quickly spoke up.
Changkong, why don't you toast the monitor? These people are targeting you, and they are just trying to flatter the monitor. If you don't toast the monitor, I'm afraid these people won't let you go easily. Su Changkong shook his head with a smile. These people are making fun of him for being a dog licker. Are these people not also licking dogs? At least they are licking women. But these people? They are licking men.
In full view of everyone, they are kneeling and licking Zhang Kanyang like crazy, making a complete fool of themselves.
Chapter 57, This is a toast to Mr. Su. Who do you think you are? Su Changkong, Zhao Fatso was right. Hurry up and get up and toast the monitor.
Not only are you late, you've made us wait for so long.
How can you justify yourself without offering a toast and apologizing? You're right.
Not only have you offended the monitor, you've also tarnished the reputation of our class. Everyone knows that we have a super dog licker in our class, and an apology is necessary. Many people have turned against Su Changkong and are openly rooting against him, without regard for old friendships.
You want me to propose a toast? You want me to propose a toast to Zhang Kanyang? Is he worthy? What is he? You are willing to kneel and lick Zhang Kanyang, but I am not.
Not to mention that he would not propose a toast to Zhang Kanyang now. Even in the past, he could not have proposed a toast to Zhang Kanyang. In the past, Zhang Kanyang had caused him trouble many times. Of course, he is not one to like to suffer losses.
He has also embarrassed Zhang Kanyang many times.
The two have long been on the outs.
Now he is asked to toast that Zhang Kanyang? Is he worthy? Su Changkong's words were extremely forceful. His unhidden retort left everyone stunned.
They never imagined that Su Changkong could be so tough. In the past, although Su Changkong did not get along with the monitor, it did not come to this.
What is going on now? How can he be so tough? Everyone is a little incredulous. Su Changkong, you are looking for a beating, aren't you? How dare you curse?
I really didn't expect that you are actually someone who will not accept face when it is offered.
It is fine for you to come and eat and drink for free when the monitor is treating, but how can you be so disrespectful? Yes, the existence of someone like you in the class completely destroys the harmony of the class.
You have disgraced our class, you damned lickspill. We are all classmates, there is no need to be so tense. After all, we will see each other again sooner or later, and we will have to get along for several years. Zhao Peng saw that Su Changkong had caused a public outcry and quickly spoke to persuade him.
Want to get along for several years? With this lickspittle? Pa!
Fatty Zhao, let me give you some advice. When you're not busy, stay away from this family. Licking dogs is contagious, so don't let it infect you.
Alas, Fatty Zhao was right.
Everyone was a classmate, and there was no need to be so hostile. It was understandable that classmate Changkong was in a bad mood. He had just been dumped the other day, so of course he wasn't in a good mood.
Everyone should stop picking on classmate Changkong. Seeing that things were starting to get out of hand,
Zhang Kanyang quickly spoke up to persuade. After all, things had gotten out of hand, and it would not be easy for him to end it. However, even so, his words were full of contempt and ridicule. He picked on the wrong pot. This was stabbing Su Changkong in the heart. The monitor was right, it was understandable that someone would be upset after being dumped.
The monitor was magnanimous, unlike some people who don't know how to behave.
Zhang Kangyang's words quickly attracted a burst of praise from the crowd, and many people switched back to the mode of kneeling and licking. Su Changkong revealed a sneer as he watched the ugly spectacle of the crowd. It seems that the friendship between the classmates has come to an end here.
It has not been an easy 3 days for student Su. I guess he has been hungry for 3 days? If that's the case, let's eat, and in the meantime, let's let student Su fill his stomach, just to pity him. Waiter, the dishes have almost been served, so we are going to prepare the wine next. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered again.
The class president's treat must be good wine.
It didn't take long. Sure enough, several waiters came in pushing a gorgeous cart. The cart was lined with bottle after bottle of extremely exquisite red wine.
Seeing all this wine, all the students present cheered.
It really is the famous wine that is often shown on TV.
The class president is really generous, inviting us to drink such expensive wine.
Yes, the monitor is really generous.
In the past, I only saw these wines on TV, and I never thought that I would finally be able to taste them. It's no wonder to hang out with the monitor, and I've decided to follow the monitor from now on.
All kinds of flattery began again.
Zhang Kongyang also revealed a smug look on his face at this time. Machismo and ugly vanity were bursting at the seams at this moment. However, a glance made him gasp in surprise. Because the drinks the other person pushed over were not the ones he had ordered.
What's going on? Wait a minute, these drinks don't seem to be the ones we ordered, do they? Did you guys send the wrong ones? I didn't order these drinks, did I?
Although he is also a rich second generation, he is still a college student after all, and his family still disciplines him very strictly. His monthly living expenses are only about 200,000 yuan. This time he was prepared to spend 100,000 yuan to entertain guests. Although 100,000 yuan is already very good, it is obviously not enough to order these drinks.
If the waiter really opened these wines, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of it.
Sir, these wines were not ordered by you. They were sent by our boss, who said to deliver them to this private room by name.
Sent by your boss? Zhang Kongyang was a little puzzled.
He didn't even know the owner of this restaurant. Their family didn't have any business in the Magic City, so why would the owner send him so many good wines for no reason?
Could it be his father's business partner? While Zhang Kongyang was pondering, the others began to pay their compliments. The boss actually gave the wine to the monitor?
I never expected that the monitor had such good connections.
I'm so envious. The monitor is really amazing.
We are still students in school, but the monitor is already having a flourishing relationship with the boss.
The monitor is really awesome. The boss actually gave the legendary Lafite, and he gave so many bottles at once. Yes, I'm so envious.
Today, I can also taste the legendary Lafite thanks to the class president.
How much are these 12 Lafites? Zhang Kongyang was a little shocked. Hello, sir, this is the 1998 Lafite.
Although it cannot be compared to the 1992 Lafite, it is already the best wine in our store.
The boss ordered us to take 12 bottles to this private room. The estimated value of each bottle is over 200,000 yuan. What? More than 200,000 yuan? These 12 bottles of wine are worth more than 2 million yuan? At this moment, all the students were taken aback. The boss is so generous? The class leader has a lot of connections?
Don't open it yet, don't open it yet, let me take a photo first.
Yes, I'll take a video first and post it on WeChat Moments. I want to take a few photos too. My goodness, I've never seen so many Lafites in my life.
At this point, many classmates have already taken out their phones and started shooting videos.
However, Zhang Kongyang's head is a bit confused.
He doesn't know the boss and they don't have much in common. But he didn't expect the boss to give away more than 2 million yuan worth of wine at once.
This makes him feel a bit uneasy.
But seeing that his classmates are so complimentary, his vanity explodes again. The owner of this store is my brother, and I didn't expect to give away so much wine, huh?
Zhang Kongyang was full of pride.
No, Mr. Zhang, this is not for you. It is from our boss to Mr. Su Changkong. Chapter 58, No More Pretense, it's time to reveal everything.
Everyone was stunned by the waiter's words. Su Changkong? These bottles of wine are for Su Changkong? Not for Zhang Kongyang? How is that possible? How could Su Changkong possibly know the owner of a 4-star hotel? Su Changkong is a penniless loser, otherwise Renu Jing would never have dumped him.
Yet the waiter insisted that the bottles of wine were for Su Changkong.
What's going on?
For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Su Changkong. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief. Su Changkong was also a little dazed. He didn't know the owner of this shop. However, the owner of this shop gave him more than 2 million yuan worth of wine.
What does this mean? You said you were giving it to me? Could it be from Lao Qin's family business? Are you sure you're giving it to me? The waiter also understood.
The handsome guy sitting in the corner is the real owner. Mr. Su, there is no mistake, our boss personally arranged for us to deliver these wines to you. She said she would come visit Mr. Su in person in a moment.
Su Changkong could only helplessly nod his head.
He then turned his head to look at the crowd. He saw that everyone was still looking at him in disbelief.
I don't know the owner of the shop either, and I don't know why the owner is giving me wine. The owner already said that the answer would be revealed together in a moment.
The wine has already been delivered, so let's try it.
Where's the Lafite? Su Changkong took a bottle with interest and guzzled it down.
It looked like he was drinking beer.
This image made everyone's scalp tingle. A bottle costs more than 200,000 yuan. And it's just being wasted as beer? Isn't that a waste? Isn't that extravagant? Lafite Rothschild isn't that good either. It's not as good as beer. He gulped down half a bottle of Lafite Rothschild in one go, and spent over 100,000 yuan, but he still doesn't like it as much as beer? For a moment, everyone was speechless. The atmosphere gradually became a bit tense. Everyone was a bit unsettled. The big lickspittle Su Changkong, who was being mocked by the group, was actually given a famous wine worth over 2 million yuan. It was simply unimaginable. You have to know that ordinary people can't earn over 2 million yuan in a lifetime. Yet this boss casually gave it to Su Changkong. There is definitely something going on. For a moment, the delicious food on the table lost its taste.
Lu Yike, look at this guy, he's really rude. He drank more than 200,000 yuan worth of Lafite like it was beer.
What a waste.
Yes, what a rude guy, no wonder that Renu Jing dumped him, I would have dumped him too.
Yes, it's just that he has a better figure and looks better, right?
Apart from these two advantages, he is no match for Zhang Kanyang at all. The two women around Lu Yek began to blow her mind again.
They disparaged Su Changkong in every way and praised Zhang Kanyang in every way. Their double standards made people sick of watching them.
Lu Yek, who had been smiling all the time, spoke up. I'm afraid you've both misjudged.
My husband Su Changkong is the real local tyrant. What do you mean?
Lu Yike's words instantly stunned both of them.
Su Changkong is the real local tyrant? There seems to be a hidden meaning in Lu Yike's words.
You should first take a good look at Su Changkong's clothes. All these clothes on his body are designer brands, and I guess this outfit alone must cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. These words took both girls by surprise, and they quickly turned their heads to take a closer look.
Indeed, the clothes Su Changkong was wearing were extremely tasteful.
Although they were casual wear, they were extremely well shaped and three-dimensional when worn.
They fully optimized Su Changkong's slender figure.
This was why Su Changkong felt like completely crushing everyone tonight.
Is it really a luxury product?
The two women were shocked. Take a look at the watch he is wearing on his left wrist.
Check it out with your phones, and I believe the result will blow your minds.
The two women glanced at each other and quickly took out their phones to start researching. After a moment, both of their breathing became heavy.
How is this possible?
Their pupils contracted violently as they looked at the photo on their phones and then at the watch on Su Changkong's left wrist.
It's not just a Patek Philippe. It's the king of watches produced by Patek Philippe.
This watch almost represents the ceiling of the watch industry, with only 3 limited edition pieces in the world. Each one is a unique existence.
The official price is over 5 million euros. That's over 50 million yuan.
Those who commented on it guessed that the watch might already be worth 9 digits. How could such a terrifying world treasure be worn so precious on Su Changkong's wrist?
Isn't Su Changkong afraid of knocking it off? It can't be fake, can it? The girl on the left couldn't hold back her fear and asked a question. Lu Yike, however, shook her head. Impossible. If it were a Rolex, there would naturally be plenty of fakes. But this is a watch that is recognized worldwide as the king of watches. The complex procedures involved are simply unimaginable. There are only 3 limited editions in the world, so how could it be easily pirated?
It is said that many techniques were used, such as filigree enamel and open flame enamel hardening, and that the fake can be easily recognized. Hearing this, the two of them stopped talking. They quickly lowered their heads and no longer dared to look at Su Changkong. It seems that this rumored big-time dog licker is actually a pretender. This kind of trick is popular in various short videos and novels nowadays. Many rich and powerful second-generation rich people have also started to learn this kind of trick. Perhaps this dark-hearted Su Changkong is the same. He pretended to be poor while frantically pursuing Renu Jing. Unfortunately, in the end, he failed. When she was heartbroken, she stopped pretending and just laid her cards on the table. So this is a return to her true self. Unfortunately, these people don't understand the truth of the matter and are still madly ridiculing her. Little do they know that they have offended her to death. The opportunity to really fly high and become a phoenix has slipped through these people's hands. When she thought about this, Lu Yike shook her head with a light smile. After all, they are just ordinary mortals. How can ordinary mortals like them recognize a true hero? Perhaps Zhao Ping, the fat guy who treats people sincerely, will get the opportunity to rise to great heights if he stays by someone else's side. When she thought about this, Lu Yike shook her head with a smile. Then he raised his glass. Su Changkong, for you, losing your love may also be a good thing. Congratulations on letting go of all your worries and gaining a new life. I toast you? Seeing the woman looking at him with her eyes full of herself, Su Changkong was slightly taken aback. He then solemnly picked up the bottle of wine, signaled to Lu Yike, and then gulped down the entire bottle in one go. This woman is no ordinary woman. Chapter 59. Do you want to eat my soft food? When they first entered university as freshmen, Su Changkong had already met Lu Yike. At the time, Lu Yike was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. This was enough to show that Lu Yike's family background was extraordinary. It's just that this woman hid it very well, and ordinary people didn't know. For some reason, this young lady from a wealthy family had some good feelings towards him. In the past 2 years, she often showed kindness towards him, pursuing him herself. She even wrote some love poems for herself. She talked about how mountains have no edges and the sky and earth come together, daring to break up with you. This made many people jealous. She often causes trouble for herself, and Zhang Konyang is one of them, giving Su Changkong a headache. But there seemed to be something else in what the woman just said. I guess I've seen some clues. Su Changkong withdrew his gaze after finishing his drink. Although this woman has a good impression of herself and is quite good looking, she is still quite a distance away from Lu Ruoyun and Zhu Yan. Lu Yike is not yet qualified to be a tool for him to spend money on. He also doesn't want to get involved with this woman. The atmosphere remained silent. Zhang Konyang sat opposite, his face as black as night. He had originally thought that he was the protagonist of the evening. The sudden turn of events had instantly turned him into a clown. Many people looked at him with a lack of respect, and even more with a sense of ridicule. This naturally made Zhang Konyang extremely uncomfortable. After about 20 more minutes, the door to the private room opened. Everyone turned their heads and were instantly amazed. A woman like Jade appeared in the doorway wearing a retro-style bandeau top. A large amount of skin was exposed, warm and jade-like. She wore a slightly short beach dress. The perfect long skirt half covered and half revealed her beauty. Her long hair, dyed a flaxen color and with big waves ironed into the ends, was casually let down behind her head. Her face was painted with extremely delicate makeup, and just one look made people feel like they could not tear themselves away. This woman is so delicate, was the first impression of everyone present. Su Changkong was also taken aback when he saw this woman. Because the woman who appeared here was actually Zhang Lin, the daughter of the Galaxy Group's chairman. Just the other day, he bought the last building in Galaxy Bay from Zhang Lin. He was having a reunion with his classmates today, and he never expected to run into this woman. Mr. Su, I haven't seen you in 2 days, but I didn't expect you to be even more successful. Zhang Lin walked in, smiling at Su Changkong and greeting him softly. Is this hotel also your property? Yes. To be precise, it is our Galaxy Group's property. To be honest, it's just a canteen. On hearing this, Su Changkong couldn't help but scoff. What a rich woman, when I can't eat, I'll go to you for support. Mr. Su, you're too modest. No matter who can't eat, you can't possibly go without food. But if you really want to eat my food, I'll definitely open my arms and welcome you with open arms. Saying this, she opened her arms and made a hugging gesture.
Su Changkong was taken aback. This woman. She has become so bold after just a few days? It wasn't like this the last time they met. She flirted with him instead of the other way around. Seeing that Su Changkong didn't say anything, Zhang Lin spoke again. I came over for lunch today and saw your car in the driveway. So I guessed you were here for lunch. I took the liberty of having the servants bring you some wine. I don't know if you drink it or not. Thank you, you really went out of your way. 2 million yuan worth of wine, just given away. It's only 2 million.
The 40 or so people present didn't dare to breathe. They sat quietly in their seats, listening to Su Changkong and this woman banter with each other. Everyone could hear that it was this woman who had given away the 2 million yuan worth of famous wine. From the woman's attitude, it seemed that she had a good impression of Su Changkong. This was already beyond the realm of understanding of ordinary students like them. Originally, Zhang Kongyang wanted to humiliate Su Changkong by hosting the event, but now, looking back, it was completely self-defeating. This beautiful woman that Su Changkong knows obviously has a good impression of him.
She just gave away more than 2 million yuan's worth of wine.
She has a tendency to chase after him.
And Zhang Kongyang is completely a clown. He was directly hit by a dimensional drop.
Just as Su Changkong was talking to Zhang Lin, a hearty voice suddenly came from outside. I came here today to eat, and I was told that all the good wine has been reserved by Mr. Su in this private room. I wondered which Mr. Su it was, and it turns out it's you, you damned local tyrant. As he spoke, a small group of people walked in from outside, led by a man who laughed heartily and spoke in a rather hearty tone. Su Changkong turned his head to look. It was actually the young master of the Shanghai Emperor Qin, who had only parted this morning. Many of the students present were also taken aback by this person, and there was an instant outburst of panicked voices. The legendary and famous Shanghai Emperor. No one expected that the famous Shanghai Emperor would actually appear in this hotel. And he even appeared in this private room. From what the young Master Qin of the Shanghai Emperor said, it seemed that he knew Su Changkong very well. Could it be that the dog-licking person who had just been mocked by the group was actually that arrogant? Is the Shanghai Emperor calling Su Changkong a local tyrant? Everyone was shocked for a moment and didn't dare to breathe. Lao Qin? Why are you here? Su Changkong was dumbfounded. My home is nearby. I came here for dinner tonight and wanted a good bottle of wine, but the waiter said you had already taken care of that. I just wanted to come here to meet which rich guy, and I never thought it would be you. I came here today with my classmates for a party, and I happened to bump into a sister who looks after me very well. Come, let me introduce you. This one is the daughter of the owner of the Galaxy Group, and this hotel is also her property, which I just found out. I don't need to introduce this one, do I? The famous young master of Shanghai Emperor Qin. Young Master Qin, the name of Shanghai Emperor is well known throughout the country. I have long admired your reputation. Zhang Lin smiled and extended her hand. Miss Shang, it is an honor to see you again. Don't make fun of me. What is the Shanghai King or not the Shanghai King, are all names that some busybodies have made up. There are plenty of people in the city who are richer than me. The two men simply shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. These two men are both extremely powerful people, and they have both extended goodwill to Su Changkong. Both of them have said that they will bring Su Changkong into the circle, so naturally Su Changkong is also willing to make friends with these two people. By the way, where is Lao Wang? After Lao Wang received our investment, he flew back to the capital on a private jet overnight. He went to work on that movie project he mentioned. For someone as uneducated as him, he can actually come up with a movie like Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King, so maybe there is someone behind him supporting him. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong laughed. In fact, he also felt that President Wang's Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King was not very reliable. The story was really a bit too cliché. The protagonist was naturally the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King Long Outyen. The villain was the cow-class sky-blowing gang. Interwoven with it were a series of stories about the Divine Doctor, the King of Soldiers, the God of War, the Bodyguard, and so on. It is estimated that only a cheesy person like Lao Wang would come up with such a movie project. If he wasn't in a hurry to spend money, he wouldn't have invested in such a bullshit project as Lao Wang's. This Lao Wang project is probably going to blow up again. It's better for him to go home and take over his father's business properly, and it's better than playing with those two internet celebrities. You're right. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the young Master Qin turned his attention to Zhang Lin.
Chapter 60, The Shanghai Emperor's Mansion. Miss Shang, we are friends now. When you have time, introduce me to some real socialites. My family has been pressuring me to get married recently, so if you introduce me to a few, I can go on a few dates, and just settle for someone who was okay with my father. Zhang Lin laughed when she heard what the young Master Qin said. How would I know any socialites? The young Master Qin is joking. Miss Shang, you are too polite. Everyone knows your circle, it is the famous goddess circle in Shanghai. Just introduce me to one, I trust your judgment. Young Master Qin, you're giving me a hard time, aren't you? If I really introduce you, Ms. Yi will come after me for sure. Upon hearing this, young Master Qin immediately wilted. Seeing young Master Qin's appearance, Su Changkong also revealed a smile. Through Zhang Lin's words, he finally knew that young Master Qin and Yi Huanhuan really had an extraordinary relationship. Back on the ship, he even flirted with Yi Huanhuan. And thinking about it gave him a headache. Brother, my house is nearby, why don't you come home with me for a while? Get to know the place? Su Changkong pondered for a moment before nodding. Rather than sitting here and holding some shabby reunion, it would be better to go to Lao Qin's house and take a look. After a moment's thought, he then looked at Zhang Kanyang, who was standing across from him. Zhang Kanyang, which company did you say you were selected by? Seeing that Su Changkong suddenly fixed his gaze on him, Zhang Kanyang was taken aback and felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. It's NetEase. Su Changkong nodded and turned to look at Qin Dajuan. Qin, this person and I have had some run-ins. It is said that NetEase has taken a fancy to him and offered him a good price and location. Can you say hello for me? I'll take care of it. It's easy, just a phone call. Lord Qin grinned. As soon as he said this, Zhang Kanyang's face instantly turned pale, ashen. He never expected that this class reunion would end up like this. He had just gained NetEase's favor, and now it was about to be ruined. Isn't this the end? At this moment, he finally regretted it. If I had known that this toady had so much power, I would never have offended him. Now he has completely ruined my future with just a few words. What am I going to do? I really regret it. Su Changkong nodded. I want all the companies in the Magic City to completely block him. Can you do it? This is no big deal. We have blocked many people. Many big shots who have crossed the river in a dragon boat have been crushed by us in the Magic City. Such an ant is not even worth our effort. Su Changkong grinned. It is said that his family is quite wealthy. Check his family's information and see if there is anything evil or immoral. If there is, confiscate the family property and I want him to live on the streets, never to rise again. It's no big deal, I'll take care of it for you. Upon hearing Qin Daguan's reply, Su Changkong smiled contentedly. He has never been a kind person. He is a villain, a vindictive villain. If anyone bothers him, then let his family fall apart and never be able to turn over. Zhang Kanyang, on the other side, trembled when he heard this, and he blacked out and fell to the ground. A pool of yellow liquid oozed from his lower body, extremely pungent. It attracted a burst of disgust from the crowd, who quickly distanced themselves from the area. Everyone knew that Zhang Kanyang had really kicked the iron plate this time. Su Changkong not only wanted to completely block Zhang Kanyang, but also destroy Zhang Kanyang's family. Zhang Kanyang was finished. In this life, he would never be successful in China. Zhang Lin, who was on the other side, also revealed a smile when she heard this. Mr. Su, you might as well ask me, after all, I know how to act. This Qin young master is ruthless and doesn't know the consequences of his actions. If we get rid of this guy, won't that be too easy for him? The Qin young master couldn't help rolling his eyes at this. Miss Shang, I'm going to invite my friends over to my humble abode for a drink. Why don't you come along? Maybe next time. It's getting late and I have some things to take care of. After a while of small talk, the group left. Only a few students, who looked at each other in confusion, remained in the private room. What should they do? These people looked at each other, a little at a loss. Zhang Kanyang had already fainted and was even incontinent. It was clear that the party could not continue. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. After a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Yike. In addition to Zhang Kanyang, the class flower, Lu Yike, also had a lot of authority in their class. At times like this, we can only look to Lu Yike for ideas. Alright, everyone disperse. A few of you boys carry Zhang Kanyang back. No one should tell anyone about this today.
After all, it involves the famous Shanghai Emperor.
If not handled properly, there could be a very bad reaction.
Also, delete all the photos and videos on your phones, and delete all the posts in your moments as if this never happened.
Try to minimize the impact. Otherwise, it is very likely to trigger unnecessary consequences. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and Lu Yike was right. It is better to delete things like moments.
Zhao Ping, after you go back, help Su Changkong take some time off.
Maybe he won't be able to go back to school for a few days. If necessary, you can make some calls. No matter how much it costs, I'll reimburse you.
Be sure to help Su Changkong take some time off.
It turns out that the Qin young master's house is indeed nearby.
The location here can be described as expensive, and the fact that the young master Qin can live here is enough to show his strength. This is a small community made up of small villa compounds. It is said that when it was first opened, the price reached the sky-high price of 181,000 yuan per square meter. This is the previous price, and now 3 or 4 years have passed, no one knows what the real price has reached.
Rumor has it that Shen Zhentang also has a private villa here, but whether it is true or not is still unknown.
In the central area of this residential community are 8 of the most outstanding villas.
The home of the young master Qin is one of them.
With a floor area of over 1,000 square meters and various fees included, when it was bought, this house was worth over 200 million. Plus some messy renovations, the total cost reached 400 to 500 million. Looking at the extremely luxurious and magnificent villas here, Su Changkong was also a bit in awe.
Although he bought the Star River Lanwan building, he still likes this kind of ultra-luxury villa.
Large floor plans have the advantages of large floor plans, and luxury villas have the advantages of luxury villas.
This villa is really good, it seems that I should buy 2 villas sometime. Su Changkong sincerely praised.
What came into view was a super large living room of hundreds of square meters. The decoration was extremely luxurious, giving a sense of a gorgeous palace.
Su Changkong casually looked around.
He discovered that this floor not only had this huge living room, but also a gym, a chess and card room, a private cinema, a games room and all kinds of other multifunctional rooms.
Lao Qin, I have to say you really know how to enjoy yourself. Living life to this extent is truly enviable. He was greatly impressed after this tour. Almost everything was from internationally renowned brands.
It was estimated that the cost of the room's decoration and various furnishings was likely to exceed the price of the villa itself.